Okay.
All right, this is very controversial. Okay, you know what? I'm not gonna ask it. Forget it. Never mind. It's like kind of rude, actually.
Come on, don't tease.
No, no, no. It's I
Well,
don't want to be
we,
disrespectful. So. Ah, you
yeah,
can't do.
yeah, he was an atheist. But the next problem is the kind of effects we would expect from, you know, basically a kind of chemical drug, ends up being emanated by the brain instead of by, administration of the pill. But it's still that kind of thing. And structural things that were results of surgery distinguish themselves from, these, chemical kind of drug treatment affairs pretty readily. And you could see otherwise that some things actually will chemically work, like you know, um, various kinds of bacteria or infections and such won't be dented in the least by these kinds of neurotransmitter or brain hormones or whatever. So
Well, you know, it's not. It seems to be the case, though, that we can't actually trace these sorts of things. There isn't a mechanism in the body, which, you know, on the same token, we don't expect somebody to be able to just sort of meditate and have a kind of wishful thinking to sort of get over the flu quicker. You know, yeah, we can put them in a meditative state and it sort of spur on the immune system a little bit, but there are like proper naturalistic limits to that, and the placebo effect seems to be overcoming these, and that's why it's like, you know, the gold standard. That's why it's such a controversial thing. It seems to be contradicting this mechanistic idea idea in biology. So you know, it's we don't see that there is a potential for any kind of mechanism which would have the effects that the placebo offers. You can postulate that, okay, we're going to find one, but we've pretty scoured the ground there pretty severely, and it seems to be that it's doing more. You know, you get another example as well where you can hypnotize people and then tell them that you're burning them, and then a sort of blister appears. Now, you know, yeah, I don't see. You know, you can postulate that there's some kind of neurotransmitter going on that, you know, does all this, but it seems to me a lot harder. There is no evidence for that, and it's a lot harder to believe that than to believe that the mind is actually something more than just the body, you know, or there is something non-naturalistically material going on there.
Wait. You're saying that because of the placebo effect, the mind is more than just the body? Can you connect those dots?
I can. The astral and etheric body.
Yeah, connect those, because it seems to me that the mind is even more the body if we have the placebo effect.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That the mind is got a bigger effect over the body than what we would expect it to have if it was just sort of the mechanics of the brain.
Yeah, exactly, because it's in tune with another two bodies that most people aren't aware of, which is the astral and etheric body.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of evidence for this as well. I mean, I know a lot of atheists tried to contend that this stuff is just not scientific, but you know, there's a biologist in Oxford, and he's been doing work on this and collecting evidence for some time now. His name's Rupert Sheldrake, and he's got his own theories of how this can be explained, but specifically they cannot ever be naturalistic. It falsifies this kind of naturalistic philosophy, essentially. You know, it means that there's something else going on in reality which most people consider as sort of psychic or mind over matter phenomena that is ruled out if the kind of atheism that people generally consider is actually true. It's kind of metaphysical naturalism, essentially. So yeah, we've got a lot of evidence against it, essentially.
How does it rule out a naturalistic explanation? Can you explain that to me?
Well, I mean, it basically falsifies it because there's no known mechanism. And this is where we've scoured the mechanisms really severely, so we know basically what's going on. We know how relaxation works to stimulate the immune system. We know the sort of limits that the immune system generally got, and we can sort of really skew these probabilities by just lying to someone and saying that they're getting this marvelous cure when we just give them a sugar pill. And we shouldn't expect that just their sort of wishful thinking would have the results according to what we know of the body. So it seems to suggest that there's something more going on, which is above and beyond naturalistic causal chains.
Should I point out that the placebo analgesia can be blocked by the opioid antagonist naloxone? So we have a pretty definite model. There being things like endogenous opioids for placebo analgesia, and granted there are other kinds of placebo effects like perhaps immune system boosts, but those are rather likely to be traced to similar affairs.
But you are talking about more hypnotizing, by surgery and so on. That's something else. This placebo effect, it's totally non-controversial. That's what the companies that produces all kind of medicine have to work with all the time. It's just you cannot do it the other way, and it's just taking a sugar pill, and then if you take the sugar pill, it has effect. If you no, you have to exclude it. You have to let half of the experiment or how many take a wrong pill. That's and you cannot explain that by can be a naturalistic cause, but of course it's the thought. It has no physical reality. It's just a thought.
Thoughts have no physical reality?
The thought is a physical reality. Sorry, Nadia, you do it.
I think we just both said at the same time.
Yeah, but even if we can turn off this effect, no doubt we can. No doubt we can introduce something else which counteracts this. But that doesn't say that, that doesn't say that the placebo effect isn't doing something that that seems to be above and beyond.
Exactly. Like all your implements is.
Yeah, you can cut someone's head off. That'll stop it as well. So yeah, there is a naturalistic interaction going on. You can block it, but it still seems to be that there isn't a naturalistic explanation for the way in which placebo works. We can turn it off with some naturalistic prodding about, but that doesn't really prove anything really.
So what do you think it is then?
I'm an idealist.
So you think it's God?
Well, no, I believe that that what we consider of the brain. So you believe that the mind is a sort of phenomena of the brain. I believe the brain is a sort of phenomena of the mind. So
that's profound.
That would almost be a receiver, or?
You what? Sorry.
That would almost be a receiver.
Yeah, so basically, I don't have a problem with things like the placebo effect. In fact, what I have a problem with is really how amazingly super rational and concrete everything is. To me, that's more of a problem than placebo effects. I should expect really to see more magical style stuff going on really in the world. But I describe that as saying that God is super rational. I'm a Christian theist, so. That's the way I get sort of justify that sort of expectation. But there is actually quite a lot of evidence for these sort of things that cannot be. So in principle, they can't be explained, naturalistically. So just the evidence actually severely reduces the probability that naturalism, the kind of naturalism that I believe most people actually believe in today, is it severely reduces its probability of being true. It's pretty much falsified today, but
but what is the physical reality of a red thought?
Of what thoughts?
If you think about the color red, how does that thought express it? What's the physical property of the thought red or blue? or
Oh, sorry, was that to me or to sort of
no, no,
Natalis?
because I said thought is like it's a physical reality. Of course, it's some kind of firing of neurons, but it's a little bit more subtle than that. I mean, you cannot decide a thought. How shall you? How shall you? What is the thought read?
Actually, I'm really interested in how Nadia explains that, because I read in her description, she says there is no such thing as qualia, and qualia has always been kind of a stickler for me. So Nadia, if you wouldn't mind, how do you explain away the idea of qualia?
Oh, there's no explaining way to do. They're oxymoronic and incoherent. I mean, subjective. Well, a sort of sensory apparatus receiving sensory stimulus is an objective fact, so it's not subjective. It's independent of observer. It's not interior. One can, by and large, go about capturing what those instruments capture, and in fact, there are recordings of dreams somewhere. Let's see, dream brain scans somewhere in Berkeley, I think. There we go. They have YouTube videos of the movies they captured from brain scans. Basically, the video from somebody's dream. Right there in that article. So it's not inner either, and experience, of course, falls to, well, the unity of consciousness not existing, which is a bit more elaborate, but I mean, Dennis Global Workspace Affairs and whatnot can wrap that up for you if you need it. So on all three of its sort of like definitional characteristics, the qualia fall apart.
Okay, so Balt, how do you answer that?
No.
How do I answer what? Oh,
how does Balthasar?
How I answer the thought read?
Yeah, how do you answer what Nadia just said about redness?
No, I don't understand it. I have. How should I know? Then I will have a Nobel Prize in the or 5 of them if I could, if I knew that.
Well, subjective inner experience, what qualia are.
Yeah, we haven't
explained right? The sensory affairs are not subjective. The mental phenomena are not truly inner, they're not private, and experience falls to the lack of unity of consciousness. So.
For me, it's not an explanation for qualia, but I think it's.
For example, if we let's switch from redness to something like taste, because with redness, sort of everyone kind of agrees what's red, right? But something like taste maybe would tease this difference out more. So Nadia, I think, is saying that that's an objective thing, the way things taste. It's not really subjective. So there really is no such thing as quality.
No, I cannot. I cannot explain that. I think it's more interesting is self-consciousness. When you talk about consciousness, but consciousness itself, awareness, no idea.
Okay, what about self-consciousness?
Yeah, that's more interesting. I think there are some good explanations, perhaps, and that the human self-consciousness, that there are some kind of circles there. But
Well, by and large, there are internal perceptual facilities directed at mental processes themselves.
yeah,
And that largely accounts for these self-consciousness affairs, things like, you know, I guess the perception people have of the decisions they make in their prefrontal cortexes and such, the executive control function, etc. Has some perceptual facility aimed at it, and that pretty much accounts for what people deem to be free will in memory formation and such.
yeah. But but if you take the Genesis account allegorically, how it should be taken?
Genesis?
Yes, the fruit. I mean, that's
It's ancient epic.
that's a picture of becoming self-conscious.
Yeah, it's ancient national origin myth epic affairs. Genesis is not to be taken as any more of reality than Epic of Gilgamesh or something.
Yeah, but it's more. To me, it's more. It's a better metaphor, but I mean, it would explain a lot.
2,000 years more recent.
Yeah, but it would explain a lot the special position humans have in the creation compared to animals. They get self-conscious, and that's also
special creation. A position humans have with respect to animals. Okay. The answer posited by Genesis is effectively God did it. At which point, you have an answer that doesn't actually explain anything.
Yeah, if you just don't want to use
Patrick, yeah, don't replay.
If you deny it as a method.
Don't replay video recordings or broadcasts, Patrick. Okay, you were saying?
No, I mean, if you take it as a metaphor, it can be mind-blowing, good explanation of humans, the nature of humans. I mean, compared to the rest of the creation. If you take it as a metaphor, it's mind-blowing.
Okay, so humans supposedly have the image of God and animals don't. Then at what point, what's in the image of God?
No, I'm talking about getting
you haven't explained anything there either. The image of God is, too nebulous to have any content. It's essentially just whatever makes humans distinct from animals, at which point you're left wondering, well, what does make humans distinct from animals? What is the imago Dei?
It could be. It could, of course, be self-consciousness to a degree, of course.
No, it can't be self-consciousness. It can't be language. It probably can't be. It probably can't be recursive thinking, right? I mean, we've tried to find this distinction, and every time we work to say, oh well, this is what makes humans distinct, this is what makes humans distinct, we find out that there's some rudimentary ability in some other animal that rules that out.
That is not
so
true.
Then you're left to saying something like, oh, it must be this. Go ahead, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, we haven't found that. we haven't found that. We haven't found language by other animals, and also
No, we have
software.
rudiments of language in some animals. We have the
No,
very
no,
beginnings of language in some animals, especially
no,
with teaching, right? For example, like
no, but
Coco the gorilla, for example, right? She's got generative language, right? She makes up her own words. I mean, she has on at least 3 occasions documented made up her own words. So these are little bitty sparks. I'm not saying it's the same by no means, because I'm not saying that humans are the same as non-humans, but I am saying that it's a matter of degree. Yes, it's an extreme degree, but it's a matter of degree. I mean, for crying out loud, 30, 40 years ago, we used to claim it was tool use. That's been completely debunked, right? There's not
but
that
then you
big
have
of
to be told. Yeah, but that is how this function. I mean, they're wish thinking and all this. I've seen all this experiments with teaching chimpanzee and so on, and this tool use. I mean, if you can think a little bit for yourself, you know that animals use tools, and I mean, birds use it better than the apes. And if you
Right.
have seen
So back when we thought it was tool use, right? We used to say, "Oh, humans are obviously special, and God made us special because we're the only creature that uses tools."
yeah,
And then,
and that shows,
that's not right.
yeah,
Other animals
yeah,
use
and that's
tools.
yeah, and it shows how stupid this evolutionary the level of this thinking is. I mean, we have always known that animals use tools. If you look around, you can. There's plenty of animals. By us, we have an otter. I think it's called otter, and he lays himself on the back, picks up a stone, and crushes the shell and eats it.
Right. I think what you
And
meant
then,
to say was we should have always known that other animals use tools. My point is this desire to say humans are absolutely special is one of the things that created this idea that we, in fact, are the only creatures that use tools when it should have been so obvious for so long, just as you pointed out, that other animals actually use tools.
yeah, but
Then
those
for a while it was
find,
language.
yeah, no,
Go
but
ahead.
the programs and the programs where you find this fascination, I've seen many of them, and I was, oh, chimpanzees, they use tools, they are almost like humans. It's always coming from this kind of perspective. I mean, that's the evolutionary perspective. It's ridiculous. Not something against evolution, but it's always irritated me to like, oh, they are almost like us. They have a culture now because they keep these stones and hide them away, and this hype, and you have the same hype with birds having language, or animals having self-consciousness, looking in the mirror and have a spot on the nose or something. And these experiments are not very convincing.
Well,
And
okay. What's unconvincing about them? I'm not suggesting that they are almost like humans. I'm saying that there are rudimentary bits and pieces that are similar.
well, the human language is totally different. I mean, we have also um, if I define language, I'm in another setting than this. I would mostly the people refute me, especially atheists. And if I say language is transmission of intention. So a dog waves his tail. He wants something. So it's transmission of intention, and we also have that in language. But human language is has something that is totally different from this.
If I could contribute one thing about human language, one thing that's said is that animals cannot do more than one, like they can speak to a certain kind of speaking, but they can't do more than I think it was either mono or 2-syllable sounds. So like if I'm saying the word I don't know, I have a Tim Horton cup in my desk, so if I say Tim Horton, that's like 3 syllables, Tim Horton. But like animals cannot do more than 3 connect 3 letters, and so like at most they can do like ai or like aba or something like that, but they can't do more than that. And actually, I think 2 is even considered a lot. I think it's actually just like 1 is the main one. So they say that, yeah, that humans are speaking. We're clearly animals, but we are not. We are speaking animals. That's the distinction that people say.
Yeah,
Right,
but
so
before
you're kind of talking about
they
the
had the
difference between
same kind of
speech and
they had the same kind of logic before also with language. What they had with tool, they explained animal we can speak because we have the right physical organs for it. You know, so when you talk about it, it's a physical restraint, but that's science have come and shows it has nothing to do with that. They have found a gene that may be responsible for some language. I think it's B52 or something, or but it's you cannot compare it. I mean, you can learn a dog 20, 30, 60 words and say, "Go and get my shoes." It will do it, but that's not a language. That is what another yeah, that is only like transmission of yeah, information. Human language is different, and I think language and mathematics and art, music, I think it's all related.
I agree, and I don't mean to say that there's nothing special about humans. We are clearly special, right? We've specialized, I guess you could say evolutionarily, right, in our brains. I just wish to say that I don't think it's correct to declare that that it's, what am I trying to say?
That's a matter of kind, not degree.
Yes, that's exactly right. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what they want to find. But I mean, I'm very interested in this topic, and until now I've never seen any plausible. There are some hypes around this sometimes. Oh, the apes. Yeah, I can learn this. And did you know that I saw one experiment now? Do you know that chimpanzees they can how to say, they can take number rows much faster than humans. So if you put the chimpanzee in front of a monitor and you give him like 7, 3, 4, like this kind of chain of numbers, they are faster than humans. Their memory for which number that follows, they do this faster than humans. They are sick fast. They are like computers.
Yeah, I mean, chimp experiments are really interesting. They really are.
Yeah, but that doesn't. I mean, you can I mean, you can explain it evolutionary. It's no problem. I mean, I think the explanation is that chimpanzee, when they are threatened, it's important for them to know the position of the group. So they, when they defend themselves and so on. So there are theories on this, but it's not. But they don't have language. They don't have any notion of music or rhythm. And
can you guys hear me? Is my mic working all right? Oh, sorry, I interrupted you. Sorry.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm loud too.
Yeah.
Totally just interrupt your conversation. Sorry.
Well, it may not be chimps to have music, but birds certainly haven't.
Well, the special thing about human language is, of course, syntax and grammar.
Again, a matter of degree and not kind.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's a matter of degree. I think I don't
But there are
understand
no.
why
Have
is it
it
so
been any?
important? Hold on. Let me ask you this: why is it so important that there's this cutoff for you? That you
It's
have to
nothing.
find a place where humans are the sole proprietors of some sort of skill. Is that because the Bible says that that's the way it is, or
No,
really,
it's
why is
just
it?
it's a scientific fact.
Intolerance of ambiguity.
Currents. No, it has nothing to do with that. It's just the current scientific fact, and I think it's highly interesting. I think it's mind-blowing interesting. I mean, the capacity for creating music or have the feeling for music, it's amazing, and it would be amazing if we found that by animals, but we do not find it.
So now you're going to music.
Yeah, or language.
Balthazar.
Well, language, I think we've got covered, right? There's rudimentary language in other animals. Do you disagree?
Balthazar.
There's even generative language and even some recursive language in other animals.
She understands what you're saying.
But Balthazar, I've seen some of those experiments with the chimpanzee. They're very interesting. I'm not sure about the number thing, but it's clear that they have certain almost when they were born talents that it's kind of weird that they seem to be better at. But basically, chimpanzees are, and any actual monkey and or ape, they have smaller heads, so they're actually born mature. They're actually born more mature because we humans have such big heads. It's hard for the birth process is very difficult for the woman, obviously, and we have to nurture our children much longer period of time as their brains develop, because humans are born with much less brain development than, say, chimpanzees.
Yes.
There is some time they actually develop a little bit more, but they're actually almost fully developed in the brain when they come out.
Right. And they can solve them problems better than small children can.
I don't. Yeah. I suppose in
some problems they can't solve. There are some very sophisticated types of social problems they don't solve.
Yeah, I don't know the details and about solving specific problems better than children, but
I know some.
They're born with more maturity.
Yeah, but everybody in here knows there's a difference between human beings and animals and the way that their thought process works and everything. So it's really not
animals. Humans are animals.
Well, sure. If you start with that presupposition, sure, you can make any statement you want, but from what the position this other individual, I'm guessing, is taking, we all know that there's a difference between a human and a dolphin and all that stuff. And even if dolphins have a certain level of intelligence, we know it's a different type of intelligence. So to sit here and
that's my bad. That's my bad because an animal is also any such living organism other than a human being. So, yeah.
Is a taste for music? Is a taste for music? That's also this evolutionary. We have been then since the beginning of Darwinism. You know, where bigger brains must be human and more human and so on. And intelligence and toolworks. It sounds so ridiculous. What has music to do with intelligence?
I've seen dolphins do art. They have this. There was this dolphin in one of those aquariums that was doing this bubble thing. It was popping circles. It was amazing.
Right, and in our society, in our society, we call anything art. So
yeah, but and that is exactly this kind of discovery programs and so on. Oh, look, they do art, and then people believe in it. Oh, they do art. They have the same. Or you put a chimpanzee, he can also do art if you give.
No, I mean, did you actually see that dolphin actually play with this? He made a
I've seen that. What has that to do with art?
Well, because he had the skill to do this with an air bubble. It was amazing what he did.
Yeah, but it's not art.
Well, I wouldn't go as far as saying it's not art, but we all know there's a difference between the thought pattern now. But here's the bottom line. Helena hit on something earlier, which I actually agree with her. She asked about, is the difference in this way we view things have to do with this this God, this God of the Bible. And yes, absolutely. See, I don't start from the assumption that this God doesn't exist. If you start from the assumption that this God exists, then the way you look at the world is going to be different in the way you observe it, and you're going to think that we're all animals and that we all come from the same process. That isn't proof or evidence. That's just your presupposition. So yes, I do start with that presupposition, and I don't have a problem starting with that presupposition.
Yeah.
So how come the God... Go ahead, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Bob.
No, sorry. No, I just wanted to say I also believe, but if science tell me else about that animals do in fact have a sense of rhythm and so on, then it's
sure.
Then they have...
We're not afraid of science. A biblical Christian, I can't name for everybody who names the name Christian, but a biblical Christian isn't afraid of science. But Helena, did you have a question, Helena?
Something about why does it matter so much that humans have to be different in a way that absolutely no other animal is. Like Walt is now moved over to music. It's like there's a vested interest in making this clear distinction for some reason.
Okay, Balthazar, hold on.
Where that comes from.
Balthazar, hold on 1 second, because I think, Helena, are you asking me that question or in general? Because I can give you an answer, but it just depends on who you're asking.
Well, you asked me what I was about to say, and that's what it was. Because
Okay.
you just said that if you start from an atheistic perspective, it makes less of a difference. But you don't start from an atheistic perspective. But I'm wondering why does that even matter? Why does that matter?
Well, I can give you my personal view that may differ from in here. It's not the fact that I believe in it isn't because it means so much or it's so meaningful to me or it's more important to make human beings more important than animals. I like to just believe in reality. That if the case is that human beings are different than the animal kingdom and they are set apart, then I'm going to believe that just because it's the case, not because it's more important to me. I think it's foolish to believe in something because you need to believe in it. You should believe in it because it's true. Okay,
so you would just be quibbling about what does the evidence actually show and stuff like that.
No. The evidence shows that there are characteristics in animals that show intelligence and everything. But I think that not only the scriptures alone, but the scriptures are very good at this, but also science and everything else shows that there is a difference between the cognitive reasoning of a human being and an animal. There is a difference. And I don't ignore that difference because I want to believe that I evolved from them.
Right. I see how you think I see it.
No. I'm not assuming your position. I'm assuming.
No. I think you're right to. I mean, I'm not saying you're making a mistake, right?
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not
if I may, Helena, I'm actually agreeing with that before. But I understand what you're saying. There are many, and some of the, I guess, the stereotypical Christian that we atheists, as myself, sometimes see them. What you're asking is, they do seem, the ones that we're thinking of, they do seem to have this propensity to insist that we humans are the superior of all, and we can't possibly be apes and all that stuff. So, and it's apparent to me that all four is not one of them.
Yeah, I would say this. You should, like I said before, you should never believe in something because you have some sort of emotional or need to or anything. You should believe in it because it's true. And I believe in the text of the Bible because it's proven itself to be true. And I know there are other aspects of that are going to be hard to prove here in the court of Google+.
How is it proven to be true?
Well, like I said, there are aspects of that are going to be hard to prove in the court of Google+. But what I say is I don't believe in it because my daddy was mean to me, and I don't believe in it because I'm lonely, and I don't believe in it because I want to be more special. There are lots of religious people that do that, and that's unfortunate because the reason why you should believe in something is because God actually did reveal Himself, and that the people actually did see the things that they saw, and they actually in the history. And the documentation backs itself up. That's why you should believe.
Yeah. Helena, can I ask you a question then?
Sure.
Do you think animals are evil?
I'm sorry?
Helena, do you think animals are evil?
Oh, that's too broad, but go ahead, Helena. Evil can mean multiple things, but it's up to you, Helena, however you want to answer it.
Depends on how you define evil. Yeah.
Exactly. The Jews called a dog that was ravenous evil, but they didn't mean mortally evil.
Sorry, I think I might have muted myself by accident. My knee-jerk reaction, like my honest reaction, is I would say, no, I don't think animals are evil.
And the same, I think. And why are not animals evil?
Because
they're pretty.
No.
Sounds to me like a wrong question.
Their brains.
No, I think it's going to boil down to, if I really think about it, it's going to be because I don't think I know what evil is. I guess I think it's because I'm just missing whatever it is you must mean by evil. Because I don't think we're evil, right?
You don't know what bad and good is? Evil and you seriously don't know what evil is?
I think I maybe wouldn't use the word evil. I mean, if you want to ask me, can animals do bad things? I say, yeah, we do it all the time.
But evil.
Does anybody in here want the biblical Christian position on that?
Yeah,
I'm
that's
sorry,
why
but it's such a silly question. It's
no,
so vague.
No, it's not a silly question. Because
I'm gonna have to go with
it is a silly
question. That's a ridiculous question.
Let me talk.
No, it's not ridiculous.
Let me explain.
Is somebody moderating this room? Is somebody moderating this room?
In theory, I am, but
We started with the Genesis, and it's a very profound metaphor, and I try to defend this. And in Genesis, Adam and Eve eat the knowledge from the tree of bad and evil. So that sets them apart. They have knowledge about bad and evil. Animals do not have knowledge about bad and evil, so they cannot be bad or evil.
Now, Helena, do you want
to? I say good and evil. I mean, okay, sorry.
Now, that's one view, but do you want another one, Helena?
Sure.
Okay.
Hit me up.
Okay, he's talking about an action that happened in Genesis, but let me make it much more plainer. Okay. In Scripture, in order for something to be a sin, it's a violation of a command or a law given by God. God didn't lay down laws on animals like He did on humans, and therefore they're not in violation. That's one part. But number one, that's number two. But number one is that in the Genesis account, God imbued human beings with a soul. And there's no indication that He did that with the animals. So two things. He did the soul, and the fact that He never laid down a prohibition upon animals. Animals were never required to keep the Sabbath. They were never required to, the law was not put on them. The blood punishment on man that Christ had to make atonement for was only a violation made by man. So yes, animals are innocent.
Yeah. Okay.
But you can also go a little bit more in detail. I mean, you can also, of course, this is a subjective interpretation. I think you know that, but you can also, because we were talking about self-consciousness, and I took as an example after they have eaten the apple, that they got self-conscious and they got also conscious about bad and evil.
It's an argument from free will, but I don't believe in free will, so there you go. Rodney, your comment doesn't make any sense.
That was not an argument from free will.
I would.
He's saying that what God. Go ahead.
It was an argument for the knowledge of bad and good and evil.
Well, Adam and Eve were accountable before they ate from the tree. They were accountable the moment they were created. So just because their eyes were open and they sinned, it doesn't mean they weren't accountable beforehand. It just means
that's a little unfair.
I would actually say that animals maybe are not universally evil, but they can commit such and may have consistent character as such. Granted to some attenuated respect by their diminished mental capacity with respect to humans.
I'm listening to you, but it's distracting the chat on the side. Rodney, I don't in any way, shape, or form believe in Darwinistic evolution if you're talking about me. So
I would agree with Nadia. Again, it's a matter of degree, right? All animals can do bad things, including us, including other kinds of animals. I don't see...
Well, an animal. Okay, but the problem with the word "bad" has to do with when we call something bad, it has to do with conscience and morality and things like that. And animals are not under the same type of law as human beings. They don't have the same type of culpability. They don't have like what he's talking about, the image of God, the awareness of good and bad and stuff. So when an animal, when a lion attacks a zebra, he's not doing something evil or bad. It's different than when we kill something, because there's a moral thing there. There's a law put on us. We have parameters in which we have to operate. Animals haven't been given those prohibitions or restrictions, nor do they understand them.
Well, some do, and some have been, right?
Well, they can be trained. Here's the thing that's interesting about animals. Animals do have intelligence. They can be trained to do things, and they have an understanding, but it's not at the level. An animal doesn't sit and consider the brushstrokes of an artist and think about the artist's family and where he came from and things like that. The depth of their intelligence doesn't go that far.
Yes, I grant that. An animal doesn't, a non-human animal, right, doesn't do that to that extent. But right. There is a little bit that they do that is along the same lines.
But Helena, if you think about it, a lot of what we understand about animals, we are guessing by observing. Because
of course, it's the same with humans. That's what we do with one another. We guess.
Right, but what I'm saying is, when we look at a dog, and it's like that whole saying, and you probably heard this before, the old saying about the smile on a dog. You know, it's sometimes dogs look like they're smiling. And we interpret that through anthropomorphisms, and we put onto animals characteristics of humans because they look like they're doing what they're doing, but in reality, we don't really know why they're doing what they're doing.
No, neither do we with one another, right?
Yeah, but we can communicate that. There's a level of communication and culpability that human beings have with each other that they can't have with animals.
But I mean, there is a clear distinction. I don't want to come off sounding like a complete nut, right? But I did used to train wild animals as a profession, and so maybe I have a skewed view, but I just don't understand why it seems like Christians, perhaps, maybe other, I don't know, there seems to be a desire to say that there's something that is absolutely unique about humans because of some reason I don't quite understand. Because even if there's a God, it doesn't mean that that there has to be some special thing that is really holy and unique just to humanity.
Unless there is.
Always, since the beginning of culture, we have always distanced us from human beings. No, from animals.
From animals. Yeah. Yes, we have, and I'm curious about why we do that, right? Why we do that? Is that hubris? What is that?
No, that was extremely important.
But think about it, Helena. All that matters is whether that's the case or not. Not whether it's important to do so. Did God separate human beings from animals in His creation? Yes, and that's the only reason why we hold to that. It's not because it's more important or we feel that it's more, we need to set ourselves above. It's because it's actually the case.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, sure. Of course, you would feel that.
It was for the. Are you crazy? For the cultural development of culture and humanness, it was extremely important to set us above animals.
No, sir, you're misunderstanding.
I don't say we are not above animals, but it is just what we did, and it brought progress.
Okay, I hope it's not. I apologize if it's a language or cultural barrier or anything about how I'm explaining this, but I'm not assuming that that human beings haven't, society and art and building and all that stuff isn't important. What I said was the reason to believe in something isn't the need of importance. It's whether it's true or not. That's the point I'm making.
Yeah, but I'm not talking from
between me and the adorable husky. What I can't see your name now because all that's there is your picture. Okay. Between the two of us, then it would just be a matter of us sort of quibbling over the evidence and things like that. But like, if I could show you enough evidence, you would go, "Oh, I guess I was wrong," and then the same would be true of me in the reverse.
No, the case of what Balthazar, I think his name's Balthazar, right?
No, I meant you. All
okay.
four.
Okay, but the case in what he's saying is true, that there is a significance, there is a difference, that God has set human beings as a pinnacle of his creation. That exists. What I was talking about is the reason why I believe that is because it's true, not because I have some self-need to believe that.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I was
So
just...
if I-
Helena, I was just answering your question from a non-religious perspective.
Okay.
Humans have distanced them from animals, and it was very important. I mean, all of course. Our virtues have always been a reflection about that we are not animals.
Yeah, we were created in the image of God, and that doesn't mean physical image.
Now you're going to. Now you're talking about I'm talking about non-theistic or Christian cultures.
But I mean, I'm agreeing
culture
with
has
you
done that.
on the Christian side. The imago Dei is what separates us from the animal kingdom.
What exactly is that, though?
That's the Latin for the image of God. That's basically God, in his creation, gave us dominion over the plants, the trees, and the animals. In a small way, we operate like God does in a small way, but because of the fall, that was marred, and so therefore
the imago
we're not
Dei for
in
you
dominion.
is about dominion.
Huh? I'm sorry?
The imago Dei for you is about dominion.
No, in the text it is. If you look at, remember, all languages have rules, and if you look at the Hebrew, the way it's set, when it's translated into the English, they use the semicolon, and the semicolon means that the following statement is the explanation of the previous. So in Genesis, when it says, man, he created them in his image, and then there's a semicolon, it says, giving them dominion over the plants, the trees, and the animals. Now we know from the rest of Scripture that the God the Father and God the Holy Spirit don't have physical form. They're not male or female. They're not rabbit or dog or carrot. Only Christ took on physical form. So the image isn't a physicality. It has to do with the role of dominion. They're, in a small way, they operate like God operates in a big way, but because of the fall, that was marred.
Okay, so I'm really curious to see what Nadia has to say about that, because she's always asking that question. In what way are we made in the image of God? And so you have an answer now. The answer is dominion.
Yeah.
Well,
so what do you think?
Okay. Well, there are two things I was going to bring up, and I'll hit on dominion.
Sure.
Thirdly, well, maybe we'll do dominion first. Dominion.
But stick to the language of the text, not your opinions.
Dominion seems to imply some kind of domination and such, but well. To that extent, are we not feeding the mosquitoes and the bed bugs, or for that matter, the E. coli in our guts? We are, the prey of many things. Not just,
yeah, but didn't you hear me when I said that dominion was marred by the fall? So yes, we are now attacked by weeds and pests and parasites. Yes.
And in tandem with the underestimation of animals, they actually are more capable and such than commonly deemed. We also overestimate humans. We are, well, less capable and, well, frankly, hollower than we give ourselves credit for.
And everything you're saying is post-fall, so I wouldn't disagree with you. Yeah.
In that case,
remember, the dominion is marred, and it's going to be repaired. And in sanctification, we are being built up for glorification. But we don't have the dominion over the creation because of the fall. But that's what the text.
Yeah.
I'm simply dealing with the imago Dei, which when people talk about the image of God, the Mormons and things like that try to make it physicality, and that's why they believe in a God who's just a bigger man, and that's not what the text teaches. In fact, the Scripture says over and over again, God is not a man. The whole thing about father has to do with authority and role. It has to do with the creation order, how God set Adam over Eve and things like that. So when we look at an authority, we look at it as someone as a father, or we look in the masculine. But it's not because God the Father has a penis. Okay, Jesus is the only one that took on an human form in the Old Testament, and he's the only one that was incarnated into flesh in the New Testament.
Well, but as I was saying, the gap between human and animal, human and other animals, is much narrower than commonly perceived.
I believe there will be a day.
It's only because we want. That's a trend. I mean, I don't, and I never understood this atheistic, like David Attenborough or all this, to make us so much animal. I never understood it, and it's not because I don't like animal or I think we are more superior. I just don't understand it, and I mean, it's also what I said. Why is it important to distinguish us from animals? I mean, all cultures have done that, and one simple reason is like self-control. You don't eat like an animal. It's for instance, or a lion kills his puppets, and when a new lion, the lion have got a new harem, it will kill the puppets from the other lion. We don't do that.
Well, unless you live in certain neighborhoods. I was making a joke. Sorry.
No, but this that we want, I think that we absolutely shall be animals. We are just doing our. What's the point of that? I love animals. I love. I've had animals all my life, and so I love animals. But why do we have to be so animal-like?
Well, Balthazar, Balthazar, I think
we are animals. Of course, we are animals. But I think this is some kind of. It's like Hitler. He was an animal friend and a vegetarian.
Okay, but Balthazar, I think what it really comes down to is whenever the scripture designates something that's specific or particular, generally people who reject the scripture or reject that take the opposite view.
Yeah, I don't want to mix scripture into that. But
well, scripture is if you don't want to mix scripture into
the way to sanctify human beings.
No, I think I might be able to answer. You're asking about what is this internal. So just like I accused you of wanting to say we're different,
right.
You're accusing me of wanting to say we're not different so much. And you're asking about what are my internal motivations, right? So I think if I want to answer honestly, I think a lot of it has to do with this business about this soul, right? So if I can show you, for example, that it's a difference of degree, no matter how drastic, then I can put you in a position where you have to explain why humans are the only ones who get souls. So because for me, it comes down to this question of a soul and a granting of everlasting life and all this stuff that seems to be kind of very bizarre, right?
The easiest answer is because the Creator wanted to do it that way. The potter can do whatever he wants with the clay. That's the easiest answer. I mean, people can come up with all these theories and spend 20 minutes talking about why God did what he did, when really the answer is the potter can do whatever he wants with the clay, and that's what God chose to do. If God wanted to create a planet where dogs were the main character and they needed to be saved and everything like that, then God could have done that if he wanted to do that, but he didn't do that.
Yeah, but we are not. I don't want to mix in the Christian context here. I mean it for atheists.
Well, okay. Why defend a position? So you're defending a bad position against a bad position?
I thought I gave a pretty good. I thought I gave a pretty honest, deprecating answer, and I'm wondering what Balt thinks about that.
Okay.
Yes. So you were talking about the soul. I think animals have soul.
Well, there you go. Then I'm fine.
Yeah, but the thing is that most of my friends are atheists, And they can also not stand this. Of course, I come from a country where we have perhaps a more natural. Yeah, we don't regard animals so much as humans. They are still animals, but we still love them. You know.
Yeah.
But we want to keep. I mean. Human beings are more worth than animals. We are not, and it's very important for me, and that has nothing to do with Christianity. I mean, for society and development, that we regard humans as more valuable than.
Obviously, I can get behind that. Especially because, you know, I'm not a vegetarian or anything like that. I mean, I have cognitive dissonance about that, but I'm still not one. And I know that there's cruelty going on, right? So obviously I can get behind what you're saying there. And of course, there's something beautiful about humanity.
Why do you want to be in cognitive dissonance?
Balthazar, are you saying...
I'll be back, you guys. I have to leave for just a few minutes, but I'll be back.
Okay. Are you saying that okay, you feel that animals have souls, which is fine, except that, are you saying that the atheists in your area, your friends, that that they don't believe animals have souls but humans do? Because what I'll tell you is that, as an atheist myself, as a hard-nosed atheist, I don't believe souls exist. But if you want to entertain the idea of souls, I agree with you. Okay, if we have souls, so do all the other animals. In other words, there are those Christians out there that don't believe that any animal has souls except for humans. So I don't go that direction. I just don't believe in souls altogether. Yes. But nevertheless, I'll entertain.
Yeah, Patrick. Yeah,
what I hear coming through this, perhaps it's not conscious, but I can be totally misunderstood. But I hear all this. We are not special. We are not special. To me, it's we are very special. Everyone are very special. Very, very, very valuable. You know.
Yes. So let me reiterate. I just don't get the, I just don't understand.
I just don't understand where he's coming from. I'm just trying to get at the question as to what he's talking about with the atheists in his area or something. I don't know.
No, you had it right, Patrick.
I held a human life sacred. It's as easy as that, and I think it's human life is sacred, and we are special. And that makes
I agree, and I don't want to make it come off like I don't, right? There's something very beautiful about humanity. We have a really amazing brain. We do these things like music that none of the other animals do. If I had an equal choice to save a human or a dog, I would pick the human, of course, right? So I don't want to make it sound like I think like I'm trying to spit on humans. Right?
No, I'm not trying to spit at animals either.
Exactly, and I can tell that you like animals, right? Right? And if you as a Christian are going to say, hey, I don't care about this delineation. As far as I'm concerned, humans have souls and so do animals. Then I don't have a quibble with that, right? Of course I don't believe there's such a thing as a soul, but I'm more than happy to entertain, you know, the idea that animals have souls.
The problems with what Christians have with creation and denomination, or what you call it, that is Christians has to take seriously that we have to protect, that we cannot just abuse nature, and that is a serious problem among Christians.
What do you think the problem comes from? Because they think the Earth's going to be destroyed anyway in Armageddon? Or do you have another idea why that is?
That can be a reason, and that concerns me a lot, yes. That can be a reason, but we have got this creation, and we have got responsibility for it. And for me it's very important that this becomes very important for Christians. And I think first then environment protection will have a real not first then, but it's very important, and I think Christians can perhaps be better in this because they have learned to sacrifice all kind of things, and so I mean, because it's also a matter of sacrifice of material things or living standard.
I don't know.
It's a big problem. I see it when I see the U.S. I cannot understand these Christians that are against environment protection and so on.
I think perhaps it stems from here. I think perhaps it stems from this. If you think that your existence on this planet is either an accident or for some reason a mere stopping point, and that real life begins after you die, you're not going to think too. It's not going to be one of your biggest priorities to take care of the planet. That's merely a rest stop.
Yeah, that can be a reason. Yes, indeed, it can be a reason, and for sure, this rapture conspiracies or this rapture thinking, that is.
I don't see where this line of question is going. I think you're saying, I don't know, you went from souls to something else, but the problem, I think you're talking about the way the Christians they believe in this afterlife, and like Helena said, it's almost as if they don't care what happens right now because they think they're going to some beautiful place or something like that. I don't know, but I don't know where.
I don't think that's. I don't think
you go from one question to another. I don't know.
Yeah, we're moving around, but conversations can do that sometimes. Jump around like that. That's no big whoop.
I think one is I think this rapture thinking, that might be very. I mean, what's the point of not burning off all oil if in 10 years we have a rapture? There's no point in environment protection. So that is for sure a reason. Afterlife, I don't see it that at all. And of course, it has also a little bit perhaps with the Western thinking. I mean, in Asia, they are thinking more organically, but that's nothing that is typical Christian to think this mechanistic, what we do in Western country. We have a very mechanistic view of nature and so on. So, but I just mentioned this because I see that as a problem when we're talking about animal kingdom and so on, that Christians should take on their embrace and make their case, and I see some signs in that direction.
So for you, it's more. It's not just in that.
I just want to say goodbye. I'm going to leave this hang out. I'm going to go to another one. I have somebody calling me. So
So for you, it's this business that the husky guy. I still don't know his name. All for something was talking about this dominion. For you, it's more than just we have rights over other animals. It's more a matter of we have responsibility, and we should take care of it. Yeah.
Exactly. We have more, as believers, we have more responsibility for creation than non-believers. That's my point of view. It's a gift, so.
Yeah. I didn't realize. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but there's many Christians with that view. So. And then you have that beautiful Bethlehem story. I mean, that is, the Christ child, and then you have all the animals around him.
Right.
Yeah.
But I drive past
and
those a lot.
They're all happy.
Yes.
That's a little bit Walt Disney, but it's still there.
In this country, half the nativity scenes have Santa Claus in them.
Has what?
Santa Claus.
In the Christmas, in this crib?
Yeah, you drive by nativity scenes. You have the whole nativity scene with the three wise men and Mary and Joseph, and it's all beautiful and everything. And there's Santa Claus giving a gift to Jesus.
Okay, yeah, why not? I mean, Christmas is the day. What we celebrate in Christmas is tolerance of all religions, because I mean, the Christmas celebration is actually not a Christian thing.
Yeah.
But it's nice that we can put one day in the year all this kind of pagan religion and Christianity and be tolerant about it.
I agree. I think it's nice. I wish people could be a little bit more tolerant. I'm going to go check. I'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Yeah. I'm going to make myself some tea.
Has my computer gone a bit weird? I can't hear anything going on at the moment. I just popped up to get a cup of tea.
Everyone seems to have vanished for some reason.
All right, fair play. Yeah, so what about you, Commander? Do you believe that animals should be treated equally, or put on a pedestal, or or...
Well, obviously this depends which animal. I mean, the specific animals for specific reasons, I suppose.
Yeah, well, I must admit I'm a bit of a baby in that respect. I sort of, really do sort of look up to all sort of life forms, and I've got a lot of respect for animals and things, and I don't like to see animal suffering either. So.
Oh yeah, neither do I. I mean, of course.
I just want to let people know I'm back.
Welcome back.
The concern I have, I mean, I also admire vegetarians, but sometimes I have also the concern that if you're not a vegetarian, or if you are a vegetarian, if you want it or not, you will develop like some kind of despise.
I just think vegetarians are mean to vegetables.
Well, I used to be a vegetarian for years, actually, and I just I started eating meat again recently. But most of my life I've been a vegetarian. I think it is good for you. I did feel a lot better when I was a vegetarian. I was healthier. But But yeah, I've heard there's lots of arguments for vegetarianism. Not a lot against it, really. Just laziness, really.
I've done vegetarianism. I've done pescatarianism. I've done eating too much, fast food and all that stuff because I was broke. And I think that the time I felt the healthiest and did the best was when I was balanced, when I had a little bit of everything, but I didn't eat the same things all the time. I avoided stuff that was had a lot of chemicals and artificial things in them, and what do you call partially hydrogenated oils and things like that. But I ate, I'd have a steak, and then the next day or something I would have a salad or something, and then the next day I would have something else. But I ate a little bit of everything, and I was fine.
But what's interesting or strange is that all the real valuable parts of the animal we don't eat anymore. We just eat the proteins. So like before, and before, of some reason you also had this sacred rituals like for the liver, eating the liver. All this kind of how to say what's inside the animal, these organs.
Yeah. I'm a little bit leery about eating liver just because that's the part of the body where all the toxins go to, so it just doesn't seem like it's a good idea. Like, oh yeah, I need to eat that.
Yeah. But in older times, and also in real hunter society culture, there are not much left. But the most valuable parts are these inner organs, and they are like that's the most healthy thing you can eat. And in our society, we just eat the muscles, and the muscles, well, they have proteins, but not much more.
Well, I'm half Italian, and I know Italians and also Hispanics tend to use a lot of the animal. Like Italians, they have, they'll eat like pig snout, pig's feet, pig's ears, pigeon brains. I mean, just all these parts you wouldn't even think about eating. I haven't personally, but I know my family has, but I haven't.
But that is extreme healthy, or blood and all these kind of things. I know in China they are also they eat, but it's really more it has all kind of vitamins and so on. And but we feed them now to the animals, to the dogs. We keep the muscles.
So I leave for a few minutes, and we go from talking about how special animals are to how we eat them.
Yes,
what did I miss?
That's a very good topic. I also eat mutton head. I cannot speak anymore. Almost. I'm getting too tired.
I basically say they make good friends, good pets, good meals, and good wallets.
Yeah.
I mean, it just depends. What I think is funny is when people separate animals, like they'll say, I'll eat a tuna, but I won't eat this fish because it's cute or because it's smarter. And so therefore they're saying it's okay to eat dumb fish, but not smart fish. And I'm like, the way they separate it is funny. It's just like, you look at some of these other cultures where they eat things, and we're like, oh my God, how could they eat that? That's so horrible. And I'm like, well, it's only horrible because in our culture it's horrible, but in their culture it isn't.
I don't dare to say what kind of fish I eat.
I mean, I love dogs, but I'm not going to protest against somebody in another country if it's their culture to eat dogs. Why? It's their culture. But here, I wouldn't do it.
What about whales? Whale meat?
Oh, welcome both. And not sure what's here. Lenny.
Oh, if I miss anything anybody says, I'm trying to hold really still because my headphones are like shorting out, and so if I happen to miss anything you say, I'm not intentionally being rude.
Have you tried whale meat from the
I've heard of whey
fish?
I've heard of whey. You talking WHEY?
WHLE, yes.
Okay. Well, I've heard of whey protein, which is not animal based.
No, it's not a fish. It's a mammal in the sea.
Oh, okay. No, I haven't.
We learned to cook that at school when we had in school we also learned to make food until 8 degree or 8 plus, and that's we also made whale food.
Okay.
Yeah, so much for saving the whales.
Yeah, that's a problem if you, but it's
We're environmental
So
activists petitioning against.
I like Helena's avatar. But I remember you with the avatar that used to look like Mrs. Garrett from Facts of Life. Is that the same, Helena? Okay. I was giving her a chance to. So this is exciting.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. It's so funny because sometimes these rooms get so active that we're talking over each other, and then there's other times where it's just complete silence.
It goes to simplicity, then complexity sprouts. That's sort of that's sort of the recipe that follows this sort of activity.
So I'm back, but I'm going to have to F5 because things are just flickering left and right. So I'm going to try to push F5. Hopefully I can come back in.
Okay. Yeah, my internet has been really bad lately, and I mean really bad. And we had this group called Yogi or something, which is like from India. They go into your computer and they help get rid of things that you don't need and all that kind of stuff and help your computer run faster. And I really think it's been running more like crap since they did their little job. So I still have Windows 7, so.
Oh, you're lucky. I wish I had that.
Yeah, I hear everybody hates Windows 8.
Oh yeah, it like I don't know, too foreign or something for everyone.
So when I left, we were talking about the soul and non-human animals versus animals, and
then they started talking about eating them. Then they started talking about eating them.
Dominion and all that stuff.
And when you left, they started talking about eating them. They waited till you left the room to get violent.
Oh, aha! I know what's going on. But so I gotta say,
a lot of people think like, oh, he's just so black and white, cut and dry. But it's the bottom line is like, it's the simple answer. A lot of time is sometimes you have to flush it out, but the simple answer is the direct answer. And if the scripture basically says this is the reason why men are in a different category than an animal, and it shows the distinction, then that's the answer I'm going to give. I mean, yeah, it would probably be more interesting and entertaining if I gave this big old flowery answer and my opinion and my conjectures and everything, but to me that's just foolishness.
Yeah, but I have a hard time even understanding where you're coming from.
Well, and I would expect that, but if you ask me some questions, but I mean, I would expect that because you don't come from the same worldview, so that would be the normal reaction.
Yeah, so I mean, sometimes when you talk, like when I can converse with Balthasar much more easily because you go immediately to the Bible and you start saying things that don't even sound like English.
Oh, I'm
Right?
sorry. That
Like,
might just
wait, what? Wait,
that
what
just
did you
might be a speech
say?
impediment on my part. I am a bit
No,
of a
no,
English
no,
speaker.
no, 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 no. I understand each word. It's just stringing them together to make sense I can't do.
Yeah, and here's the thing: the Bible is objective literature that can be with objective languages that people can read and understand what it's saying. But there is a level of understanding, and you're not going to like this answer, but there's a level of understanding that does come with enlightenment from the Holy Spirit. And I know you don't believe in that, so it's not going to be a satisfactory answer. So you can read the same information and come to the same conclusion, but it's not going to mean this. It's not going to be as meaningful to you as it would be to me. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that sentence made sense. Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know, Helena. I mean, I think in this instance, I know we've had problems before, but I think in this instance I've been pretty clear. You can correct me if I haven't been, but.
Well, I'm just trying to run through some of the things you said and trying to remember if I thought you were clear or not. I think.
Sorry.
My headphones are shorting out again. Hold on. Let me see if I can fix it. I might have to switch my headphones. Hold on one second.
Wyatt might be on his way in. I'll try and get him in.
We had a bit of a kerfuffle earlier, and I don't know what all four there thinks about this, but basically what I was saying.
I'm back.
Yeah, we had a bit of a. I don't know if you heard or whatever, but we had a bit of a kerfuffle earlier, and basically what I was saying. Well, I made an argument, but I based it initially on this idea from the Bible that basically says, as far as I can interpret it, that it is actually immoral to deny God's existence. So, I mean that, obviously a lot of atheists sort of rightly get their backs up about that. And so then I produced some other argument to sort of derive that. But
well, I'm going to be a bit. I'm going to be a bit of a stickler. I'm going to be a bit of a stickler on this. Sure, I understand the Bible wasn't originally written in English, but even in the translations, I don't really see a place that says it's amoral, because it depends on how you mean the word immoral. It would say to deny your Creator is sin, and I guess you could deduce from that that sin is immoral, right?
Well, yeah, that's all. Well, it seems fairly. Yeah. Well, that's. Okay. I don't know. Yeah.
Okay.
All four, I have a question to you.
Sure.
You think that why do people come to believe?
Oh, that's. Do you want a canned answer? Because it's kind of a general question. I mean, I don't know if I can give you a canned answer. There's multiple reasons why people believe what they believe. Their rejection of God has to do with their hatred of God, actually, really. But I don't know how you're asking the question. And by the way, I'm wearing the worst headphones on the planet, so I feel like I'm talking in a cave. But go ahead.
Many Christians are of the opinion that you don't choose it, you believe because God wants you to believe, or I don't know how to.
Well, I would be called a Calvinist. I don't like that label because of the misconceptions. But yes, you do choose to believe. The reason why you choose has to do with God's sovereignty. So I don't. The mistake or the straw man that is painted is that if a person believes that God predestines things or that he ordains things, that somehow choices, the actions of human beings don't actually happen. Well, yeah, they do. It's just your basis is The humanistic worldview is that something is only real if it's a product of individual freedom. Like love is only real if it's apart from God's sovereignty or it's apart from His control. It has to be individualized freedom from the person, and that definition is nowhere. I don't know where they get that from. Well, I do, but
I think you're straw man in the sort of alternative position a little bit there, but you know, so okay, but from your point of view, people often, I think you've accused me basically of straw man in your position by saying that God's some kind of ultimate puppet master, and we don't, you know, we're sort of like we're robotic in a sort of very real sense, aren't we? From your
I think I remember our conversation, and it wasn't. If I strawmanned you, it wasn't intentional. What I was trying to do, I believe, was show you that I've come to learn that analogy is faulty simply because, in one way, we're like puppets because God, the puppet master, controls puppets and God controls us. But where the difference lies is puppets are wood and they're not sentient beings, and so it's a categorical fallacy.
Yeah, it seems like a difference without a cause, though, because I mean, it would even be, in a way, it might be a little bit worse because I've got this sentience, but I'm not actually in control. I'm being, you know, I don't actually have. I mean, you believe in free will, but what you are is you're a compatibilist, aren't you? So
No, I don't believe in free will at all.
Yeah, right. So I mean, that's what I would say, that you don't actually believe in free will.
Yeah, I don't believe in free will at all.
So you know, if I'm conscious, but you know, I've just got an illusion of free will.
No, it's not an illusion. It's very real. It's very real. You do what you want to do, and it's very real, and it's also determined, and those two facts are true.
Well, that's quite paradoxical, isn't it?
Well, yeah, call it what you want.
I feel like I know this is gonna sound weird, but I agree with all first word on this one.
Yeah, I mean, you can call it what you want, but if that's the case, that's the case. See, here's the position I would take if I was to defend it. There's never been such thing as a will unencumbered or non-controlled. It has never existed. It is a false invention, a category that we put out there for discussion, but it's never been the case. No one has ever had a will that wasn't driven by inclinations, and those inclinations make it not free. I mean, so then if you go further and you look at what the scripture actually says, it says that people actually do make choices. But see, choices are actions. They're not basis. They're actions. So the question is, why do they choose? And how is it that they choose? That's when we get into inclinations, desires, and then that's when the Bible says we're enslaved to sin. And that God works all things after the counsel of His will. So to say that something is not real because it's not independent of God, well, that's just an invented category. To say it's not real, where'd you get that? Where'd you get that foundation?
So you believe we're sort of trapped in the flesh, and there's no real way to sort of work our way out of
that? Can you clarify?
Except through sort of, you know, accepting God or whatever.
Clarify just a little bit. I understand.
Jeg så bare et par timer, men jeg holder meg våken.
Uh-oh. I forgot to turn the mic on.
You mute.
Yeah, he's lagged, so it's going to take a while.
Okay, can you clarify that again so I can make sure I don't ramble?
Yeah, basically, like, do you believe that we can't really do anything about our current situation? I mean, you said, you know, we don't have free will, so that would mean that we're sort of trapped within this sort of, you know, flesh-based creation.
No, we can do things about our situation, but what we do is going to be in line with He who works all things after the counsel of His own will. So when you do an action, it's real. The false premise that we start from is that in order for something to be real, it can't be predestined and it can't be providential. And that's a false category. We create this category. We say in order for it to be real, it has to be unencumbered. Who made that rule?
I think you shouldn't use the word real. What you mean is real free will. So
no. I'm not going to use the word free will because
free will or something like that, because it's nothing to do with like ontology, is it? You know?
Okay. In order for something to comport with reality, it doesn't this idea that it has to be unencumbered. That's an invented category. When I do something, it's very real. When I make choices, it's very real. When I feel something, I'm very real. A wicked person is actually wicked. A righteous person is actually righteous. A righteous deed or a wicked, they're real. But at the same time, they're predestined and providential. And there's no problem there.
And you believe that God's in charge of all of this predestination?
Oh, absolutely. I think the evil that happens on this planet happens according to his will also. I don't believe that he is somehow running around trying to come up with a plan B because Adam and Eve screwed it up.
Right, okay. So you believe that God is some sort of... I mean, you obviously can't put the entity label on that. I mean, like, why would an entity, you know...
Well, the question would be, the question you're probably trying to ask is, why would God do it the way he did it? Why would God have evil exist if he seems to be against it and all that stuff?
Okay, let's hear your opinion on that. I mean, I have my own opinion on that, but...
Yeah, okay. The only thing I can say to you is, the Bible talks about the person of God and who the person of God is and his attributes. And so when I look at his actions, I judge his actions by who he is rather than who he is by his actions. So I know that he's perfect, I know that he's righteous, I know that he has no sin.
Well, you would though, wouldn't you? Because it's God, it's not you. Because you don't have any free will. So...
Well, no, see, sir, again, that's a dig. You're not really listening. That's a dig. And here's the bottom line. Again, free will is an invention. It's not what you think it is. Okay, I do have choice. I don't have free will. There's a difference.
But how do we know that it's not what we think it is or it isn't what you think? What is truth? How do we distinguish between who's right about this issue?
Well, if you don't have the universal standard of God in the Scripture, I don't know how you do that, sir.
Yeah, I know, but I'm a Bible-believing Christian as well, but we just interpret these verses slightly differently.
Oh, yeah, and that's fine. That's fine if we interpret it different, but you do know, being someone who's probably educated, I can tell by listening to you, that two opposing viewpoints cannot both be correct. One has to be correct and the other false, or they're both false, right?
Yeah, I totally agree. I think it's you and you think it's me. Well, I think we've got quite heated about this.
No, that's fine. But, that's fine. We don't need to, and I apologize if I have in the past. But
I think we've accused each other of not being real Christians. So,
okay, but if we can come to this agreement that either both of us are wrong, or one is right and the other one's wrong, but we can still get along, right?
Yeah, of course, but you know, I don't think we can both be wrong because we're taking contradictory and mutually exclusive.
Well, no. If there's a third possibility and we choose the other two, then we're both wrong.
Well, what's the third possibility then?
Well, that's if there's a third possibility, and so we have to examine what the Scriptures say, because the Scriptures say something; they don't say everything.
Yeah, I know, but aren't we taking mutually exclusive and fully exhaustive options here?
Well, no, if you make a claim about the same particular thing, for example, if you claim that Christ died for every single individual that ever lived, ever is living, and ever will live.
Yeah, but we're talking about free will.
I know, I'm using the opposite example.
Either there really is some kind of, we have this sort of inner ability to choose between actual alternatives, and that's
we do. Absolutely. The Bible says...
But you're a determinist, though.
Yeah, the Bible says that God lays choices before us. We make choices. That it shows us having the ability to choose and things like that. But what it also does...
predestined, though, according to...
Yeah, but if it's all predestined...
Guys, if you stop me midstream, it doesn't make any sense. I've got like maybe 30 seconds left of this, okay? It shows us making choices. It shows choices being laid out before us. Then the Bible goes on to say why God lays those choices out, and the abilities of men to make those choices and why they make the choices. People ignore the latter part, but they pay so much attention to the prior part. Okay, they point to the verses where people make choices, but they ignore the text of the Bible that talk about how and why they make those choices.
All we was trying to establish here, though, is that we were covering all the ground, that there's not another option, that either we can actually choose, we can actually input a new cause into reality and actually make these choices, and there's nothing that we can, even in principle, say that we can, monitor about somebody to then predict what they're going to do. So it's determinism, compatibilism, the kind of free will that you seem to be upholding, which isn't, you admitted it's not free will, is it? So you believe not free will, I believe free will.
No, choice and free will are two completely different things.
Yeah, I
And the
know, but
reason
I'm not
why I
talking
know
about
that is
choice. I'm talking about free will. We're both talking about free will. No one's talking about choice.
Can you,
Okay, so let's look at it. Let's look at it
why?
like this. Let's look at it like this. Okay, when we talk about this subject, we are making will the noun, even though will is oftentimes a verb. We're making it the noun, and free is the adjective. It's describing that noun. Okay, so the question is, what is our will free from? And when you examine that doctrine, it ultimately is free from the control of God. And nowhere in Scripture does it ever say that man's will is free from God's absolute control. In fact,
Well, I'm not talking
the
about. So yeah, we're misinterpreting each other. You're talking about something which is nothing to do with free will, whereas I'm talking about something which is to do with free will. You're interpreting free will as something completely different.
No. Free will, if you research it all the way back to Aristotle, it has to do with.
Well, I'm talking about the modern interpretation of what we mean by free will, which is this ability to freely choose from ourselves, independently of cause and event.
And who's that ultimate causal event that you're independent of? God.
There is no,
it always goes back to God.
Well, no. Well, I'm just saying that the cause, that the events, like the immediate things that have in my environment that have affected me, I can sort of ignore them essentially and choose something else. Even though all my chemistry and the laws of physics should say that I'm like a machine. And I've got to do a certain thing so that I don't.
See, that's a characterization of what I'm saying and not what I'm saying. Listen, real.
Well, no, I'm talking about free will. I'm not sure.
I am talking about free will, sir. I am talking about free will. That's all we're talking about here. Listen for a second. When you say your will is free, you're saying that it's unencumbered by an outside force, that it acts independently. It's not predestined. It's not determined. That's what you mean when you say I have a free will. Now, in modern culture, we've exchanged that word and made it the same thing as choice, but we haven't let go of that idea that it's unencumbered.
Yeah, but for me, I'd probably say that choice is an aspect of free will.
Choice is an action. Yeah, it's an action.
It enables us to actually make a choice in a real sort of sense of the term.
Well, I think you guys are. I mean, you said it from the beginning. If you believe in free will, then you don't believe that God controls all your choices and actions. So ultimately, it goes back to God.
Well, I don't believe that God controls all my actions.
Well, then that's why you believe in free will.
Okay.
Well,
yeah,
can you explain a little bit more about the difference between free will and free choice? That's very interesting.
Yeah, God presents choices to you, and He allows you to make choices, but the Scripture goes on to say why you make those choices. It says He works all things after the counsel.
Right, so if it all goes back to Him, do you not see that as quite a futile existence? I mean, that to me is just the same as it.
Why is it futile? God doesn't think it's futile.
Because God owns everything. I mean, what's the point of your own sentience if it all goes back to an ultra-terrestrial that you have no control over? That for me is quite a bleak
existence. Because again, like I said a few minutes ago, you are starting from the basis that something is only meaningful if it's independent of God.
Right, but you're attributing everything that is meaningful to God.
I think the other one here now overreact to what you're saying. I try to understand it.
Yeah.
We were discussing this thing before, and I was we had with the atheist, but that was on in another context, and it makes sense to me because I also think it's. We should go by differentiating between free will and free choice.
Exactly.
It's two different aspects, and if I, from a non-biblical perspective, I would say free choice is that we have information that we can choose between, and the will is the desire.
Mm-hmm. See, he understands it, and here's the thing. The only reason why we go back and forth is because people take words and they change their meaning midstream, but they don't really change their meaning because everyone who believes in free will believes that God does not determine their actions.
Well, that's highly interesting because I'm not familiar with Calvinism. I've never heard this kind of stuff. I thought I made an example earlier today that It's like when you stand on a crossroad and there are two roads and they are different. One is fast and the other one is longer but more beautiful to walk. So you have free choice. The reason why you have free choice is because you have information.
But you will always choose what God has.
The desire. Yes. You go
exactly.
by.
How bleak is that? How bleak is that? You will always choose what something you cannot comprehend.
But see, it's only bleak because you've invented this category that says it's bleak. Things don't...
No, it's just the way you put it across. Like
I know, but see, I'm trying to be plain because I'm not trying to go on for like 3 hours about something. I'm trying to be very plain. Here's the thing: I'm giving you the ultimates, not the means or the flowers along the way, because that would take a long time. And now, if you want to talk to me off the side or something, or another time, I'll give you some of the flowers along the way. But the bottom line is this, okay? Everything you do is very real. Who you are is very real. And the beliefs you have are very real. And the choices you make are very real. And at the same time, God is the one who controls everything. And that's just the case. You can say I don't like it, but that's just the case. Now, does that make your experience any less real? No. It only does because you've invented this false category.
I haven't invented any false thing. I'm just trying to understand.
Not you personally. I'm talking about humanity. Okay, humanity has created this false category that something is only meaningful. Well, I don't know, sir. I live in the same. Sir, listen. I live in the same culture you do. I watch the same movies and things, and let me tell you something. Free will is espoused overwhelmingly as the definition of being human. The fact that nobody determines my thoughts or choices, or nobody has control. That is the definition of free will. That your will is free from outside influences. That's the very definition. Now you can change the definition.
Except your environment and genetics.
You can change the definition to fit your worldview, but that's not the accepted definition of free will. In fact, why do we call it free will? Because free describes the type of will that it is. And free from what? Free from outside influence. And when you work that all the way to the end, it's God.
I'm still trying to understand as to what you believe God to be. Like, you've not really been that specific. Like, I mean, is it an ultra-terrestrial force? Is it an entity? Is it sentient?
God is one being revealed in three persons. He's one God in three persons, and it's the God described in Scripture that is other than human beings. He's something other than we are. But the second person of the Godhead has revealed himself in human form in the Old Testament, and then he became incarnate flesh in the New Testament. He is forever the God-man.
Can you give a practical example? The choices you get and the will. Can you a practical example so we can understand it better?
Well, you have in Romans 9. You have Paul talking about how God raised up Pharaoh for the very purpose of demonstrating his power. Now, how did God demonstrate his power in Pharaoh? By sending Moses to him and having Pharaoh choose to sin against Moses and his people. So Pharaoh chose to sin, but God also directed that choice, because earlier from the burning bush, he said, I'm going to harden Pharaoh's heart.
Right, so
now you say,
just some sort of
you say, oh, that's not fair. Well, so what if you say that? I mean, who are you to answer back to the audience?
How it's written, it would seem that this entity was having a pissing contest with the human, just to show off.
And so let me ask you a question.
You know what I mean?
God. Well, here's the thing. First off, if we back up to what I said earlier, okay? God's character and his attributes are described in Scripture, and so when I look at his actions, I look at his attributes. But bottom line is this, Wolf: God, being the creator and being who he is, can do what he wants. And if you think it's a pissing contest, well, too bad. Too bad.
Okay.
But see, the difference is God has demonstrated that he is not a fallen creature, that he is not a sinful creature in the way that you are.
But even though he allows the malevolence that enables us to be sinful in the first place, but he's not. He's not
well,
evil.
because
He's
I
not.
trust that he knows what he's doing and he has a righteous purpose.
Oh,
in
okay.
it.
So you
To say, hold on, to say that God has evil in the universe, but it's still God and had nothing to do with it is ridiculous. Because if he's God,
you're right. It is ridiculous because it makes no sense whatsoever.
Exactly.
Like,
that's why the free will Arminian position is ludicrous and stupid. To say that God created a universe and that he's sovereign, but he had nothing to do with the existence of evil. That's stupid. Because that's to say he's in control of everything except this and that and that. I mean,
well, if he's in control of the evil, how is he benevolent?
Well, you're assuming the doctrine of omnibenevolence, that he loves everybody the same. Is that what you're assuming?
Right, so he created us all, but he doesn't love some of us, but he loves some of us, but
Well, the
he's still...
scripture is very... You know, the only thing I need to do to prove to you that there are people that God doesn't love is to show you one verse, but I can show you many. There are people that God does not love, yes. This omnibenevolence
but even though he
is a false
created
doctrine.
them. Even though he created them. So
yeah, the Bible
psychopath does that?
The Bible says that God created the wicked for the day of destruction. He has the right to do with the clay as he wants. But see, you're judging God's character by your standards and not by the standards that he has set.
Right, but according to you, my beliefs are irrelevant anyway because it all goes back to God. So
they're not irrelevant. The fact that you
obviously are. I mean,
because they add to your judgment, or if you repent of them, they're a testimony of your deliverance.
Right, but it all goes back to God, so it's futile. So
because all is for His glory. Yeah, just like my name, all for His glory alone. That's what it's all about.
What a futile existence that is. So you attribute your own sentience to a psychopathic being that enables malevolence.
It's not
to
futile
know.
that the world revolves around your importance. That's not
Did I say it
futile?
revolves around my importance? Apparently it revolves around God's importance.
Yeah, I think God is more important than you. And so...
Well, evidently,
But let me ask you a question. Why isn't it futile if you think you're more important than God?
Because I understand the characteristics of God.
Because you're a humanist. That's why.
No. When at what point did I state I was a humanist? Nor did I imply I was.
Well, when you defend man over God, that is the first principle.
Man over God at all.
Okay. Well, here's the question I'm asking you, and I'm sorry, I'm wearing really crappy headphones, so I'm trying. It's my voice sounds like I'm in a cave. So, but to me, but when you make the claim that it is this bad thing for God to set himself above creatures, I would ask, well, then why isn't it a bad thing for creatures to set themselves above God? Why are you more important than God?
Why am I more important than God?
Yeah.
Right, okay. Well, that question goes into other... it brings up other questions, doesn't it? So
you do believe that, right? That you're more important than this Christian God?
I don't necessarily believe I'm more important, but I believe that my sentience is my own. I don't believe it belongs to this God that you're referring to.
So if the universe, let's say, which is for a hypothetical, and I hate hypotheticals, but I'm going to do it for the sake of this conversation. Let's say this God does exist. Okay. Why would it be wrong for him to set himself above his creation?
I never said that God didn't exist, though, did I?
No, sir. I'm just saying for the sake of a hypothetical.
Right, okay.
If this God did exist, why would it be immoral or wrong for him to set himself above his own creation?
Right, it wouldn't.
Okay, then what's the issue?
So what's the issue? The fact that I am my own sentience that exists within this creation, if you will.
No, see, you don't believe in that God. That's fine, and I accept that. But I'm proposing that this God exists. So therefore, to say that my proposal of that God would make him immoral is to deny what you just said. Because if he did exist, it would be okay for him to set himself above his creation. You just agreed to that.
Oh.
See? The problem is you don't believe
gospel, Nadia.
That's why you're against it. But if you allowed for the fact that he existed, then there would be nothing wrong for him to set himself above his creation.
I haven't necessarily said that that's the case, though, have I? Like
you have. You implied that it would be that this God would be. I don't remember the exact word you used, but you used a word that was derogatory toward God to say that if he made his will more important than the human beings, that somehow that would make him some kind of bad
Well,
creature.
okay. So let's determine what is a human being then. Is a human being the flesh,
But yeah,
or
but
is a human?
I want to stick to the main crux of this. If
Well, no,
God
because this is very
exists,
relevant. What is a human being? Is it the fleshly creation, or is it the sentient being that inhabits it?
the human being is the person that Adam and Eve created in the Garden of Eden, which is both body and soul together. Now, if you
Right,
go
so the
beyond
flesh
that, huh? I'm sorry.
Right, so human beings are the flesh then.
It's not okay. The being, sir. I know what you're
It's a
going.
very
Where you're
simple
going.
question. Are human beings the flesh, or are human beings the sentient things that inhabit the flesh?
More accurately, the sentient being, but
Right, okay.
and they have flesh. Yeah, so it's not the flesh that makes them human, but it's part of being human.
Right, okay.
Okay. I don't believe the flesh of Jesus spoke to the deity of Jesus, which is what the oneness people or the oneness Pentecostals teach. I believe that the being in the flesh of Jesus spoke to the Father and all that stuff. So yeah, I'm with you on that. But back to the original point would be this, okay? You did imply that it would be some immoral for this God to set himself above his creation, because that would mean that he is somehow.
Okay, but when you first propositioned that, we weren't specific as to what human beings were we? We were just presuming
Well,
that.
we know, and we don't have to do that because we know we're talking about Johnny and Susie and not Fido and Patches. Okay, we know that. So I didn't need to waste my time on that. You were defending humanity without explaining humanity either.
Right. Okay, but I understand that humanity. I mean, we both just agreed that sentient things occupy the flesh. So.
Okay, but here's the point. You made your point about humanity without explaining what humanity was. So why are you requiring me to do that to make my point?
Okay, well, there's the disconnect then, isn't there? So we've established that now, though, haven't we?
Okay, so the bottom line, going back to the original point instead of the rabbit trail, is that if this God exists, you yourself said he has a right to set himself above his creation.
His creation, not the sentient being that occupies his creation.
Well, now you changed your answer, which I would expect.
No, it hasn't changed. It's just progressed because, it's like I said, we both.
Well, progressed and changed. About, so. I mean, come on. Now we're just playing word games. I think everybody on here heard you say that if the God of the Bible, the God I'm proposing existed in this hypothetical, that there would be nothing wrong with him setting himself above his creation. And now you're changing your answer.
I'm not. I'm just.
Okay, well, that's fine.
Sort of adding to what we were initially talking about,
because
it's like I said, we weren't clear.
The last time I checked, adding is changing. So if I add some ingredients to a recipe, it changes the recipe. But it's okay. We can play word games.
Okay. Well, we will play word games because it's more specific that way, isn't it?
Right. But admit that you're making changes to your answer, and then I will accept your additions.
I'm not making changes. I am adding to.
Okay, so then let me re-ask the question then. If the Christian God exists, the one of the Bible that I'm proposing, would it be immoral or wrong for him to set himself above his own creation?
Right, so let's be specific with the word in there.
That's a yes or no answer, really. It's not a loaded question.
No, I need to be specific. What do you mean by creation? Do you mean the sentient being and the flesh together, or just the flesh?
His creation, and according to the Christian God that I'm proposing, you know the Christian model of what creation is. So anything other than God that exists, would it be wrong for him to set himself above his creation? Now, according to the Bible, creation would be defined as anything other than himself.
Anything other than so including my sentience now. So my own sentience, me talking to you, would it be right for the God of this creation to set himself above that?
Yes.
No.
Okay, so your answer has changed. Thank you.
Right, okay.
Well, you try to explain the difference between choice and will, but the example you gave from hardening Pharaoh's heart, I don't. It's not very satisfying to me. I mean, if he hardened Pharaoh's heart and sent Moses there, where is to give him a choice? Where is the free choice there? I don't see that.
Well, in the here's the way the scripture explains things. People's actions, they do them because they want to do them, but the scripture goes on to teach that. Okay, I didn't know two people were answering that question. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
I was just saying, like.
I want to.
No, I know you were just interrupting. It's fine. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Balthazar. You were saying.
He was asking the theist a question about something he said. He wasn't asking you anything. So if you want to answer for me, go ahead.
Commando is agnostic, so I believe
he was asking the theist about the theist's position, and I don't know why he was trying to answer it for me. But go ahead.
Okay, so
you're both theists.
But all four can
you're
you
both theists.
And by the way, please, nobody whine about their airtime when somebody asks somebody a direct question. If you don't want me to speak, then don't ask me a direct question. Thank you.
What?
Go ahead.
Are you talking to me or? Sorry. Are you talking to me? No, I don't see the free choice of Pharaoh when in this situation. Can you expound on that or explain that?
Yeah, I will. What I'll do is I'll give you a connection to where I can answer you, because obviously we have people like Hades who has to start calling people bitch and whining in the name of not whining. So there you go.
So what's the question? I keep missing that. But yeah, that's not wine. Let's just keep it cool. We all believe different things, you know. Some of us are a bit disturbed by.
Well, I just want to ask you guys one question. Doesn't it make sense that if a person asks a specific person a question?
Yeah. Of course it does. But I think
Nadia would be able to answer it without somebody jumping in and trying to answer it for them. I want to hear everybody in here. So if you guys want to talk, then stop asking me questions. It's that simple.
I can give you my. I can try to answer it, but I want you to answer it.
Okay.
Because it's
not, I'm just going to ignore Hades because he's a child. So, anyways, the answer to your question would be that the scripture shows that two things go on at the same time, and that God has a means to his predestination and his determination. And the way he causes events to happen is that he moves upon the hearts of his subjects. If you look in Proverbs 21:1, it says that he turns the heart of the king to wherever he wishes. So the actions of men like Pharaoh are very real, and that is the means by which God flushes out his plans. It's not as if God just zaps somebody with lightning and they do something. It's that he moves upon the hearts of men to accomplish his purposes. Is that a little bit clearer?
Yes, that part I understand, but I don't understand the free choice part. That's I think it's very interesting, and you can give another from practical daily life or something where you can explain what's the difference between a practical example between free choice and not free will and free choice.
Free choice is kind of an unfortunate wording that they used in the London Baptist Confession in order to kind of find a middle ground. They didn't want to espouse the view that men were independent of God's will, but they didn't want to reduce the fact that men actually are culpable for their actions. So they threw in this term free choice. But in reality, I would say the best wording would be real choice. Okay, a real choice means they actually made the choice and they wanted to. Now, the scripture goes on to explain why they wanted to. And that's because God moves upon the hearts of his creatures to accomplish his purposes. And yes.
Well, why does God need to move upon someone's heart if he controls them all anyway? I don't understand how you know.
That's not the problem. That's not the problem here.
When a person says, "Why does God do this?" I say, "Who are you to question the potter? He can do what he wants with the clay. Why does God do it? Because he wants to."
I don't question God here. I question. I try to find I want you to explain me
yeah, and that assumes there's someone to question rather than just having the stuff explained by, scientific laws.
Well, exactly. And so if your worldview is true, then everything I'm talking about is bullshit. If my worldview is true, then what you're talking about in many areas, I wouldn't say everything is bullshit. So yeah, I agree with Wolf. If this God doesn't exist, then I'm wasting my time. And see, I'm not of a person that thinks I should hold on to a religion because it does something for me. If it's false, I should throw it in the trash can.
But
well, I mean,
you still own an explanation on this free choice. I thought it was so interesting when you said that we have real choice, but not free will. But I don't understand it.
Well, the reason why is because our culture is so saturated with this Aristotelian view of the will. That it's so saturated that we think that in order for something to be real, it has to be independent of God's control. Right. The definition of real is that it comports with reality, that it actually is. That's what real is, not that it's free.
Yeah, but you are still avoiding the.
Well, sir. Here's the thing. I promise you that I will give you a longer, more fleshed out answer in a different environment. So if you want, tag me on your profile, whatever, and we can talk on the side because it's not going to really work in this environment.
Well, why not? You've been here for quite a while. You've had the time to sort of expand on what you're getting at.
Because I think it's already been shown by some of the reactions of people that I'm not going to be able to, and I don't want to monopolize the time, believe it or not. I really don't.
Well, the problem is that you're contradictory and you're redefining various things. You're not answering questions. You're using avoidance.
I did answer the question to the point of the extent
of
the question.
From your point of view, that might make sense, but that doesn't make sense to anybody else.
Of course, it's going to take time for me to walk you through the.
Right,
it's not because.
Because everything you're saying is of course correct, and we have to come to your level of.
Well, let me ask you a question.
It's not because we don't understand it. It's because you're talking nonsense.
I just want to deal with that little dig right there. It would be idiotic for me to ever open my mouth if I thought what I was saying was false. So I would hope every time you open your mouth, you would think that you were correct too.
Right, but every time I open my mouth,
that's a stupid dig. It's a dumb, immature dig.
Well, not really. I mean, it's just your logic. Every time I open my mouth, I don't have control of my own sentience because I am God doing what God wants to do. So
that means you did understand what I said and you're just excusing it. See, it's funny how people say they don't understand what I say, but somehow they can sit there and try to refute it. That means they did understand what I said.
I think that's what it boils down to, isn't it?
Interesting.
You actually believe that you're God and that you've got judgment over other people. You're just God looking out for it. That's what you actually believe.
No, it's because I actually stick by what I say, and I actually stand up for what I say, and I don't waffle. I'm not judging you. I don't know you. I don't know you.
Well, we've been talking to you, and you're not very clear. You keep redefining words. You're avoiding answering.
Now it's to the man. Now it's to the man. Now we're going to describe every time.
It's all right for you to go on and give these examples, and that's fine. But you don't let anyone else do it. So it's one-sided. You think you're better than everybody else, and that comes across really strongly. So if you are right, maybe you should work on that. Your conversation skills a little.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe I shouldn't react. Maybe I shouldn't react to your pushes. You're right. Maybe I shouldn't react to your pushes.
Do you not understand that when you tell people that, when you give out this thing and say, oh, I'm interpreting scripture properly, this is how it is, then you're pushing onto other people. So
right, but then maybe I should. But then it's maybe I shouldn't react.
So
then maybe I should react.
Then, isn't it?
Maybe
you
we
can't
could
have one rule for you and another for everybody else.
Okay, maybe we could all do that then. Maybe we should all not react to things that we disagree with, right?
We want to try.
Okay, so you didn't react to me at all.
Yeah, well, I try not to, but I do try and point out that basically you don't answer honestly questions.
I do answer honestly. You just don't like the answer. That's the difference. Where have I lied, sir? Where have I lied in my answers?
Well, I'm not saying you're consciously lying, but you're so confused about what you believe that when somebody starts asking you about free will,
how do you know I'm confused?
Well, because instead of just talking about what free will is,
give me an example of where I'm confused.
Why won't you let me finish a sentence?
Okay,
that shows
give me an example. Give me an example of where I. Give me an example.
I'm trying to, and you won't let me.
All right, give me one. Give me one.
Okay, so basically, when somebody asks you about free will, you then go into some dialogue about the etymology of the word, history, and then you talk about reality as if it's some it's real because of will. You
Okay,
know, it's
Nadia,
just
since
not
you're the
related. It's
moderator
very
in this room,
confusing.
let me ask you a question. Did I not explain
See, you've
that
just completely
free...
ducked that. He's
No, no,
completely
no. I'm answering you. I'm answering you. But I want an
you answer
objective
it yourself. Then why do
person.
you need other people to sort of?
I want an objective person. Okay, you know what? This is ridiculous. I went in detail and explained what free and will meant. I explained where it
And you were
came from. I
wrong and
explained how it works in
confused.
scripture.
And
You
it was
just
embarrassing
don't
to
agree
listen
with
to.
me. So you accuse me that I'm saying that I haven't done that. But you know what? This is live, so keep doing it because we can go back and watch it later, and it'll be wrong. So there you go.
Well, yeah, we can
I
see, but
don't care
that's
about defending myself. I don't care about defending myself, but I will defend what I say.
It's totally honest to say I need to think about this.
There you go. See, that's.
I mean, it's not so easy. It's one of the hardest pieces of on this subject, and it's. I mean, you need to read the text once more and so on. It's not just to say, oh, I cannot give you a satisfying answer. No, I have to think about it. What's wrong with that?
Well, the thing is, so that is interesting, and we should do that. And you're completely right. But the thing is it's not that complicated. People understand these things, and they have these views about these things. Now, what
I think it's highly complicated. This story he was alluding to is highly complicated.
Well, yeah, it can be, and we might disagree about that, but we do have our positions, and they might be simple, they might be complicated. Maybe it is complicated, maybe it is simple, but it shouldn't be confusing and incoherent. We know what we're talking about when we're talking about free will. Yeah, we might want to just quickly lay the ground there a little bit because for viewers, and maybe to remind each other. But we basically know what we're talking about, don't we? So to start going into
I agree.
things.
I agree. All I'll say, and then I'll remain quiet on that, is if you go back and you look at the video, I did spend my time explaining what I meant, and I also went through what I believed that you were saying, and I was. The problem is, I think you disagree with me, and you interpret that as being incoherent, and I think maybe you need to look up the definition of incoherent.
Oh, okay, well that's fine. So yeah, I do believe that your explanation is incoherent. I don't understand it. I can't.
Well, that's not what incoherent means. That just because you don't personally understand it doesn't mean.
This is what I was going to get to. You see, so maybe I think it's incoherent, but there is some way you can make that fit. See, so then it isn't actually incoherent. It just looks at.
Well, if I listen to, can I ask you a question? If I listen to your worldview, or somebody else's worldview, and it doesn't make sense to me, does that mean that it's incoherent, or does it just mean that I disagree with it?
Well, it might be incoherent, or
now incoherent in what way?
You might disagree with it. Well, I don't.
Well, hold on.
With it.
The way you're using the word incoherent is as if I failed to explain my position. I don't think I failed to explain my position.
Yeah, that's what I believe you failed to do.
Convince you of my position, which wasn't my intent in the first place.
No, because I understand the deterministic interpretation.
Well, then it wasn't incoherent.
But I just disagree with your particular brand.
Well, then it wasn't incoherent.
I can understand how it can be coherent, but I think that you're incoherent in the way you describe it. You see, okay. But that doesn't really matter.
But yet he knows. But yet he knows what he disagrees about what I said. So therefore, it wasn't incoherent.
No, I disagree with it because it's incoherent. I understand. Okay. Well, I disagree with determinism anyway. I understand that there's a coherent formalization of it, but I don't think you know how to do that.
How about just saying? How about look? I have no reason to have any beef with you. I have no reason.
It doesn't. Really
don't.
Matter, does it?
I have no reason to have a beef with you. I would just love for you to say, I don't agree with you, instead of always trying to show where I have some shortcoming in the way I explain myself. You always make it about the person. And the thing is, you can say to me as all for his glory alone that you always do this, but the interesting thing is, every time you say that, it's because you've also been in the same room. So I'm not the only common denominator. You are also. So maybe it's the way you deal with
I gave
me.
a description, didn't I, of where we were talking about free will, of what we both understood, and you started going into histories and then talking about reality, which is not actually related. But
Sure it
the
is.
point
Sure it is. Sure it is. Because people
Well-
say, because you said earlier, not you, I'm sorry, it was another individual, I believe, that
independent, whether
said,
God controls it, or because Nadia believes in determinism as well, and she
Yeah.
believes that we don't actually have free will, but it's nothing
Yeah.
to do with it being based on God, is it?
So I
She
have to
doesn't
have the
believe-
exact same opinion as her?
So yeah, you differ in that. So the crux of the matter about the free will issue isn't about whether there's
Okay.
the
But sir,
first cause
later
of
on,
God.
when you go back and look at the video, you'll see why I brought up the subject of reality. Because people were saying that if human beings didn't have free will, then their choices would be meaningless, they wouldn't be real. And I said, well, hold on a second. I said they're real because they comport with that they're actually happening, not because they're a product of freedom.
But
See,
you
I
do
was
realise
very
that you're straw
detailed in the way
manning
I
the
explained
situation, though.
myself. I was very detailed.
But when somebody says that their choices aren't real, you know what they mean. You're just trying
Yeah,
to
and
think.
that's why I dealt with it. And I think when you roll back the tape, you'll see that I wasn't incoherent. You just don't like what I said. And now you're going on a rant about
But
it.
basically, you agree with
The
them that they
reason
don't
doesn't
have any
like-
real choice, but then you just try and sort of,
Well, that's
rearrange
your
it and
your
stuff.
take of what I say, and you're more than welcome to
But
have
no, you
that
agree
take.
with that. You're a
Speaking
determinist.
of perspective, just to comment on earlier on the discussion,
Yeah,
I mean, yeah,
thank
you
you,
say-
Wolf,
you
by
say
the
it
way.
goes back-
Thank you. Well, Wolf, I want to thank you because I don't want to make this whole chat about the inabilities of all for his glory alone. I would like to keep it on the subject matter, but go ahead, Wolf.
Yeah, sure. Anyway, just in regard to that, no, it's not necessarily that. I mean, yeah, you could say it goes back to something, but I think just using Occam's razor, I mean, yeah, of course we make choices, but we're still rooted in the universe by law-like regularities that can be explained, at the physical, chemical, physiological levels that we understand very imperfectly through just like just methods of science and stuff like that, Like I mean, for example, why we do things that derive us pleasure. I mean, we have dopamine in our brain, and it gets released whenever we do something pleasurable, like food and sex, and that's just natural, like rabbits and fish and stuff. That's natural to want to have that to consume and reproduce. So I mean, naturally. Now that we've reached a point of progression to where we have access to all the stuff we want, it's natural to get to get into issues and problems and stuff like that, addictions, whatever. So the whole concept of the idea that there's something spiritually wrong with you, it's not necessarily that. I mean, a lot of this stuff could be explained, by genetics and environment. I mean, this isn't rocket science, this stuff, I mean, you could apply. I mean, you could just apply this knowledge to yourself, and then recognize how you're caused and is a cause yourself, and you can actually apply that to, let's say, making your life better, in here and now. I mean, that's sort of the way I'm from it with compatibilism.
Okay, guys, I'm Wolf. I appreciate the way you're speaking right now. But the other guys, I mean, give it a rest already. I mean, the straw man comments it just shows how childish you really are.
Straw man us, so that's the problem that you have there.
Oh, so two wrongs make a right then. I guess that's your philosophy?
No, it's not.
Okay, so then if you think I'm straw manning you, why do you do it back? Because you think
because I'm not straw manning you. This is what you actually believe. You just don't like admitting what you actually believe.
Yeah,
if you reduce it down to and you ignore all,
personally, I think you're both pretty. I think you girls are both pretty. Can we move on now?
Exactly. This is so childish. These are grown men.
Could I point out that the philosophical literature has a number of different conceptions of free will going around. I think the IEP article on compatibilist free will is probably one of the better places to start. I'll point out first that Harry Frankfurt has libertarian free will outlined as the principle of alternative possibilities.
Can you do me a favor, Nadia? I'm trying to listen to you, but these guys are just being so ridiculous. I mean, look at what he's writing on the and look at what he's doing. You know, it to me, he out of one side of his mouth they say they're not strawmanning, but now he's doing it. Look at that. That is,
Yeah.
you have no choice,
Yeah.
and yet I spent 20 minutes talking about the difference between choice and free will. It's so irritating how immature these people are. They have to twist what you say in order to refute it, which means
no, really, that's
they have a
showing
weak
your
argument.
immaturity, though,
Yeah, but
because the fact of the matter is that if somebody said to me earlier, "Oh, you believe in fairies," and I said, "Yeah," you know, why don't you just be honest and admit it? That's what a mature person would do. But you're whining and you're saying, "Oh, I don't want to admit to actually."
Because you
that.
want me to admit to something that isn't the truth. You
Well, that is
present
what
a
you
false.
believe in.
You present without what? Without any particulars, without any
Well, why we know the
exegesis of what I'm saying.
particulars. That's the gist of what you believe. Why
But
don't you
not
just
the
admit it?
implication involved. You're just being
Well, we know the
immature
implication.
babies.
You've
And you're
explained
being
the
immature babies.
Summing it up, look.
You're immature
Yeah,
babies.
but God's making us do it, so who are you to call us?
There you
immature?
go. Sounds like a child throwing a fit, doesn't it?
That's not really. That's just using your logic and just you know.
Okay,
We're not being immature.
God made you do it, and now we're going to ignore all the particulars of what that doctrine says. Sure,
Okay, so-
I'll
okay, so
accept
we're
that
going against
mockery.
God,
God
aren't we?
made you do it. Now, what does that mean?
It
I don't
means you're
think you
sinning
know.
because you're coming against God.
I don't think you're not willing to flesh out the particulars, because in the particulars, in the details, is where the truth lies, and that's why you ignore the details. Because
right,
you
okay.
fear
Devil
the
is in the
truth.
details.
Because you fear the truth.
Okay,
Man, point
I
out
fear the
that
truth. I fear the truth, but God is making me fear the truth. So who are you to tell me that I'm fearing
And by the way,
truth?
Nadia, I'm sorry, but every room I've ever been in that you're the moderator, you don't moderate. So I just don't get this.
Well, briefly point out, as a quick joke, Brian Fisher claims that the devil made me do it. Says, I'm driven by the unvarnished energy of Satan. Unfortunately, I rather prefer to have varnish on, though I don't have it now. In the meantime, philosophical notions of free will, libertarian free will from Harry Frankfurt, has alternative possibilities and could have done otherwise. There's also an agent causation related notion of contra causality, sort of an uncaused cause residing within the, I guess, soul. And then moving on to compatibilist notions, there are the faculties and rational deliberation model. There is the hierarchical Frankfurt model, and the responsiveness to reason and desire model. And the three compatibilist notions are outlined in the IEP article I gave a link to. And those are probably good places to start with all this.
Before we go anywhere, I do want to say I do apologize for my reaction, because really I shouldn't let it upset me, because I should expect people who don't agree with me to have adverse reactions. So if I've been rude to any of you guys, I apologize. I'm a human being. I have my weaknesses.
Taken. Accepted.
Yeah, well, yeah, you know, according to your philosophy, this just is, you've got no control over that anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine. If you want in that statement to prove that I'm being the bigger man, then go ahead.
Well, you see, you have to then add, oh, I'm being the bigger man. It's just silly. It's immature. You know, I don't mind. So when somebody strawmans my belief about free will, they say, well, you believe in magic, and I'll say that first. I say, yeah, I literally have to believe.
So Nadia, what do you want to talk about?
In magic.
In your room, Nadia.
It's great.
What do you want to talk about in your room?
He bets over people and wants to, you know.
Exactly.
Wrong, isn't it? It's wrong.
No.
It's immoral.
God's making us do this, though, so you're going against God by ignoring it.
Wait, the devil made me do it.
Again, it doesn't upset me, and I apologize for getting upset, because that's stupid, because I should expect these reactions. I've dealt with you people before, so
you apologize for getting upset. You're just a bundle of contradictions, aren't you? But, you know, yeah.
Well, maybe a more productive angle might be to check out some of the philosophical ideas about free will. I gave a link to those compatible notions. The libertarian ones, unfortunately for the libertarians, are not highly regarded enough to be written about very much. So their web pages and references on them are pretty scanty.
Yeah,
I don't apologize for my words. I don't apologize for what I said. I apologize for my temperament. Hopefully you can understand that.
But God gave you that temperament, so you're apologizing for what God's done now.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. I believe God is perfect and doesn't make them sort of mistakes, but there we go, we differ there. Yes,
okay.
the thing that you said, Nadia, about the libertarianist notion...
And I believe giraffes are cute animals, so...
Okay, yeah. So the libertarian notions of free will that you were saying are not highly regarded in the literature, that's true, and that's necessarily the case. So if, you know, it goes against, you can't have a logical description that would explain a libertarianism formulation of free will, because that would actually explain it away. So, you know, the more sophisticated arguments are going to have to be for a deterministic ideology or description, or a compatibilistic description of free will, because you know, essentially you have to believe in, like you say, contra causality, an input of a new causal event in reality from the self. If you could describe that, if you could describe that logically, then you're turning it into a machine, and thereby turning it into is determinism again. You're explaining it away. You can't actually have a model of libertarian free will. That's contradictory to it. So, you know, that is a problem that libertarians have to sort of deal with, and you know, we consider a certain criteria that would necessarily be the case for libertarian free will to be possible. And we've gone over this before, haven't we? And I used sort of the indeterminism from quantum mechanics. I say that that's actually there'd have to be something like that in reality if libertarian free will is true, and real possibilities, real different possibilities in the future, which our science seems to suggest is likely. So, you know, we at least have a foundation to say that it's plausible now. I mean, a few hundred years ago, well, actually about 100 years ago, it was that we thought that we had got it all sussed and determinism was true, and anyone that denied it was a complete moron. So we've actually, you know, we've progressed since then and discovered that it's now plausible. So yeah, you know, you're not going to find a lot of
who's the we?
Well, science in general.
Okay.
Well, it's the quantum free welfare.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wasn't sure who the we was.
I mean, I heard a really interesting, I think you might have posted that actually, Nadia, it's a compatibilist notion that basically uses transcendental numbers as an index, so everyone's got like a hidden transcendental number, and it's sort of, you know, there's a pointer from another transcendental number which is linked in sort of the time, the tiniest minute sort of seconds of time in the universe. So it becomes complete. We're completely determined, but we've all got a unique nature which is set up by these sort of pseudo-random transcendental number indexes. So we're completely unpredictable. So it's compatibilist, but they redefine it as in you know, unpredictability. If you're unpredictable and there's something that is uniquely you, so something which would be uniquely you would be this transcendental number then. So he goes around it like that, and it's quite an interesting argument, and he fits it all together, and he constructs it all quite nicely. And you know,
I want to thank everybody in the side comments for what they're doing, because they're just showing themselves. I just want to thank them.
I wish you'd stop whinging, you know.
No, I can. Why? Why do I have to stop whining? Because you want me to stop whining? You can whine about me, but I can't whine about you guys.
But well, the thing is, we're just trying to have a discussion now, aren't we? You know.
Yeah, but at the same time, there's comments popping up on the screen, and so how come I can't whine but you can whine? Can I ask you that question?
Because you're just whining, but they're describing your.
But you can whine about my whining, but I can't whine, right?
Well, no, but because they're not just whining, are they? They're actually talking
I'm not
about your
logic.
them.
I'm talking about all whining. You guys. Why can't you just all grow up and move on? We had our little tisk, and now we're talking about something else. So, can you stop?
Well, we were until you started whining again.
Okay. Oh, yeah. So it doesn't have anything to do with the people who are kicking, but just the one who's kicked?
No, but you were kicking us as well. We're all kicking each other.
Oh,
What's the big
so now
deal?
we're back to because you did it, it's okay for us to do it.
Look, you can have a cry if you want. We're all sorry if we offended you. We don't mean to offend you.
You know what?
Like,
Because
we're talking about philosophical positions, aren't we? You might actually
I know,
be
and
right.
I was trying to also, but because you well, you know, you have this double standard. You want everybody to listen.
I don't have a double standard, do I? Because I don't think you're
do.
right, and I'm saying I sum up your position and show.
No, you didn't sum up my position. If you go back and watch the video, you're going to find that you were wrong.
Well, you assert that,
Absolutely.
But you've had your argument, and if you want to expand on it, if you want to go back to that, that's fine. But we're not really that interested in this kind of thing. What we're interested in is the philosophical.
Well, then why do you do it? Why do you do it every time you're in a room with me? Why do you do it every time you're in a room with me?
Because okay, so me and you, we do end up getting into this.
Yeah, how come you do that? How come you point out?
And the reason is because you keep telling me that I'm interpreting scripture incorrectly and you're interpreting it wrong, but you're using logical fallacies, so you can't say that.
Then deal with the logical fallacies and stop talking about me as a person.
Well, I have. I did. I have done multiple times. I always do whenever you bring them up. You just. But
the problem is, here's the thing. Can't I have a defense that you disagree with without my defense being meaningless? You make a person's defense.
Yeah, it's possible.
Hold on. You make a person's defense of themselves to be meaningless because you don't agree with it. Why don't you value their defense and say, I take that as your defense. I don't agree with it. We can move on. But no, you go on to try to attack their character and talk about them, how they're whining and everything else and all this other kind of stuff, and you try to make it personal. And you know what? I am stupid for giving into it, but you know what? Hey, maybe that just proves that I am someone who doesn't like to be abused. I mean, I think that's kind of a normal reaction. I mean, really. But at the end of the day, does it really matter what you think of me? No. It really doesn't.
Why are you getting all worked up about it then?
Because it's just unfortunate.
If you want me to
it's
be
unfortunate because there could be a really great conversations that go on in here, but they get derailed because you guys have this thing that you do that makes it about the person rather than what the topic.
Yeah, well, if you want counselling, then that's a different topic. But this really is about philosophical arguments about free will.
That's another personal dig. See?
Well, you just said you don't care about what people think about you.
What is this?
So make your mind up.
Is this a British thing that just rudeness is part of the DNA? See, I can do it too.
You have been doing it. That's why this is how you're being treated. Because that's
fine. When you go back and look at the tape, I gave my opinion, and I was very. In fact, how can you complain about me talking too much about something and then say I don't explain it? I mean, it's interesting how those are opposites.
Well, that's just the way it is. Somebody can ramble on and not say anything of interest at all. They can just talk about
it has to be of interest. So that's different than if it's actually...
They don't care about what people think whilst continuously whinging about what people think.
I don't know, guys. When I first came in this room...
They've talked a hell of a lot, haven't they?
Okay, Baltazar, when I first came in this room, did I show that I was interested in what people were saying?
Oh, no one cares, seriously. I don't mean to be rude, but
no, I know.
You take it away, and everybody can give you a cuddle, and I'll go make a cup of tea.
I think you're very interested.
Hey, I don't care if I'm doing the wounded deer thing, because you know what? Once in a while, it needs to be put out on live air that people are being assholes to other people. And I think whoever watches this video will say, you know what, the guy's acting like a baby, he's overreacting, but they're also going to say, you know what, they are kind of picking on him. And he did actually give his position, they just don't agree with it. And he did explain it. And he doesn't give these canned, oversimplified answers. He actually goes into other aspects of what free will is and how it works and all that kind of stuff. And I think anytime anybody opens their mouth and says anything, they should think that they're right, or else they shouldn't open their mouth. This whole idea is like every time you talk, you think you're right. Well, duh. Now, I could be proven wrong, and if I'm proven wrong, I'll accept that. But when I open my mouth, I should think I'm right, or else I shouldn't open my mouth. It would be a waste of time for me to talk about things I think I'm wrong about.
Sure.
And the other thing, Nadia, I like you. We're friends. We've done many chats. But the problem is you defend me outside the rooms, but you never defend me in the rooms, and that really bothers me. It really bothers me. You let your friends attack me, and then you don't stop them, and that's because I'm a theist, and you're not. That's what I assume.
No.
Okay, then why don't you ever say, you know, guys, lay off them a little bit?
Because I'm a doormat.
Okay. Well, I wouldn't do that to you, and I haven't done that to you. And the evidence shows in the chats we've had and the talks we've had that I don't do that to you.
Oh, it is true. The text chat comments are, well.
I wish you could shut them off completely. You can't, because when you
we explained how to do that last time you were whinging about this.
I tried to do it, and it still pops up. If I get the side view off, it comes up on the captions. If I take the captions off.
I've got a good idea. You know, if you actually disconnect yourself from the internet, you'll have no one to hurt your feelings.
There you go. I love when you do it, because it's all being recorded. It's all showing the kind of people you are.
Well, the thing is, we're trying to have this philosophical discussion, and you just been whinging.
Well, I was too. You know what? You derailed it, so that's fine.
All right, well, let's move on then. We're all sorry. Let's move on. Let's talk about something interesting. Yeah, brilliant.
How about whether existence precedes essence or vice versa?
What?
Okay. I was just brought up whether existence precedes essence again.
So you're talking about like what, existentials type things, or like what?
I didn't get the question. Precedes what?
Whether existence precedes essence.
Ethics. Okay.
Existentialism.
Essence. Yeah.
Essence. Okay. Okay. Essence.
So are you an essentialist or existentialist? Okay. Does the synthetic a priori exist?
Yes.
Okay. Why?
Could you define essence?
Oh, essence are things like the defining characteristics and attributes of a thing. Sort of like the idea of the thing. Well, what various places it comes up are, say, you know, essentialism with respect to, I guess, species and such. They ask, well, does a dog become non-dog? Their idea being there's an essence of dog, right? Something that it necessarily means to be a dog, and you know, instead these populations are going around, well, changing irrespective of any kind of, you know, categorization we have superimposed upon them. So this species essentialism is, you know, defied by evolution and such. Entire cladistics is, you know, extrinsic, superimposed. I guess you could ask whether the properties of the thing are intrinsic or extrinsic.
I believe there is the essence of a dog exists.
Okay.
There is the essence of a dog is different from the essence of a cat.
Okay. I think we have an expert on dogs in the room.
Essence is just description, right?
Well, things like properties, attributes, characteristics.
It's also the name of a perfume, too.
There you All right, what is the essence of dog? All for his glory. Take it on.
Nah,
You have a dog picture, so you're the expert.
I have some stupid commercial going on here.
All right. Welcome, B. And our resident dog expert will have to tell us about the essence of dog. All for his glory?
that's okay.
I can, Nadia. I've heard about the problem in when you're programming like detection. So if you shall program a computer, I ask you, program a computer to detect a dog instead of a cat. How would you do that? Both for legs, tail, and so on. I've heard it's a impossible task.
No, it's not an impossible task. I mean,
no.
The difference is we recognize, that task of classification as a extrinsic designation, right? As opposed to something truly intrinsic to the animals themselves.
And what is the difference from outer appearance if you program it so that the dog so you have a computer program can detect every cat from every kind of cat from every kind of dog.
Is it okay if we just use blood samples and gene sequencing instead of taking a photograph?
Yes, of course, or of course.
Because that would make it easy. Because there would be gene sequences that are unique to cats and gene sequences that are unique to dogs.
Yeah, but it's interesting how fast humans do that. They don't have to think about it. I mean, of course. Do you understand? I mean, of course, if you go by blood samples or clothes and so on, I guess that's the main difference, that the cat can take in their clothes. But just from outer fast appearance, humans can do that in a nanosecond. But
well, but again, what aspect of appearance is actually pertinent? Is it the whiskers? Is it the ears? Is it the tail? Is it the snout? You can pick a few. Say, okay, well, let's hang on to these and ignore the rest. But when you do, it's not arbitrary.
But don't you feel a cat and feel a dog?
Don't you what?
If you cut off the whiskers of a cat, when you still feel its essence?
Okay,
by intuition or something like that?
I'm not convinced.
There are many different kind of dogs, all kind of shapes and so on, and the cats also, but one would immediately know it's a cat or dog, or?
We might not necessarily. I mean, our recognition and capabilities are limited. Are they not? Or are we, I guess, invincible in our perceptions, unable to be deceived?
I'm unable to be deceived. Sorry.
There we go. Perceptual invincibility. Lyrics claims it. But I don't think it's actually there. I think, well, our ability to recognize these things by their essences and such is not there. I mean, yeah, we assign them the categorizations of properties and such. Classifications are extrinsic. What are dog-like cats and cat-like dogs? I don't know. I guess if you took dogs that were cat-like and cats that were dog-like and asked which one's the cat, which one's the dog, well, how do you know? Okay. Fudd had one answer, genetic lineage, right? Or genetic evidence of lineage.
And a fox?
Well, foxes aren't very cat-like, but still.
Are they dog-like?
I'd say they seem more dog-like. At least
why?
We conceive of dogs.
Hmm?
They are closer to dog. They are closer to our conception of dog.
Which is outer appearance then, or?
Largely outer appearance, yes. Yes, these our perceptions are relatively superficial.
So we cannot speak about the essence of a cat or a dog.
Well, I wouldn't call them essences. Maybe, might call them a different concept. Maybe clades and such. You know, are arbitrary designations over the lineages and whatnot. Totally extrinsic. What is the essence of lyrics of dust?
Of what?
Lyrics of dust are a person hang out here.
Also.
I want to know what does all the things in his afro mean? Are those all symbolic of something?
I can't see it.
Oh.
There's a burrito in there, and a Christmas wreath,
and a bird,
and a bird's nest.
Hmm. Is there a deeper meaning?
It's many layers. It's onion.
Nice.
I'm sure there's an onion in there too.
No, but I still think it's an interesting interesting problem if one should program a computer to detect by outer appearance immediately if it's a cat or a dog.
Well, what would you program in a computer?
I think that would be very difficult. But,
well, maybe we know more about each other. For instance, how do you know Lyrics of Dust is a man?
Hmm.
What is it about Lyrics of Dust that you recognize as masculine? Balsar.
Are there essence of man and woman? Is that different essences?
I don't know. I'd say there are no essences, so in that case, of course not. But you claim there are. But,
I don't claim. I don't claim. I just
Well, the features about his voice that you're recognizing are a bit, well, more complex than you're consciously aware of, but you do perceive them and recognize them. So, for instance, there is something called resonance, and generally, head resonance is deemed feminine, and chest resonance masculine. And also, higher pitch is more feminine, lower pitch more masculine. There are breathing patterns where certain aspirations surrounding consonants are feminine, and largely unaspirated consonants and such are masculine. And there's a bit of a phrasing and grammatical structure where it's more feminine to have more complex grammatical structure. And last but not least, there's a matter of sort of assertiveness, confidence, is whatever you want to call it. Yeah, women will more often ask questions, more often, qualify things. I think, I feel, especially I feel, and so on and so forth. So, I mean, if you were tasked to go about programming a computer to recognize whether or what it was that provoked you to deem him masculine, you would be hard pressed. Yet there are something of causal factors involved. Yeah, I know more about human voices than I do about dogs. And Helena would actually have been good to have around for this because she does a bit of this too. Oh, and of course, intonation, which I am very poor at, as deemed highly feminine. And monotone speech is deemed more masculine.
In Taoism, essence is an extreme interesting concept or term, because this qi from qi gong and so on, breath and all this is very often also qi. It looks like air. It can also mean air, but it is also used as essence. We'll see if the essence.
We're off the dog and cat thing already?
What?
We're off the dog and cat thing already?
I'm trying to find something in Taoism
I don't know much about comparative canine and feline anatomy, so I moved it on to human voices. The perceptual distinctions between masculine and feminine voices, and that I actually do know something about. So, where Balthazar was unable to articulate the properties being recognized,
You think
managed to articulate quite a bit. Go ahead.
You think doing an FFT on the voice of a female and the voice of a male, you'd be able to look at patterns that distinguish the two?
I don't think it would be an FFT.
Or just do a straight-up time series?
You would have to be pretty complex.
But we don't have to, even if the tail is, it doesn't matter how it looks like. we can see. I mean, we don't get confused at all by all this. I mean, different dogs. If it has a tail, looks like a little bit like a cat. We just know it. And also, if the ears can look, we can see. Oh, that's a funny-looking dog. It looks like a cat, but we know it's a dog. Perhaps.
Well, the only way I know dogs from cats is primarily from the skull shape. But I have a little bit of familiarity with facial recognition software, mainly in the use of it rather than in the writing of it. And it's rather funny when it gets a false positive. For example, the Nike shoes have a logo on the heel that can sometimes trigger camera to think that it's looking at a face and focus on that. You know, draw a box around it. Which is kind of amusing. And it needs a lot of statistical data before it can reliably distinguish one human face from another human face. But it's just using a few data points and angle ratios and such, like eye to nose, eye distance, nose distance, mouth, chin.
Well, I know a bit about the male and female face differences as well, and I don't believe very many people are consciously aware of what those differences are that drive the recognition as male or female.
No, I'm not sure a computer would be able to immediately say male or female either. In fact, I'm pretty sure that would be an extremely difficult problem.
It's not. They can with higher reliability.
Oh, they got that already?
Yeah, there are a few crucial characteristics.
Okay. Yeah, software is spooky when it comes to recognizing a specific individual once it's got a sufficient sample. But it's the failure cases that I find interesting. Because, I mean, it could be looking at something that you would never even consider to be a face, and it marks it as a face, and I say, who is this?
But do humans have animal characters? Like someone are more like dogs and cats and bears and have
Yes, all the above. We have ears, we have noses, we have eyes, mouth, teeth, canine teeth, hair. We've got it all. It's just that the skull is shaped differently.
Yeah, but now I mean essence in character. And if I ask you what animal do you think if you were an animal, or what would you say you are?
I'm a tiger.
If you should speak a tiger.
Yeah.
I have a great ape.
Yeah.
You are?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I'm also in one of the chimpanzee family. Haven't figured out whether I'm a bonobo or a full-blown human yet.
Hominidae. And in fact, Homo sapiens.
You are very serious.
Mm-hmm.
What's your I don't remember the exact name of it, but the Asian calendar, they have the animals or whatever. What animal are you?
I'm a dragon.
Are you asking me or?
Everyone. I'm a rat.
I'm male hen. No, what is called this? Male chicken.
Cock?
I don't know.
Cock, yeah.
Chinese.
I'm a cock.
You just wanted to say cock, buddy.
Aquarius, Year of the Dragon, Virgo rising.
Are you what did you say? Dragon?
Aquarius,
Aquarius?
Year of the Dragon, Virgo rising.
Okay. Dragon is a very good, very in China, very impressive, very good thing to be. Mao was also a dragon.
Yes, I greatly admire the chairman. Political power does indeed proceed from the barrel of a gun. No one disagree? Well,
Pig is a good animal, also.
Oink oink. No one else?
I'm not familiar with Chinese calendar or astrology.
Google it.
But it's a very interesting how this astrology developed, because do some of you know?
Google is going to get seriously confused by all the search terms I've been sticking in lately.
Well, but the point of characters, I mean, it was very pragmatic. It was important for the emperor or for the authorities, especially the emperor, to know what kind of people he had around him, what kind of characters they had. And actually, it's a pragmatic, empirical science. We think of this as like some kind of magic or esoteric, but they are developed pragmatically. So you categorize people, their character after when they are born, and before that was extreme important for the emperor or the king to have some kind of knowledge about the people around him.
I have my doubts. Modern methods of data analysis were used to derive conclusions.
Yeah, but it's a pragmatic kind of science. I mean, I don't know with I guess perhaps also with the Persian or European star. It was how to say star character. So, and who knows if you do this statistically over 1,000 years, perhaps you end up with some characters. But
yeah, there's been a few studies of that. They're constantly doing studies, but there was a famous one, Gorklin or something they call them. You know, I think Nadia, you can't. You have to question. You have to say that astrology can't possibly be true or have any kind of statistical significance, because there's no possible. This is this thing about placebo effects as well. If there's no possible natural way in which something can be, then you have to deny it, don't you? I mean, to say that the position where Mars is in the ecliptic when you were born is going to affect your second, wife's pajama top on Tuesday is, I don't think you can make any kind of claim that there's a naturalistic causal explanation there. So
of course you can. That was my whole point, that it can be naturalistic explanation. So it's a pragmatic science. It's not to write something fancy in the newspaper. It was very important to know about people's character, and of course it can have some influence on your character if you're born in spring or winter time and so on. I'm not
that's not astrology though. I mean, most people would say, okay, where the moon is, that can affect you. We can understand. So what I'm saying is, so for instance, where you know, that's why I gave that particular example, didn't I? That where Mars is in the ecliptic is going to affect your second wife's pajamas on Tuesday. You see, so I gave this. O4's blocking everybody. But anyway, yeah, so I gave that particular example because, yeah, you know, I completely agree that there's so if you're born in spring, you know, there can be that's potentially as a possible naturalistic explanation, biological, a solar as electric field phenomena, you know, that might be, you know, the
Why
cause.
do you have to go to electric field? I mean, it must have some influence on your character. I mean, I must. Yeah, to me, it's logical. I mean, if you are born, you have your first month in summer or winter, and it has some influence. Why shouldn't it have some influence? It's but you don't have to go to electric fields or movement of planets and so on.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it doesn't have to be an electric field. It could be any natural explanation. But when you're talking about, you know, the position of moon, you know, well, Mars, sorry, or you know, Saturn, you know, they're so far away, and we're talking about it not just affecting, you know, your character. We're talking about it affecting your some relation to you or your boss or, you know, something like this. So, you know, I think it's very hard to come up with any kind of if there is a naturalistic explanation for something like that, it would have to be that we're in some kind of holographic reality where everything's connected in such a sort of layered way, which would be equivalent to, you know, that's no way, shape, or
Well, Google.
Where is Johannes Ratz?
What?
Well, yeah, I don't think he subscribes.
Google gave you some very strange results. It said fire sheep over Nagasaki burning. I have no idea what that means.
Burning, disco inferno.
No, I don't think so.
It was all the gays.
But haven't you played this game if you have a good, I don't know, I mean this astrology when about future, but where the characterization of the character or the essence of the person, and it fitted me 100% almost, and then I don't. It's not like that they are not characters that are equal. I mean, a good books about this. I'm talking about just describing the characters. They have totally different properties for every character, and I met many people that are very dazzled.
Twin tests kind of put the kibosh on astrology in general. And then, of course, in a typical maternity ward, there are a number of babies born precisely the same day, each and every day. So you can't really rely on something like that because they all have different fates in the end.
Yeah.
What put the kibosh on it?
Twins born at the same time.
Well, they're not born at the same time, are they? They're born within a few minutes. Yeah.
And you have other babies being born in the maternity ward on the same day.
Yep, that's right. But because there's a slight different time there, you know, astrology will account for these huge differences. It's a little bit like the butterfly effect, that there will be a slight change in the astrological birth chart. So from that then interacts with the rest of the birth chart, which creates these overall big differences in the characteristics and features of the person. So.
But the doctors only record your birth down to the minute. They don't go out to nanosecond precision.
Well, yeah, astrology only really goes down to about a few minutes. You know, anything below that, and there's not really much movement that we can detect very, very well. You know, from the astrological point of view. But that's all you really need.
Now,
you know, that's not a problem.
Mechanically, what's it relying on? What's the mechanism?
Well, it's magic. Astrology operates via magic. There's no mechanical, mechanistic explanation for it. There can't be. You might not know a lot about astrology, but okay, there's lots of different types of astrology, and it's all basically saying the same things. One type of astrology that hopefully is to drive it home a little bit, and this is what you were saying about a person's essence as well. So it's called horary astrology. So what it basically says, you might have had the Jungian principle, it comes from this sort of stuff, that it basically says that you ask an astrologer a question, and then what they do to find the answer is they look at their watch. Okay, they look at their watch and they write down the question that you ask them and the time, and then they go home and they do an astrological chart for the time that you asked that question. And the idea is that when you ask that question, the answer is written in the stars. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not the type I was talking about at all. That's just rubbish. But I have experience with my own. If you have a good, I mean,
I
you
gotta
cannot.
write an iPhone app for that.
Well, it's called horary astrology, and if that's rubbish, then the rest of it has to be rubbish as well. So
No, it's not. I ask you if you haven't had any experience with it. If you have a good, and it's not about the future and so on. There are books.
It's completely about the future.
Parents had one. My parents had one, and my parents, when they had a party, they used to bring this book and then ask. And I have also used it with friends, and it's. Most of the time it's like
Sabian symbols. Yeah, that's pretty cool. But you know, astrology is a lot deeper than that. You're just scratching the surface.
Yeah, but that don't interest me. I mean,
well, it doesn't mean it's rubbish, does it? It's based on the same. It's based on the same ideas. It's basically, it's a mathematical code. Yeah.
Well, it's not a science. That's just.
Well, it is a science, isn't it?
It's not a science.
You didn't understand anything I was talking about. I mean, these were pragmatic, like the Chinese character. It was very important from a pragmatic perspective to know what kind of character you dealt with. You know, so you can do this also by empiricy. Just statistically see when he's born and arrive at some character traits.
Yeah, so the story goes is that's how they just sort of discovered and got the initial correspondences for these astrological systems. But you know, so they can look at the sun, and then they find out that the Mars can be reflected in all these same positions.
But how did they know it was Mars doing it? I mean, why couldn't it have been the weather at the time you were born, or a tree outside? How did they know it's Mars?
Well, actually, if you look into this stuff, it is the weather and the tree and everything. They read all into it. It's a kind of it's magic. That's how magic works. Anyway, the point being is, if just from a purely astrological point of view, the astrological systems like the macro sort of system, and the body is sort of mapped onto that. Yeah, the body. The mind, the future, the past, the relationships, but everything about you. You know, when you're going to have an accident, what you're going to do next Tuesday from now, everything's mapped onto you astrologically. It's all very well to say it's just about characteristics, but that's just a lie. You know, the psychological aspect of astrology is a modern thing that came out in about the 60s. They concentrated on that because they realized it was easier for people to swallow. They wouldn't believe, you know, this other stuff was a little bit more. And people that do astrology, they don't want to say, it's fatalistic, so they don't want to scare people. So there was a need to move towards this psychological stuff, and there was a demand or a sort of appeal as well, because you know they don't want to tell people bad things that are going to happen to them in the future. You know, they don't get customers doing that. You know, it sets up a bad sort of scene. So yeah, so anyway, in the 60s, people started writing books that sort of, they deleted out all the stuff that you said earlier was rubbish, and they just left the psychological stuff. And you look at the psychological stuff and you say, oh yeah, this really fits really well, but you're scratching the surface, and the other stuff fits even better. And the other stuff isn't open to the misinterpretation that you can give somebody else the psychological stuff if it's painted in a certain way. You just concentrate on the positive aspects of it, because there's negative psychology as well. They don't tell you that often when you get a chart done, you know. I mean, if you've got a book, it probably wouldn't have even mentioned a lot of the negative aspects in there. They don't even write them in the books anymore because they don't want to scare people. But yeah, so it's, you know, it's all part of it, and you know, that's how it works. That's what astrologers do. So you can say it's rubbish if you want, but then you're not doing astrology. You're saying that there's something different. There's like the Sabian symbols. There's numerology. Really, the whole system uses it all.
I just picked up out one aspect of it that I think is very interesting and funny, because I have used it and my friends have used it. I mean, used it in a way that it really fits. I have also used it when I met a girl, and I thought, okay, know a little bit about her more, and it was ridiculous that it fitted the character. So I'm not.
It is, isn't it?
For me, that is rubbish. All this other things, but
no, it's not. See, the thing is, you've concentrated on the psychological aspects of it, and that's blown your mind a bit. You thought, wow, that's really accurate. But a true astrologer would be able to tell you all about her mum, her history, her future, whether you're going to get married, when you're going to first kiss, and you know, so it goes. You know, that's the idea anyway. So it's.
Well, I'm not about astrology. I don't. I think that is rubbish. Personally, I don't believe in any of this. I just said that mostly. Yeah, and if you have a good book about the personalities, it's pretty extraordinary. If you and people also find friends.
So before you got that book, right, didn't you think the personality aspect of it was all rubbish as well? And that's why you're saying this, because you've got that book and you thought, well, this personality stuff is not actually rubbish, it's actually really accurate.
Yeah, no, but I don't believe in any kind of...
it's very
I don't believe in any kind of...
If somebody told you, if an astrologer told you what was going to happen, then couldn't you change that just by knowing that it would happen?
Yeah, but
so you're going to get married on September 12th, 2025, or whatever. So let's say you get to the day before and you walk out of your wedding, or whatever. So you don't get married that day. Can't you change that?
You could, but there'd be certain metaphysical parameters that you'd have to explore. I'm presuming we're all talking about astrology by...
Yeah, it works the same for any divination system. So there's certain codes that come up in the divination system which says, okay, this person's just trying to test it, and whatever you tell them, they're going to sort of make sure that doesn't happen. And then you can say that, and you can say, oh, look, you know, go clear off, you know, that's obviously, yeah, you could do that, and you just prove that they've told you rubbish. But then the astrologer knows that you're going to do that, so they just tell you to clear off. So yeah, you're right, and that's astrologers are well aware of that. And any divination system will have that that part of it. So certain codes are going to come up that are going to say you're being tested, you're being fooled, basically, you're being tricked, and they're pointing that out.
It has a lot to do with the astral realm, astrology, hence the name astrology, astral realm. Yeah.
Astral from star or something?
Pardon?
Does an astro come from star or sun or something like that? Thought it was a star.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just I mean, like, it's based on, you know, but yeah, astrology is a very, very. I mean, like, astrology basically is the mathematics of this reality that we're in. So.
But
it's just math.
Rodney, do you have a good book on personality and star characters available?
Me, yeah.
Yes.
I do, yeah.
Yeah, you have one with not kind of career and what you will do, but just personality descriptions.
Yeah, I've got books on all of it. Yeah, I've got loads of books on astrology and all sorts of divination. Well,
Get
why?
one, we can check it out.
You want to compare my book to your book?
No, I don't have any available. That was my parents' book, but we can make a test. So you can tell what is typical. We can then what is Martin, Dust, and Nadia, and we can see.
Well, they could do that themselves. You look up online. It's called Sabian symbols, and you know, you
It's
just
for
look.
the fun.
You what? Sorry.
Okay. Wait, can you find a good site on the internet?
I'm really tired. Can you do mine for me at least?
So an astrologer, right, would listen to people doing that and they'd laugh. This is called sun sign astrology, and it's not taken seriously by astrologers. It may make you. I understand bottle sorts are that it's quite, you know, it's quite interesting to you and it's blowing you away a bit. But an astrologer
No, it's not
looks down at that and says that it's actually pretty silly.
No, it hasn't blown me away. But can't you just, if you have a book available, it will be funny to see how we react if we find any resonance or any similarity there. Because I went on internet, but that's just like a horoscope and your career and so on. The book I or my parents had, it was just personality and also what kind of colors you like.
Yeah, well, I've got the birthday book, I've got the Sabian symbol book, I've got old books, I've got books, you know, I've got all the proper books on it. So you know, I don't really know what, you know, it's a bit sort of, to me, it's a bit sort of cheesy just to say, oh, look, you know, everyone give us your sort of birthday. You shouldn't give people your birthday. If astrology is true, giving someone your birthday is actually
not birthday, a month. Your star character, not exact. I mean, just. Like Aquarius.
No, don't. No, you know, that's silly. That's ridiculous. You don't do that. You know, if anything, get the birthday book and find the date
I've heard
that
that
you were born,
fish
not
are
the
very
year,
much into the age
not
of
the year, but just the month and the day, and so that'll give you a general sort of personality overview that you might find quite interesting. Yeah, don't do sun sign astrology. That's just silly. It doesn't apply to it. What? Because it doesn't. Because so your birth chart, which shows you, yeah, like, you know, you can even get one of these, and it'll give you a churn out, a computerized interpretation of your houses and, you know, signs and rulerships and aspects. You know.
No, I mean just for common use, normal social use, just what kind of sign are you, and what is typical for that sign? Typical traits.
So yeah, you know, why? I don't see what you're trying to get at to do that. You know, it's not going to impress anybody. You know.
How do you know that?
People don't.
It's not about impressing people. It's just for the fun of it, and you can read mine, you can read Nadia's, you can read Martin, and see, and then you can see what kind of.
Yeah, I don't need to read it because I actually know all this stuff. I've like memorized it. I've memorized quite a few correspondence systems years and years ago, and I've not forgotten them. You know, so.
Okay, so what is typical for Aquarius?
What's difficult? Well, Aquarius is like.
Typical characters, the typical traits for Aquarius.
Well, Aquarius are all over the place. Mavericks, you know, they've always got to be different. You know, they're the strange ones. You know, it's silly though saying that. They also like parties. They like, you know, getting together with people, but you know, they like being surrounded. You know, there's lots of ideas that fit into this. You know, Aquarius is also like a really weak sign. It's a fallen sign. You know, it's but it doesn't really mean much. You know, I don't. Anyone can look this stuff up. You know, it's all over the internet. You know, astrology is actually quite popular, and tarot and runes. You know, you just look it up. It's all there. You know, you can read it all out.
Well, my moon being at 16 degrees Virgo seems to be very wrong. It says, I tend to be serious-minded but cheerful for the most part. When did that happen? I need tasks that engage both my mind and my hands. I'm terrible with my hands. A careful worker, I enjoy making things. I'm neat and orderly and very concerned with good health habits. Fastidious to extreme, you cannot tolerate messes and will immediately clean them up.
But that I can tell at once that that is
180 degrees.
Because it's things that are so uninteresting and so general, but
So general but so wrong.
Yeah, and that's what you're going to get with sun sign astrology, and the reason being is because the thing that you're most, first of all, the thing that most
and excuse my
represents
ignorance,
you in
but
the chart
wouldn't that also entail
the
that
day that you were
everybody born on the same
it's
day,
the actual
in the
time
same...
that you were born. It's called your rising sign, and that works together with what's called your ruling planet and its placement in whatever house, which is like around the horizon daily. You know, the daily.
I'm sorry,
movement
some
that's spinning
child
the
muted
Earth.
me.
And the year, what sign it's in. That's called your ruling planet. For a reason, because it's your greatest significator in your birth chart. And then you might have rising planets as well. So if you've got planets around the ascendant, which is the eastern horizon,
Okay,
when
I
you were born,
apologize.
there
Maybe
you've
my
got a strong
audio screwed
influence
up.
on
That
you as
wasn't
well.
intentional.
So when you just look up your sun sign and sort of try and say that that's somehow going to relate to you in a strong way, it's just wrong. You know, it's laughable from an astrological point of view. You know.
I think it's sad that you don't get the book and read some real stuff there. It's sure better than what Nadia found on the internet.
There's a degree by degree. You know, they've looked into the actual each degree of the ecliptic, and you know, it's actually quite accurate. And you know, the books are quite expensive, and you know, not many people have got them or even know about them. And you know,
you seem to be very believer in these things, or?
Well, I'm an idealist, so I sort of believe in that we. So for me, from my point of view, I believe that that's a subconscious mind of God. So I don't want to just take it like it's not a party trick. Yeah, it's a
party trick.
For you maybe, but you know, for me, it's actually.
No, astrology isn't. It's definitely not a party trick. It's a very, very complex, important aspect as you know, aspect of the reality we're in. I wouldn't just power it off as a party trick at all.
So astrology has a
very, very impressive party trick.
So if a twin is born a few minutes apart, he'd have a different fate than his twin. Like it goes down to a few minutes. You're saying.
Yeah, so like I was saying, the most important point of your birth chart is the eastern horizon, what sign is rising, that degree that's on the eastern horizon, and that changes every 4 minutes at a changed degree. And you know, say you're going between degrees, or say it's coming in and out of aspect with another planetary configuration around the chart somewhere, can make huge differences. So sometimes twins are very similar, and oftentimes they're very different. And from an astrological point of view, that's the kind of differences or the similarities you'd expect to see.
Well,
okay.
I would wonder about cesarean sections where.
Yeah, I was wondering. So this is when you fall out of the vag, or is this when you're cut off, or is this when your head's out?
Well, cesarean sections, you can actually remove them both at the same time.
Yeah, well, that's possible. The thing is, the actual instant of birth is generally considered by astrologers to be when the baby takes the first breath. It's like the breath of life. Yeah, that's like when the chart is cast for. So you know, some babies are born and they don't breathe for like another couple of minutes. You know, and so you know, it depends, doesn't it, on the scenario. But yeah, you know, if they're born at exactly the same time, you get astrological twins that are born at say, you know, even different times and places, but the alignments are very similar. And you also, like you say, in a hospital, you know, that two people can be born in the same place at the same time. You know, if there's multiple births going on, multiple doctors, and all this kind of thing. So yeah, you do get that. and from an astrological point of view, you expect to see these similarities. But another part of the thing that a lot of people don't realize is this is what I mean about the psychological thing of it. This is a new thing, right? Okay, so your chart isn't just your chart. Okay, in your chart is all your relations. So and they reflect back into your chart. So see, so even if I've got the same chart as an astrological twin, if say I've got different parents and you know that is going to sort of reflect, there's going to be you know, so there is a factoring in of the environment and the other conditions which are knowable, you see. You know, it's not just that you can take somebody's chart and say, if you've just got a chart, right, there are certain, you know, it's a little bit like quantum mechanics where you've got a probabilistic set of events that you cannot distinguish between. So, you know, you can't say exactly this thing's going to happen. What you can say is either this is going to happen or this is going to happen, that this is probable to happen, these sorts of, something like this can happen. It's a fractal type of a system, so one thing can represent multiple things.
So it's a butterfly effect type thing. As chaos theory.
Yeah. So it's very difficult to, you know, write computer programs to interpret this sort of thing. That's right.
How does a person do it then?
Well, with you know, by being very careful and sort of, you know, people can do these kind of like skillful, arty things that you know. Our brains are quite sophisticated computers, so over a lot of training, you know, it becomes possible to actually do these sorts of things. And some people are, you know, quite good at doing them. But you know, we're fallible as well, and it is complicated, and there's often mistakes. And so people, if they're not sure, they will just say that there's this thing looks likely, or you know, something that is ruled by this. So they give you a list of the different things which might be affected.
It seems that
do you fit all these things into Christianity? That's a mystery to me. How you fit all this astrology into Christianity? I mean, horoscope. I mean, looking into the future and so on.
And it also implies a fatalistic future, something that denies free will, I guess.
Indeed.
Yeah, that's right. It does. So basically, like you know, I've said before that for the most part, I do think that mostly everything is sort of determined, and we are like robots. But we do have this little bit of free will that we can activate at certain, well, whenever we want, really. You know, we can freely sort of become more aware or less aware. We can be more robotic or less robotic. It's up to us how sort of assertive and aware we want to be, and you know, and we can change how we activate it. So. It's like in quantum mechanics, basically, that there's all these possibilities, and some of them are more possible, but we can, in effect, choose, you know, which we want to sort of guide ourselves into. So it's similar to that. It's very similar. Well, from that interpretation of quantum mechanics. So it's fatalistic in a probabilistic kind of a way. Yeah. So.
It just seems like an incredibly complicated problem to solve, and any human trying to do any divination through astrology would have trouble over the course of, say, 10 minutes of divination, let alone an entire lifetime. Because in that 10 minutes, a lot of things can happen that could change the fate in 10 minutes.
Yeah, so people are often, you know, this takes years to learn how to do this stuff proficiently, years and years. Yeah, it's not, it is very complicated, and it's also considered, you know, quite a of the divination systems, it's considered one of the most complicated ones. You know, it's for the sort of intellectual of the you know, divination systems, essentially.
So is there any science showing that it works?
Okay, so when yeah, so you're talking about evidence that then justifies this. Yeah, there's loads, you know. But if you want to talk about, you know, meta studies which bring bring in loads of the sort of general statistical stuff. Yeah, there's been some, and they've been done again, and there's arguments as to how accurate they are, and there's a lot of controversy about them. So that'll have to be you'll have to be the best judge of that. Basically, look into that yourself, and just decide what you believe. I've got a book somewhere. It's called it's Adler's. He did there were some tests that they did anyway in the I think it was again about the 70s. I think they did these big statistical tests, and they were highly significant. And then later, I think in after about the 80s, I think they looked back at these and they did more. They tried to repeat them, I think, and they found that the significance sort of faded away. And then again in 2000, they did some more, and there's been quite a bit of controversy about them. So it's up to people to look into, and we'll have to see how that sort of goes. But it's, like you said, it's very difficult. It's a very complicated system. So to get a sort of generic, okay, everybody with Mars in the angles is going to be a military in the military or a surgeon or this, then it's quite a complicated thing to analyze. How significant is this? And it's quite complicated to even have a sort of overall prediction. Based on singular planets. Anything too complicated and it just becomes unwieldy.
It's also complicated. The way the universe works, mathematics, quantum theory, chaos theory, so forth, but they're all published in journals. These theories and the math is done on it. It doesn't matter how unwieldy it is. There's a human race at the problem. We can do it if it's doable. So I'm not talking about publications to books, because that's like a red flag to me. I would say read publications in the primary literature.
Yeah, well, you've got a big problem there, because what primary literature are you including that are going to publish astrological based results? There's a big bias against this kind of thing being having any kind of support. So yeah, there were things published in I think it was Gawklin or something. I can't remember the exact name now. They were the original. They sussed out a way of doing this rigorously, and that they did produce some work. They were significant, and but previous ones have shown that they have not been so significant, or not significant at all. And it's ongoing. So we're not there yet. It's a complicated system. Yeah, it's one thing to say, okay, we can do it if it's complicated. Well, we don't. There's a lot of things that we haven't done yet.
Yeah, but it's another thing.
Probably will do, but
and we can't do it. That's special pleading. And it's another thing to say it's complicated, so we can't do it, or we won't understand it. That's just special pleading, and that.
Yeah, but I never said that. I think that we will actually do it, and I think that as a sort of maybe we've got the mathematical capabilities to do this thing now, and it just hasn't got the sort of right type of interest. Maybe we haven't. Maybe we still need to develop our mathematical capabilities a bit. It's ongoing. I don't think that it's impossible. I think that it's likely that we will get this significantly sort of down, and that'll be that.
If you add enough numbers to it, you can always get a statistical answer out of any noise. You add enough n, basically, it will work. That's how statistics works. You can always find a pattern in random noise.
Right, but there's a reason for that.
Like if it is,
you can always find a pattern, though, because those patterns are supposed to be there.
The pattern will come out if you increase the number of samples. Basically, eventually.
Well,
so if you keep looking at it, if you keep looking at, like, say, anything like a beach, you could find a pattern in there.
Right, because it's supposed to be there, because what you're observing is a pattern. It's not as though you're making...
like there could be a pattern there for sure, but because it can come out of white noise, basically, it cannot. It's not a proof that there is something there. By finding a pattern by increasing the number of samples, that's what I'm trying to say. You can't use that as evidence for
That's what evidence is. I
was going to say that's what evidence, sort of is. Like, what else is it then? If it's not evidence of anything,
You're talking about statistical evidence, and statistically, it doesn't work if you just increase the n.
Right, but we don't look at things just statistically, do we? That's the point.
But in this case, astrology, it has to be done statistically because of the chaos effect.
Well, not necessarily. We might develop a scenario where we can actually do particulars, accurately do particulars, and in that case, we wouldn't need huge statistical sampling. But I'm not sure what you say. If you get enough, enough samples, then you're going to find a pattern. No, the more samples you get, the more likely it is that the pattern's going to be drowned out. That's why we say that sometimes we might see a pattern, we say, oh, you've not got enough samples. Get more samples, and that's going to drown out. It's an anomaly of the statistics, and so that is what the confidence level of the traditional way of interpreting these statistics.
No, that's only when you're looking for a specific pattern. But if you don't have a specific pattern in mind, then patterns will come out. It's like shooting an arrow at a wall, basically. The wall has a whole bunch of words on it. You're going to hit one of the words.
We do have a specific pattern. We do. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to look for anything, would we? If we're just like saying, oh,
exactly. That is also how I see it. The statistically patterns, like that was I meant also with if you start to characterize people. Personalities, and you do this like in China over 500,000 or 2,000 years, you might end up with interesting results. It's not the evidence, but
no, it is evidence. See, if you did this over sort of 2,000 years or whatever, you'd expect there to be no unique, characteristic being pulled out. They would all just be a normal distribution of characteristics.
Opposite, if it's not not a specific pattern thrown out, well, then it's uninteresting.
Yeah, that's right. So if there's something to astrology,
to me, it's uninteresting. Then
a particular characteristic would sort of raise out the background noise, wouldn't it? And that's what statistics measures, and that's how we gather statistical evidence.
But it's looking at a whole bunch of characteristics, and it's looking for any one of them to rise out of the noise. So that's not pinpointing a characteristic. That's looking at all of them. And in that case, any one of them will pop out by increasing the n. That always happens. If you point
No, that doesn't. That's not the way. So basically, these tests that are done, they were done specifically with Mars. This is why I keep mentioning Mars. So they look at the placement of Mars, and they predict that there'd be a more than a normal distribution of people with certain placements of Mars that would be in the military. If Mars represents a warring planet, people are militants or they're surgeons or whatnot. So this is what they predict, and if there is a significantly more people with these placements, so they're not just saying, they're not just saying, oh, anything goes. They're actually saying there's a specific pattern that they're looking for, and that's what they're measuring.
The pattern was developed by looking at a whole bunch of characteristics way in the past, before it was solidified that Mars and military go together.
Exactly. That's what I mean. So it's a wrong way you see it, Rodney. It's opposite. I mean, totally opposite. It's like a superstition, and it has nothing to do. I have no evidence. If you look for some kind of warlike character because of Mars, and then you fit the findings into that.
Well,
then
so
of course it's a big noise, a very big noise if you do statistic. Then I understand that everything makes no sense.
Yeah, so that's right. So basically, Really? Okay. It's actually a mathematical system. Yeah, it's all based on pure number, pure numerology. Astrology is a branch of numerology. Okay, but then what you do is you confirm that and say you did get a totally different result. You know, maybe you're gonna rearrange the way you interpret this stuff to make the numbers fit. Brilliant. You know, but so yeah. It doesn't really matter. The thing is, right, is not that you know. Is not that you can say, oh, we're going to take this planet and then we'll see what happens. And we'll go, oh, look, what we've noticed is there's a lot of people that join the army that have got this placement. That's not what's, see, you know, there's nothing wrong with that, you know, because you wouldn't expect it. If there's nothing to astrology, you wouldn't expect there to be anything rising out of that. You can just sit there and wait and say, oh, there's nothing. You can't tell if where people have Mars, it has no correlation to what career they're going to get into. There is no correlation because astrology doesn't work.
It's not about predicting the future here. That's my,
well, it is. What I said is actually true. You just don't know that much about astrology. It's actually based on numerology, so there is a way in which you can understand this, which is a true understanding of it, which dates back. And you won't find this written in any books that you can buy. You might be able to find it on books. Well, if you sneak around in some old bookshops and hunt around, you might be able to get it. But it dates back to a very ancient system which is based on pure numerology.
And just to point out, like, numerology is basically synchronicity. Like.
Yeah. So you know what a correspondence system is?
Has merit. You'd have to show that numerology has merit if astrology is built on numerology.
Well, we just have to show that astrology has merit, and then by implication, numerology would have merit, then, wouldn't it? You know, so you can't just say, "Oh, you have to show this, you have to show that." We don't have to show anything. We can just sit there not knowing anything, and we can just look at what happens, and if there's a correlation, we can measure it.
But a correlation is not about divination. Correlation is retrofitting.
Yeah, I know, but once we've got the correlation, now we can divine with it, can't we?
You can try to divine with it, yeah.
Well. Yeah.
If you look at everybody who's in the military, and you find a large proportion of them have Mars as an astrological sign or whatever, that's not looking at all the people with a Mars sign and seeing how many of them go into the military. It doesn't work the other way around, because they're probably evenly dispersed a bunch of different jobs or careers. But if you look at the military people and you go the other way, then you might see a correlation. That's pattern seeking. That's what people do.
No, I think you're getting a little bit confused there. Look, you know, people seek patterns, but what you're getting confused with is where people see patterns where there aren't any, where their minds and their neurology makes them see patterns which aren't really there. And it's easy to trick ourselves with that. But when we do the statistical testing, that's how we say, look, you know, there actually is a pattern there. You know?
No, but they could be there. I mean, if I look at a field and I see a person in that field, my eyes will be drawn to it immediately if that person is in a field, because that's my pattern-seeking mind, is looking for people or faces or whatever.
Yeah, most of the time.
But there really is a person in the field. Like, it's not an illusion or anything.
No, that's right. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. But sometimes we can be tricked and we can be a bit deluded and hallucinatory and whatnot and confirmation bias and all this. And so to be sure that we're actually seeing a person or there is some sort of pattern, this is where statistics come in. We say, well, let's think about this logically. How many fields have I looked at? How many times do people naturally, you know, that's how we do statistical inferences.
And then you've got other questions like, well, why am I in a field? Why am I looking for people? Well, but that's relevant though, because it comes down to intent, then, doesn't it? So, yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So you get a selection effect and stuff like this, and you're right to mention that, and you know that's, but I don't see that invalidates anything. That's just an extra part of information that we have that, you know, frames what's going on, you know.
Oh yeah, for sure. But yeah.
I don't see how saying it's over thousands of years of evidence gathering validates anything though either, because those thousands of years were evidence gathering without the knowledge of objective science. This kind of science thing came around just 100 years ago or more, maybe. So anything evidence gathered prior to that wasn't scientific evidence.
Yeah, but that was the science then. That's what you don't get. It's not as if like we just discovered science. Like,
it's a pragmatic science. It's pragmatic. It's empiricism. It's pragmatic. It's important to know this. But you can perhaps I thought now stochastic causes. So with radioactivity, you don't know when atom decays. You have so you cannot tell if it happens at all. And when it happens, it's impossible. So you don't have any sufficient cause for the effect anymore. But if you have got 1 million atoms and over 10,000 years, you can measure the age of it. That is pure statistical prediction without sufficient cause.
Yeah, I mean, what you're saying, Yuri, is that before we had rigorous statistical methods, it was easier for people to sort of make mistakes in statistical reasoning, and I totally agree with you. But I still think that most people are fairly rational and were reasoning sort of correctly.
I disagree. I think people are fairly irrational.
Well, that's
you
fine.
would think that. I mean, like, do you subscribe to the evolutionary?
I'm irrational myself. I know that, and so. I could see most people in my life are too. It's just the way people are. It's hard to find a very rational person. Some people
do you subscribe to the evolutionary,
Pretty rational, man.
outlook?
I don't see how that relates to astrology.
Well, no, it links into it. I mean, it links into your worldview, doesn't it? So it sort of gives me an indication as to how you're going to view that, astrological.
I don't have a worldview.
So
I don't
you believe
have a worldview.
Scientism, then.
I don't hold to a worldview. My worldview changes constantly.
So would
what is it now?
It's very big and complicated. I mean, I think certain things about some things, certain things about other things, and it changes daily. It's not a static thing. With information and experiences that I have, it changes. I like to leave it in a changing area, my brain, I guess. I don't want to link myself to it. I want it to change.
Hey, Balthazar, can you say "get to the chopper" for us? We're just interested in hearing you say.
Yeah, do it.
Sorry.
It's a side joke. It's an inside joke. Can you just say "get to the chopper" for us?
Come on, dude.
I didn't understand what you said in English now. Get to the chopper?
Okay.
Oh, say that again. What was that?
Thank you.
But I'd love to be convinced, that there is a divinity, that it's possible to divine anything, really, with any method at all. But
astrology, look that up, and there you go.
Yeah. If there's a way to show that it works, that
look into it, and then you can make your own discernment, then, can't you?
So if you would love to be convinced of this stuff, what you want to do is you want to get some books on divination, you want to learn a system, and you want to spend a few months actually practicing and learning and being open-minded about it, and see, and make your own mind up.
That would turn me off. Maybe I'd like to go see a competent astrologer, somebody do it for me. So I wouldn't want to spend a lot of time.
Well, that's the problem, isn't it? I mean, you'll find that with most atheists, they'll instantly refute, anything to do with that, but yet they won't read the Bible. So.
Because what if I spend 5 years, 10 years, 40 years learning it? You could say that it's incredibly complicated, and I still don't understand it if I don't understand it after that much time. Like, if
There's
there's
a lot
no
of
end
simpler
goal,
systems. You know, astrology is complicated, but you could learn runes. There's rune systems which are actually really simple. So I'd recommend that if you want to learn a simple divination system. The principles are the same.
Yeah, that's good.
And you can learn
Runes
it
is
quickly.
interesting, isn't it? That's a study of the Norse runic language.
so you can
Rune
define
stones as well, obviously.
yourself, basically. You can do it at bone tossing or runes or whatever on yourself, is what you're saying, and divine your own future.
Well, I'd recommend you actually get a system which has been in place and is actually sort of a stable system. Just inventing a system on your own, it won't have the kind of properties that will. You've obviously come across this before. You're an intelligent guy, and if you really were interested in learning it, I would have thought you would have spent. I'm interested in this stuff. And when I was about 12, 13, I was all over it. I'd already learned a few systems by then. So if you're interested in it, you'll sit down and you'll learn it and you'll find out for yourself. To say that you want to see somebody else, how do you know they're competent? That's a fallacy. That's an error of reasoning. If you want to find something is true or not, you really need to get down and learn it yourself. And that's how you discern things properly.
But I'm not interested in learning it. I never said that. I'm interested in determining if it works.
But you can only determine if it works if you're willing to put the time in to understand it yourself. Yeah. That's what you're saying.
So my question is, you can divine your own future, is what I'm asking. Like, I thought this was used for other people's futures. I didn't know you could use it on yourself.
Most people use it on their self, yeah, most of the time, yeah.
Then people who are good at it, you'd expect them to win the lottery or something, or have really good lives, right?
And there you go, that's right. So that is something that
sometimes they do. I mean, like someone who won the lottery, like from round near me, was like, I mean, they were known to be into that sort of stuff, so they probably do win the lottery, like using divination. So it wouldn't surprise me.
It's all about
Sharknado. That's it. That's right. But bearing in mind that somebody, if that's then the case, money's probably not that interesting to somebody that has that kind of knowledge over,
Yeah.
So that you got to bear that in mind as well. But yeah, at the end of the day, we can sit here. People can argue things left, right, and centre. We can, there's all sorts of reasons and counter reasons. At the end of the day, if you want to know something for sure for yourself, you've got to sort of dip in and actually go and check it out yourself. So it's the same with anything, isn't it?
Yeah.
But say I want to know something about myself, and I divine it, and it turns out to not come true. Then how do I know if I had divined it wrong, or if the divination itself is flawed? Flawed principle. How do I separate those two?
Well, you're going to correlate that with other people.
Learning it wouldn't ever solve anything. Like, I spend my whole life learning it and still get a wrong divination, and I still wouldn't be able to separate whether divination works or not.
Right, but it wouldn't get to that. It wouldn't get to that point. You'd understand it. It's not. Do you know what I mean?
No, what I'm talking about is I'm not interested in divining my own future. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in seeing if divination works at all.
Right.
And so that's what I'm trying to separate out. And so learning it does not separate that.
Right, but you'd have to learn it to understand that, if you get what I'm saying.
So how would I separate whether I did the divination wrong or the divination method is flawed?
Well, you'd correlate that with other people's experiences with divination, wouldn't you? And then you'd,
Because how do I know they're competent?
Well, the thing is, you were talking about statistics earlier. So you have a diary of all the things that you divine, and all the times when you're correct, and all the times when you're not correct, and you write down enough information about the methodology at the time so that you can see, am I doing something wrong? You can correct things. It's science, isn't it? You know how it works. Correct, hypothesize, trial and error, improve.
other variables.
And you see if you can get a correlation that's significant. Yeah, you know.
In this case, different divinations gone wrong, you wouldn't be able to compare them. They're not comparable because there are other variables that affect these divinations. You did a divination on a different day, or the divination predicts a different future. How are those two divinations comparable in any way? You can't just statistically compare them. They're two different sets of data.
Okay, well, you're looking at this from a specific perspective, aren't you? I mean, like, if you're in touch with metaphysical aspects of that, then obviously divination is going to make a lot more sense to you. But if you're not, then you'll be forever trying to determine as to whether divination works without actually tapping into the realm in which it sort of,
Well, I'm trying to apply modern scientific methods to the divination methodology.
Right, but what's modern scientific method? I mean, what does it come down to? What does modern scientific methods actually mean? It just means something that you can physically see, you can physically observe.
No, it means separating out two outcomes. Like those two outcomes where the divination methodology is flawed, or I did the divination wrong. That's two separate results. How do I separate them in a simple test? I cannot separate those two, and thus you cannot apply science to
not from the current perspective you hold. So,
no, I'm asking you guys who hold a different perspective. How do you do it? And you haven't said an answer yet.
That's how you learn, isn't it? I did say that you just correct. You write down how you do it. You look at, you read the books on it, and you try different things, and you try and see if you can get this going, if you can get it right, and if you can get a statistical significant level of accuracy, then you're probably doing it right. If not, then you're either doing it wrong or it doesn't work. So you might be forever stuck into this situation of it not working or you not knowing if you're doing it wrong or not, or you might actually get it right and show that it actually works. They're your two sort of options, aren't they? Now you're assuming that you're going to be stuck in never being it. You're already assuming it doesn't work, but you won't be able to tell because it doesn't work. You're going to be in this situation where you can't get it to work because it doesn't work, and therefore you don't know if it works or not.
No, if it's right, then it actually does predict the future. Then that's a good result, and there's no interpretation errors that could go wrong with that. You're like, okay, it works, but if it doesn't work, then there are two possibilities why it doesn't work, and I'm just trying to separate those two possibilities, and that's it.
You might not ever be able to separate them. That's right. This is part of the scientific problem, isn't it? That we sometimes we don't know if we're ever doing something right or not. We just got to keep trying, and we might not ever get there. No,
that's what science does. It does separate those two. If you can't separate those two, you can't apply science to it.
What makes you say that?
You can't apply modern science, contemporary science methodology to it. You can apply statistical, retrofitting reasoning stuff or something, or I don't know, anything else, but you can't apply science, hard science.
Use a different
That's
science.
why it's not publishable. That's why it's not in the primary literature.
You can apply science to it. I don't know what he's talking about there. He's saying that he can't distinguish between this scenario where he's doing the method wrong or it doesn't actually work. Well, so it doesn't. That happens in science as well. We might be doing the experiment wrong. We might not never work out how to do the experiment properly. There might be
between those. The science distinguishes between those. So if you do the experiment wrong, it does have corrections in the experimental methodology itself. That's why people write their methods, how they did the experiment down.
What you're saying is, so you go back and then try a different method. Yes, trial and error. Science is basically trial and error at the end of the day. So they write their method down. This is what I said to you, didn't I? I said keep a diary of how you do it, what your method is, and then you try and correct it and you try and get it right. That is the scientific method. So I don't know why you're saying you can't apply it. That's what the scientific method is. You write it down and you correct and you try different ways of doing these things.
No, that's not the scientific method. It's pretty simple. The scientific method, you can trial and error all you want in a lab, but you cannot publish those results unless you can separate the results. No journal publishes them without the separation. Once you do get a system, a methodology that works, then you can apply for publication.
Well, it does, you know, so you can't publish any result unless you get it working. That's right. No one's interested if you, you know, well, you can say, look, I tried all these things and I got a null result. People do publish some results.
That's not what I'm talking about. If you
They're not as interested.
Well, it is what you're talking about.
Cannot be pinpointed as to why you got this result. People can't publish that.
Well, why not?
No, but you can have your own interpretation and your own conclusions, and you don't need to be that sort of strict and solid. You don't need to have it all worked out. You can just say, this is what I did and this is what happened. And, you know, if it's an experiment that people want to do or that they've been interested in doing it, you'll probably get it published somewhere, you know. So I think you're sort of, I think you're, I don't know.
It's not about being all worked out, though. I mean, it's about drawing conclusions when many conclusions can be drawn from one result. That sort of, it's vague, I guess. The primary literature doesn't like vague results.
Yeah, it prefers precision, but there's nothing wrong with vagueness as long as you say, look, this aspect was quite vague. I've got a big, you know, there's ranges of error measurements that you put in, isn't there? You say, look, you know, in the worst case scenario, I had it all wrong. In the good case scenario, it just wasn't. It's not very significantly, you know, and this is the error range, but I can't tell between them. So that's fair enough. You know, you just write that in. You know, it's no big deal.
There are vague sciences, yeah, like psychology and certain biologies for sure. The science I work in is not big, so I don't have too much experience in that. But I imagine psychologists have different experiences, or clinical scientists.
Yeah, so they use different methodologies. I mean, you might be under the impression that there's one science methodology, but there isn't. There's different fields use different methodologies, and they have different sort of standards. Physics is quite hardcore. You know, you've got to be very precise and, you know, accurate and have an extremely high level of significance. And then other sciences are very relaxed in comparison with their methodologies. And this kind of thing, this astrology, divination, it's quite relaxed. It's somewhere in between sort of sociology and psychology, I presume. So, you know, this is just where it falls in the spectrum of, you know, methodology there. So, you know.
So learning divination wouldn't get me at my answer of how do I separate those two results.
No, the fact that you're choosing to learn the divination is the answer itself.
Yeah, that's how you can give us some results there and look into it. You know, that's how you'll become less vague and more objective. Well, I should say more precise, you know, because you'll be able to say, okay, this represents this is how I do it, you know, you'll have your methodology and you'll be able to write it all down and say, I'm unsure, this is how much I'm unsure about these things and this is how much I'm sure about these things, yeah.
Okay, so if I do a whole bunch of divinations and I look at the ones that do work, then I try to look back at what I did in those divinations that worked and try to find a correlation in the in the methodology. This is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, this is when you first learn anything, really, isn't it? When you get it right, you sort of try and remember the times when you kept getting it right, and you say, well, what was I doing then that I'm not doing when I keep getting it wrong? And you know, if there is something that keeps cropping up, you try and make that part of something that you always observe. And you know, then you sort of take it from there. It's an iterative process, isn't it, of learning? You know, so.
So isn't that what I was saying before? You're not actually looking for something specific. You're looking at the entire methodology and looking at anything that crops up that correlates amongst the ones that I did right. And so a pattern will crop up if I do enough divinations. This would just happen. And so I'm looking back, and I'm finding something that correlates to the right predictions.
Right, but you're saying this is divination is just this simple thing that you can, you know, somehow apply some sort of method to, and there you go, you'll be able to do it, or you won't. Like, I mean, it's not that simple. It's a very profound, metaphysical mechanic. You can't just apply.
Right, that was my other problem with it. Is because it's complicated, I don't know when I've mastered it. So if I spend 50 years at it and I'm still getting it wrong, I don't know if I'm doing it wrong or if the divination methodology...
Well, if you're spending 50 years trying to understand something, then you're obviously doing it wrong, aren't you? Like,
if I spend 1 year at it, if I spend 10 days, or if I spend 10 years, I don't know if I'm doing it wrong, no matter how much time I spend.
Right, and this is what I meant by, well, you come at it from a different angle, don't you? You don't just... you don't keep applying that same sort of scientific method to try and figure it out. You go at it from another angle, don't you? You use your soul to do something else. You don't just go, oh, well, this is the method I've been told, therefore apply. If it doesn't work, then,
No, I have two problems with it. If it doesn't work, then I can't separate those two. And then the other problem is, if it does work, I'm retrofitting some methodological practice or what I did.
Right, but what you're trying to do is you're trying to use a science to explain another science.
Well, yeah, I'm using the scientific method for sure, because I don't know. That's how I get around cognitive traps.
Right, okay.
You seem to be in a cognitive trap, though, so
it's impossible to do that, sir. I'm sorry. To even say that you have the ability to get rid of cognitive traps means you're in one right now.
I don't have the ability, but it sure does help if it can be verified somehow. Like if I can separate if it's done right, or if I can look back and find something that correlates for all the ones that predictions were true.
Yeah, but I think I misunderstood you there, because I'm not saying that what you should do is say, okay, these are the areas where I've made a good prediction and therefore I'm just going to select them. No, what I'm saying is look at the ones where you made the good prediction and then take what you did, okay, the methodology of how you're doing that, and then just do it like that, and then see if you can make a more significant amount of good predictions. So it's not retrofitting, it's adjusting your methodology and learning so that then you can make decent valid statistical inferences. Do you understand what I mean there? Or?
Yeah. No, I do. It's refining your methods. And
yeah, so it's different to sort of just like saying, okay, there was some, it's different to just selecting your good ones and then saying, oh, look, I'm getting it all right, which is what it seemed like you were saying originally.
I've had it all right about 15 times in my life.
If I had it all right, I don't know, I'd do something with that knowledge for sure.
Well, I'd hope you'd publish it and, tell the world that,
No, I'd do something for myself. I wouldn't care about publishing it.
Well, that's a problem. Okay, this is a metaphysical system, and if you come about with this wrong sort of attitude, you probably will never learn it. This is the strange thing about it. But there you go.
Well, then that sucks.
Well, it doesn't though, because it means that only people with good intentions can have this sort of access to this sort of information, doesn't it? So.
Well, specific
mindset to understand it, and I don't have the proper mindset.
Well, it's not really a mindset, is it? It's the kind of intent to use it for sort of your own nefarious purposes, or the benefit of.
Nobody said nefarious. That's your word. I said my purposes.
Yeah.
Make it good.
Yeah, if that's good, that's good. If you're better, if you're doing well, hopefully you'd spread that love a bit, so that would be a good thing. So yeah, I'm sort of like, I'm just sort of trying to make the point that it is a metaphysical system, and what we're essentially saying is that there is a sort of spiritual realm, and you've got to come at it from a certain point of view. A lot of people that meditate before they do this stuff, so it's difficult just to keep throwing. You're not going to sit there and just keep pulling things out and go, oh, I think this, do this. and getting all stressed, and it's not like you can do it like that in a lab. You can do it under these sort of conditions, but you've got to keep getting into a certain state of mind and relaxing and becoming sort of in tune, you know, so this makes it a little bit more difficult, and it makes it a little bit more time consuming, but yeah, you know.
It sounds like my deductive reasoning is stopping me from learning it, or from being able to divine my future.
The thing is, it is actually deductive. It is actually a deductive system, but it's like a hyperdimension. It's like a multi-dimensional deduction. So you've got A implies B, A therefore B. So that's your normal deduction. But in this system, you've got A. You need to replace that with you know, A1, A2, A3, A4, A5, and A6. Implies B, which is B1, B2, B3, B. So you've got a bit of a combination explosion going on there, and that does make it more complicated. So lucky for you, you know a little bit about science, the harder sciences, and that won't be an issue for you. So, but no, your deduction, you want to be clear-minded and rational about these things. Otherwise, it would be a lot harder to do.
Can you do it?
Yeah. It's actually really easy to do.
For like people that you don't meet, like people over a hangout.
Yeah, I used to do it for people, but you know, I you know, I don't see that as beneficial for anybody, so I don't do that anymore.
I was going to say, like, from a Christian perspective, it's not really a good thing to be getting into that. So, you know.
Yeah, so you know, some people might consider that to be contradictory to a lot of the scriptures, and I completely agree that it is something that you know, should be avoided. We should trust God. So you know, to me, it's a little bit like when certain Christians might pray for something or pray for information. So in that way, I treat it a little bit like that. You know, so I don't, you know, I treat it with you know, a lot of respect, and it's not a game. It's not, you know, it's quite a serious thing. You know, it's a more fundamental sort of layer of reality, I believe. So you know, and you know, if I have respect for that, you know, I'm a Christian. You know, I don't want to take these sort of things with you know, in vain. You know, so.
Okay, you said there are a bunch of different methods to divine. Can you also divine like the future from, like, let's say, the scientific method, say from a quantum understanding or some sort of deterministic predictions? Would that work?
No, I don't.
It has to be the spiritual realm, basically, that you're tapping into.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to look at what it is. It's a science itself, so you can't really use another science to sort of get the same results as what another science exists to do. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, that's right. It would be like doing like biology using the sort of methods of physics. You know, you're not going to get that far.
Well, yeah, basically that's exactly what it is. It's yeah, that.
Morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ronnie.
Hey.
It's like science.
Hey, bud.
That sucks.
Yep. Good morning. I was raised by a planetary researcher, man. He was also called a numerologist, but I've been sitting out here for a little while, and the guys that I haven't met yet, good morning. Guys that I know, you know, good morning also. But it's been very interesting. I've been sitting out back watching on the YouTube live, and I really don't have anything to throw in, but back in the day, I was raised by a guy that was a numerologist. He also studied planetary cycles, and he hired some people on to create computer code, and we sold back in the day. If you're interested, I'll tell you. I mean, can I get one thumbs up and I'll tell you? so that's a down. You know? But anyways, if there's ever a chance to tell a story, we wrote code for the planetary cycle. It's called biorhythm, and we took people's...
Yeah, I think I've heard of this before. Yeah.
Well, so you find computers actually crunch the data from planetary for astrology. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we wrote it. This was in 1981, and he was also involved with two people that were in the United States, but they might have been from European breed also. I'm sorry about talking the way I do. I got punched in the lip earlier tonight, but so my mouth sort of messed up. But he was involved with some psychics also. That didn't have anything to do with the astronomy deal at all. But the psychics thing, that's a whole other story. But we wrote computer code and we sold the systems abroad, worldwide. We did a 90-day chart for people per their birth date, and that was sort of parallel what the gentleman was talking about before. So, but that was in 1981. Long before we did infomercials back in the day and all that type of thing too. So, but good morning. Just wanted to come sit with you guys for a little while.
Yeah, that was right back in the beginning when, yeah, I remember all that stuff actually. I got into it for a bit of time. Yeah, that's interesting. So you would have been right on the beginning of that. Yeah, cool.
He was what they called a forecaster. He it was my father, man. He wrote what they called forecasts. That was a professional type of word, I think now. But he was an authorized he was a hypnotist. He also created a church back in the day out in California. I think it was more of a tax haven than anything, which is fine with me now. I care less, but that's cool too, But I don't think he was a pastor or anything. But he created a church. I don't think it was more of a shelter than anything. But actually, back then, the United States wouldn't let us sell that product outbound from here, so we had to do it out of the Bahamas. And,
just wait, he wrote the code.
Yeah, back then, the codes that they were writing, the programmer, we had one programmer.
What did the code do? Like, well, when it was run?
I'm sorry, I was interrupting you, but you chopped up too.
Sorry, like
I'm just going to say quickly before you continue. Like, I've got to go. So, but I'll probably be on later tonight. So.
All right. Have a good rest.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
Have a good night, Commander.
Yeah, take it easy. Take it easy, man.
Yeah, we only had one programmer, but we had 14 computers in the place, and it was
But what did the program do?
I don't know about the program. This was in 1981, man. This was all MS-DOS on a Tandy product, which
it doesn't matter. When the program was run, what did it do? Like, what was it for? Why'd you write it? Who wrote the code? Why'd they write it?
They wrote it.
It gives you some graphs, doesn't it?
They took the person's birth date, the time of birth, where they were born. There was only about 4 different fields that they took. I think it was time of birth, date. All those couple specifics there, where, so that'd be the third, but I think it was only about 4 field entries, and they wrote the chart for 90 days forecast, but it scoped it down to every minute of their day for 90 days. We sold it. I think it was well over $100, well over that, but it was a 90-day forecast. It's called a biorhythm chart. And back then, it was on a green bar paper. I mean, it was huge, guys. It was freaking huge. So
the code divined for you. It took the human element out of it, right? Like a computer could divine 90 days of a person's life.
Yeah, well, what it would do back then, it wasn't, it would show, say, ones and zeros on this green bar.
I understand that. I'm a programmer too, just to top it off. I
what
love
they would do is they would look at it and they could see their biorhythm. If they took a pen and drew it from 1 to 0, you know, on a line, they could see a rise and fall in their daily chart. It was a chart, and they could see how their body would be flowing and ups and downs, and they were getting into it back then. And you know, I don't mean to say back then, but it was selling, and it was based off of planetary cycles per their birth date. It wasn't astrological. I think it was, it wasn't astrological. It wasn't astronomy, because those two entities are, I think they're definitely different. But it was planetary cycles and numerology. He studied in all, you know, in all those fields, and he was pretty good at forecasting. Using that method, he was pretty successful in the gambling market. The reason that we moved to the Bahamas, the other thing is that he sold vacation packages in the Bahamas based on his forecasting for his gambling books. He was a publisher.
Okay.
We would write these books, but that biorhythm thing with the planetary stuff and all that, I was raised by that type of person on his side. The other side was a Christian, but she also claimed to be a psychic. She claimed to be a Christian and a spiritualist at the same time. That was real funky. You know, that was pretty weird. But
okay, so I'm trying to figure out, like, okay, Rodney was saying this was back in the day when things just got started, right? 1980, ground floor or whatever.
Yeah,
we've been around for thousands of years.
No, well, that was the beginning of when they started doing the biorhythm. So I remember that. And
biorhythm was new back then. Okay.
Yeah, that's right. That's new. That is new.
So why isn't it used today?
I don't know.
Are so much more powerful now.
So loads of people use it today, don't they? It's still quite popular.
Yeah.
Print out biorhythms in binary, and then interpret those biorhythms.
Well, it draws you a nice graph now. So you just get I think you get free. Was it free graphs you got? One, I think they were. They worked in a strange way. He's right. It was numerology and planetary cycles. It wasn't actually astrology. It was. I don't know if you know about Chinese astrology, but it was similar to that than Western astrology, and it was basically based on numerology and something similar to Chinese astrology. And yeah, you get these charts from them, and then you say, well, it shows you how you're. I think one was. I think there were 3 or 4 charts it would give you, and they were all, so you could see when they sort of, one would be high and another one would be low, and one was, I think, I can't remember what they were now. I didn't get that into that.
Okay,
but
I'm just trying to figure this out. Okay, the charts are what, graphs?
Yeah, they're
line graphs.
I don't know about the new day, but they were back then. They were a graph, but you being, I think I heard you say that you write, but back then, this guy, he came from an Apple base. It was right it was right before Steve and Steve, right? Before they broke free on their product. We were working on a 7.5 or 7 1/4 floppy with a Texas product called Tandy. But
yeah, I remember those. I remember those. Yeah, I was programmer on the Atari days. They programmed in the Atari. It's still programmed today.
Yeah, and the graph. It was weird how it would print out on the green bar paper. It was just numbers, man. From what as a youngster,
it's not a line graph. It's not a Cartesian coordinate system. Is what we're talking about. This is a binary zeros and ones printout.
Yes, that's right.
And it's interpreted from that by a person.
But the way it was laid out, you could see the binary on it. It was just because that's all the dot matrix. It wasn't even dot back then. It could have been. I don't know. I wasn't.
infinite space. It could have been dashed
Yeah,
out.
well, no, I mean, I posted a link anyway on the side. It is just, you know, Cartesian coordinate space. You get 3 or 4. This one here, there's an online calculator. It's still really popular. It's an online calculator that I posted in the sidebar there, and that's got 6 different graphs that it overlays on each other. One's intellectual, another one's emotional, another one's physical, and you get intuition, spiritual awareness, and aesthetic as well.
And I think it did have, like he's saying, I think it did have like a little bit of a legend down at the bottom, like certain characters meant, you know, certain things, like he's saying, you know, I'm just trying to parallel with the conversation here, and the person could look down without even drawing a pen on the line. They could see the flow of the chart just by the numbers laid out there.
Yeah.
And I actually sold some of the product just by default, just being awake when people would call. Like, it would be this time of morning for me in the East Coast. Like right now, it's we'll say 4 a.m. and they would call from, say, Bhopal, India. And, you know, it might be daylight for them, like it is 12 o'clock for fish and chip over there, you know, whatever. And I would sell them something, and they would actually tell me that it was working. They'd call back because we had a satisfaction guarantee on all of our product, man. The money back back then, it was 100% guaranteed. If they didn't like it, they could always give it, and we'd give them their money back.
Okay, so this biorhythm has a baseline, and then it has if you're above the baseline, then you're more apt, I guess, in that area. So if it's intellectual, then you're smarter that day or whatever. And if it's below, then you're maybe a little bit dumber that day.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly how it works.
They were agreeing with it. What tripped me out, what blew my mind, guys, is that they were agreeing with the chart. It was like they were flowing with it and agreeing that that's how they felt. Because I had, like, testimony. They would call me back and say, oh, it's working, or whatever. And it blew me away that they would actually be walking down the street. Because, I mean, you're talking 90 days worth of pages, no matter how much you rip off. If you just ripped, you know, 9 pages off for that hour, because I mean, literally, man, it was a huge stack of paper that we had to ship out for 90 days, you know, and they'd call us back and say, oh, it's working, and I couldn't, you know, I can grasp it now, but I couldn't then.
So you couldn't reconcile that information that they call back and say it was working.
Right, just to see how a person could look at something and say, you know, that wave of numbers were actually working how their emotions or how their body felt, you know, and that's what blew my mind back then. Now,
well, they're not applying science to it because they're not blinded to the evidence. You know, that's what it's like. That's first red flag right there. Second red flag is.
Well, the thing is that this
you need to blind it to it to see if it's working or not. You can't just look at it and say that it's working or not because that's you could.
Yeah, well, it's anecdotal, isn't it? But that's still, you know, that shouldn't be a red flag. It should be a sort of green flag to say, okay, let's sort of think about this. You know, people generally. Well, the reason why there's these biorhythms, they took the kind of world by storm back then, is because you've got a system now, like you were saying earlier, you've got a system now with these biorhythms where you haven't got to learn anything, you haven't got to worry about you might be doing it wrong because the computer does it, or you type in the numbers, the computer gives you graphs, and then in principle you can just measure various metabolic rates of the body, you know, skin responses or standardized psychological testing and this kind of thing to actually get a very objective way of, you know, rigorously sort of testing this thing. So it was actually huge when it first came out, and it was quite a big storm. Yeah.
It was high tech for, you know, we sold a lot of that product, and I don't know if he was the first.
But it doesn't matter how many you sold or how big it is. That doesn't prove its validity, or even describe its validity at all. That has nothing to do with whether it's true or not. Right,
and that I agree totally on that. I'm just interjecting some 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 stuff to converse about, that type of thing. But we were on the ground floor with that. I mean, not we. I wasn't the publisher of it. I didn't write it. My father did, man, and the code guy did too. I don't know how he programmed it. I can't tell you, but it was. I've still got a lot of the publishings here, and that was the end of the era for my dad as a publisher. He originally began writing off of psychic forecasting, actually, back in the late 70s. He did that for about 3 years, and that was on the gambling and the real estate market. He based his forecasts off of predictions, is what they called it. And he worked with a guy out of California on that. And the guy's pretty famous, but they teamed up. They did pretty well. Well, I guess.
Well, I did the biorhythm thing just now, right? And it says today, my intellectual capacity is plus 97%, almost at max. Plus 100 is be max. My emotional is minus 23, and my physical is minus 82. So I would say that aptly describes my current situation. My physical, because I'm not moving, it's minus 82. My intellectual, because I'm conversing with you guys, is plus 97. My emotional, well, I don't know. It's kind of in the middle. So that's very accurate, I would say. And that's how it's going to be all day, basically, today. It's going to be a very intellectual day for me.
Cool.
But because I wasn't blinded to the results, I don't know if I'm fitting that information.
Right.
I don't know. Like, I can't separate that from,
Well, I think it was an era back then. I mean, it's not that people's belief systems have changed, but back then, I mean, people were into. I don't mean to say it like it sounds, but you could sell something back then like that, and people would buy it. Nowadays, I don't think it's going to fly that well. People are a little bit different nowadays, but it was like a new age type era type thing,
And nowadays, I could look at the code in a second, and I could figure out exactly how it's written, determine if there's anything to it. Just download the JavaScript or whatever. So there it is.
Yeah.
The equations are in the on the wiki page if you want to take a look at that. So
Yeah, I don't have the means to get in there. When I come to you guys, I'm only on a dedicated device. I can't leave the screen. So it's cool, but I just wanted to throw I heard you talking out there, and I was raised by that type of person on the father's side that I had, and then the other side was a whole nother spectrum. So I've had to decipher what I wanted to do with my belief systems, but that's been crazy anyways. So anyway.
Well, it's been talking to you guys. I got to get to bed and get to work here. Thanks for sharing that with me. I've never heard of this biorhythm stuff in my life, actually.
Yeah. I think it is planetary based, wasn't it not, Brett? I forgot your name over there, Fish and Chip. I forgot. I haven't spoke to you in a long time, but.
Oh, me, Rod. Yeah.
Yeah. Nice to meet you, Rodney. And
yeah,
Rodney.
good to meet you as well. And I think that's quite a coincidence that you come along there, Ron. Just as we were talking about that, because you were a bit bothered by differentiating between the method and stuff. And this is this is part of the reason why this was so popular, is because it is a lot. You put the code in, you get the results, and in principle you could do fairly objective tests to see how in line with these things you are. So yeah, it's
right, because
cool stuff.
Is removed in the calculation process.
Yeah, that's
making
right.
a computer do it. So that would knock out a lot of the subjectivity right there. Half of it anyway. Then there's the whole interpretive area. If you can knock out the human element there too.
Very good point, man. Very good.
Makes it a lot easier.
Oh yeah, definitely.
All right, I'll see you guys then.
Yeah.
Yep. Take it easy.
Yeah, you guys too.
Yeah, it was hard for me for a while, being raised by that type of person, and on the other side being raised by a Christian /spiritualist /medium psychic. You know what I mean? So I had like 4 or 5 different bases to come off of, you know. This was the household I was raised in. They had seances, and they had readings, and past life progressions. This was way back, you know, in the 70s, early 80s, you know. So
it sounds like you got, you know, quite a good exposure to a range of different belief systems. Yeah, it sounds like a lot of fun, and very, you know, very sort of privileged to have, you know, been exposed to that kind of thing.
Yeah. And you know, then to go in the real world, so to speak, on the streets or whatever, you know, and see those type of belief systems, you know, it was a big hodgepodge for a long time, you know. So, anyways, but it's been a good experience the whole way through. I can say that, that's for sure. So, yeah, but I got a kick out of the numerology, the planetary thing. That was pretty interesting. I got into writing for a while when I was living in that household, and I picked a name, and it was what they used to call a pen name. When you write a book, instead of using your real name, you use a pen name. And I picked a name out. I just created it like you would like a fake account on something, you know, nowadays for email or whatever. And actually the old man, my father, did the numerology on it. I didn't know he was doing it. He came back to me and said it matched my name exactly, my real name. That blew my mind. You know?
Spooky coincidences like that are, you know, they certainly make you wonder, don't they, you know?
Uh-huh. I don't know what it was based off of, you know, like if it had a root number. I never learned his system. Okay, that's one thing I'm sad to say. You know, I would have liked to have been interested to figure out how he, you know, I wish he would have taught me how he created, you know, his numerology system, because he never explained that to really any of the family. But anyways, I think my device is fucking vibrating, Rod. I may have to go in the background and disable a notification here. Yep. Sorry. If you heard it vibrate, it's me. I'm sorry. So anyways, I wish I would have... Yeah, I wish I would have been schooled on, you know, on how this guy came about that numerology thing. I really never asked him or anything like that. I was a kid. I didn't take the time to be interested in it. You know, but I remember him telling me that my pen name matched my actual birth name, and that took me aback for a few on that. But
yeah, it's quite interesting. There's a few different sort of numerological methodologies, but the main one is actually really popular nowadays. You know, people have always been quite superstitious anyway with numbers. So this like tradition of numerology's been, you know, fairly well preserved, I think. You know, I got a good book a while back actually, and wait there, I've got it here. Let me just grab it. Yeah, so so you can go into, literally, you can look it up online or go into any bookstore, and you know, the normal numerology that people generally do is fairly well preserved and fairly agreed upon. You know, at least in the West, there are other methodologies, but this guy called Peter Lemashuria, it's hard. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing his name right, but he wrote a book called The Great Pyramid Decoded. And you know, it's basically interpreting the Pyramid of Giza there with numerology, and you know, it started off a bit of a craze, and it you know, sort of opened people up to doing this, and numerology is actually one of the more popular things now. Because people sort of see numbers everywhere, and even where there aren't like explicitly numbers written down. I mean, there's not numbers written down in your name, for instance, but we substitute, don't we, the different letters for numbers, and then we sort of add them up and reduce them. So, but even where there's just geometries, you know, that really mathematically there are numbers everywhere. And he was sort of coming at it from this angle, sort of like, you know, measuring the different distances and proportions, and then interpreting that with numerology. And he come up with this. I think he's actually a priest or something. But he come up with this story that he then yeah, so he then interprets all these numerological correspondences in the pyramid, and he makes this story which to him is consistent with the Bible. So, you know, it sort of spawned this, oh, wait a minute, you know, what other messages can we read, sort of thing. And you had the whole any megalithic site, then people were all over them with these sort of techniques and trying to figure out ways to reapply these sort of old techniques. And yeah, I think it's the most popular used thing. It's fairly easy to learn as well, you know. You have your 9 base.
Looks like it. Now that I typed it in, it's pulling up in the background back here. It looks like it. When was that book published, do you think, in the 70s or later?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think I must have got it in the early 90s, so I don't...
Okay.
I don't know when it was. It's probably really old, isn't it? You know, I read it in the early 90s, I think, and
this guy here that, you know, that I lived under, my father, he got into that pyramid power. You mentioned the pyramid there.
Yeah, 77.
And he got into that right in that area. He actually built. I remember in the living room, we had a steel rod built frame of a pyramid, you know.
Yeah.
And there was nothing there but just round steel rod. No, it didn't have a tarp or anything on it, like a roof or anything. And they would actually have their meetings, what they called meetings, under this thing. But what got me was he never... My father, from what he told me, and I did it for a long time, and it worked for a while, but I'll tell you, Rod, he said that he never threw away his razor for like maybe 10 years. I'm just going to throw that number out there. But he used pyramid power to keep his razor sharp. He used to he built himself a small pyramid for his bathroom, and he'd put his Bic Gillette under the pyramid.
Yeah, I've done that as well. You know, it's an interesting experiment. There's actually some people have like some really sort of cool ideas to how that's actually working. You know, but a lot of people are reporting that, yeah, you know, and you know, I don't know how long I did it for, but you know, I got some good use out of some razors for a long time when I was a student, using a little cardboard pyramid that I made to put, you know, you line it up with the compass, north, south, east, west, and you just put your razor on it, you know, on a little stand. You align it, don't you? It's slightly off the ground, isn't it, inside the pyramid, so that you've got, you know, it's, I think, where the box is in the Great Pyramid, that sort of position. And yeah, apparently it does something. And I don't know, you know, it wasn't a scientific test that I did or anything, but yeah, I seem to get them to last for quite a long time using that. So yeah.
Have you ever heard of, you know, I haven't thought of it in a long time, and I thought of it a couple of days ago, and now I'm thinking of it again, but I remember him mentioning to me in the sleeping position, I guess the direction that you sleep in has a lot to do with the way that you actually become rested.
So who told you about that again? So was that your dad? Yeah?
The same person, but you know, it's like a northeast southwest type deal. I think, I forget. Yeah. You know, he never gave me a correction, but he did ask me one time, hey, you know, which end of the bed, even though I was his son, you know, he never really checked in on me to see,
right, yeah,
least that he probably did, man. It was my dad. He probably looked in the bedroom when I was sleeping, but
he probably had it all arranged in certain like configuration.
Well, yes, and it blew my mind because he was so into it that he would actually tell me, "Hey, man, you're going to be better rested if you slept with your head to the east or to the west," and that it took me aback. And I just thought about it a couple of days ago, and I thought about it again just now talking to you. And I can't really say how I sleep now because it's all crazy. But as a kid, coming up, it seemed to make sense, to me back then, because there was times that I switched up and I had, worse sleep than the times that I slept the other way, so that type of thing. So, living in that type of household, I lived in a spiritual household too, where there was always, I always had psychic readings around me, people forecasting what was coming up. I actually had to go to psychic churches and stuff like that. People would give readings and tell you what your future is and this, that, and the other. And it's not very pleasant, to be honest with you. It's sort of scary,
That's right. Yeah, a lot of people don't get that, but if you're actually around people that know how to do this stuff, it's not the kind of amazing thing that you'd think it is. You don't want to know what you're going to do, what are you going to meet. Sometimes it's nice to have a sort of life to be have a few surprises,
Yeah,
So
that's right.
Yeah.
Rodney, I totally agree with that, man. I was cut down by people like that, and I've been cut down by religions too, man. I've had people tell me I was a frickin' devil, I had people try to exorcise me, man, and I wasn't even, in my eyes, I wasn't doing anything wrong, but in my mind or whatever, my as a kid, you know what I'm saying? But
yeah,
a household like that and having people tell you that something's coming down the pike. That ain't no way to be. To me, I wouldn't do that to a kid. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't raise.
It's rough. It's rough for anyone. It's very difficult for anyone to have that kind of information, and this is why a lot of people sort of, they end up avoiding it. Essentially, they think, well, they've settled for themselves that there's something with that, and then they're happy to sort of live a sort of surprising life, so.
I'm cool with it now. I go places where I grew up. I grew up in an area I grew up adjacent to our property. We had some Indian burial mounds, and I've always respected that. Like the American Indian burial mounds. It's an historic site, that type of thing. And then up the street at the church, the spiritual camp, we have a place here in Florida, or near Orlando, but it's north of Orlando. But it's the spiritual capital of the world, they claim. It's where all the mediums and the psychics meet, and this, that, and the other. And that turned out, I just read this tonight as you all were talking, and I was reading in the background, but it turned out that that's actually Indian-based also. The medium or the psychic met up with an actual Indian chief, this type of thing. But since I've returned there and visited, I always get a pleasant feeling coming out of there. I keep my mind open going into it, and I keep my thoughts positive, or just sort of really neutral, to be honest with you. But I've always found that if I stay neutral on it and don't think either way, then I'm going to come out all right on it. Really, to be that's the way it works. It just flows that way. But I've had the pleasant experience, going back to those type of places and not putting a label on those type of places. I just go in neutral and let things pass as they may, and I don't have any harm come to me, because I can respect the tribal burial grounds. I can respect the psychics and all that for the spirits and the ghosts, because it's just the way I was raised in that type of environment. I can't help it. But and the Christian things, I have to respect that. So when you hear me come in and talk like this, it's just because I'm sort of open-minded to everything. I don't mean to be so vague about anything ever, Rod. But people.
No, I agree with you, Ron. At the end of the day, I think that's essentially, we go through life, we have lots of different experiences, and the best way to be is just to, sort of assertive but absorbing of the information around us, and we don't want to hang off of it too much. We don't want to take it sort of, too seriously. We don't want to get too overboard with anything. Things are. Let's just accept the information and bear in mind that we're getting about our sort of daily life at the same time. So, I totally agree with you on that.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I thought, when I mentioned that, I've hung out with you before and with Miss Nadia and of course Fudd, and we've had some good, real this time of morning chats, and you guys are always very hospitable to me. I don't ever mean to be so vague, but I appreciate you, understanding the open-mindedness thing. It benefits me because I'm so old now, Rod. I've had my fun. I enjoy treating people well. So you know what I mean? I just enjoy being positive with folks. To hell with the rest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's about, isn't it? We're all here together. We're all learning. We've all got experiences. We've all got beliefs, and sometimes I get a bit wound up, and I can be quite adversarial, like with different sort of ideologies and stuff. And I don't mean to insult anyone. I try and be a lot more like you. A lot more, sort of. Respectful, basically. It's respect, isn't it?
Well, I talk over others. It's only because I'm on a device, not a full-fledged desk. But Rodney, can I give you props, and also to Fudd, because I see him live here. I can't see. I know we got 15 viewers and a panel, but both of you guys are very. Rod, the past couple of months, man, you've helped me out a couple of times. I wasn't educated in something, and I asked. I also asked that cat Jesus one time, but Fudd's always been hospitable to me. But props to you, Rod. I appreciate you helping me out. It pulls me through. Sometimes I don't know something, and I asked once or twice, and you said, hey, yeah, this is what it is, because I had to ask. And so I appreciate you for that, man. And Fudd, it's good to be here with you, like always, man. You know that. But you're very well spoken. I can understand when you're talking. So I'm just giving you props, man. I'm just saying that. As an outside viewer, I don't know you well, Rod, but I can understand what you're saying because your spoken word is good. I can understand your tongue. You know what I'm saying? It's not gibberish.
Yeah, I do appreciate that. Because my accent is actually is a little bit difficult to understand for some people, and I don't pronounce all of my words that particularly well. I'm quite aware of that, so that I do appreciate you saying that. And like you helped out here when you came along. The ideal thing for me to mention at that time was biorhythms. That was a perfect thing for me to mention, but of course I'd totally forgotten it, and it was just something that. I couldn't associate with. You appear, you say that, and brilliant. That was the ideal thing to happen. So you've helped everybody there by providing that information at the vitally perfect time for it. That's exactly what we were looking for. And so this is what conversation should be about, isn't it? We've all got things to say. We've all got our own experiences that we can sort of input to these things, and we're all no one's better or worse. We've all got valid positions and perspectives, and we've all got a wealth of information. And I go on and I talk over people, but I don't mean to. Like you say, sometimes there is that break, and it's helpful sometimes for somebody to edge in and take the pressure off a bit. So that can also be a good thing. So yeah, I appreciate that. Hazy as well. I get a bit paranoid about my voice, to be honest with you. But
no, I heard you mention something tonight about 3 or 4 times, and I hadn't heard it in a long time, and it reminded me of. I'm just glad to be, fortunately, I had somebody that taught me. I have to give props to a teacher, not a certain individual. I've always said that if you can read this, like as I type, or understand what I'm saying, you got to think an educator, whoever your educator was. But I heard you mention something 3 times, 4 times. You said sussed. I hadn't heard that in ages. I mean, I don't know where I heard it last, but it was good to hear that. And that, you know, it's just, I'm just glad to be, you know, props to the hostess also, right, Rod?
Yeah, it's cool. I didn't realize I was using that term. That's strange.
Dude,
But,
yes.
yeah. No, that's good. And you speak very clearly as well, and I understand everything that you're saying, and that's brilliant. I think most people I understand really well. Nadia, I think that sometimes your mic seems to be a little bit far away or a little bit muffled. But I think you've either improved that slightly or maybe just getting used to your accent a bit more. I've always found it difficult with accents, actually. My ears seem to have difficulty, even with different English accents. So it takes me a little bit of time to sort of tune in. But yeah, you know, it's one of those things. But yeah, everybody here I can understand. So that's all that's needed, isn't it? So, you know.
You know, the best part about it is this time of the morning, or this time of the early afternoon for you, so be it, whatever you want to call it. For you over there, if you were to go to YouTube Live, you would probably find, I don't know, I'm just guessing, but over here, this time of morning for the USA, Eastern Continental United States, okay, over here on the Atlantic, there's nothing, and I wouldn't want to be anywhere else besides where I'm sitting, but if I was to go surfing, there is nothing on live except foreign broadcasts. It's either, you know, and even the description is either Islamic looking stuff or Russian. I can get by with the Russian if it's sport. I can watch that, Rod. But what I'm saying is I'm grateful to have a place to hang out. But props to the pro broadcaster like Miss Nadia, because that hostess that we have here, no matter if she's resting or not, she makes this feed seamless. You know, it just flows from one to another. You've noticed how she does her live stuff. It just flows.
That's amazing, yeah.
Absolutely,
yeah.
absolutely.
Definitely.
She gives us a head up too, right, guys? You know,
Yep.
She gives you a head up. Hey, we're going.
Exactly.
Boom.
Yeah, she sacrifices. It's a sacrifice for her personally to be able to have this opportunity for us to get together and to discuss the various philosophies and viewpoints that we all have. I'm grateful for her. So.
Good morning, Double P.
What's up, brother?
All right, man. Back at you. Yep. So I'm just, you know, just throwing that out there too. You always got to give shouts out to the boss lady. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Because, you know, to be honest with you, man, I mean, there's some good people like we're sitting amongst, but some people are just pro. You know, I mean, it's a pleasure to be sitting amongst somebody that's very hospitable. You know, that she's always been welcoming for me. You know what I'm saying? So.
Oh, hello.
Uh-oh, she hurt. I thought she was resting. I shut my mouth.
I was, but get the camera on for a little bit.
I'm sorry, I'm busted.
For what?
Good morning. Yeah, really, Double P. Where are you from, man?
I'm from Florida.
Are you really? Yeah, out here on this peninsula we have, huh?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well.
¿Todo bien? Yo me nací en Miami.
No.
Oh. Not from South Florida?
Not from South Florida, no. I mean, I understand very little Spanish. I have a lot of Spanish friends who they try to teach me. I probably speak better patois than that. My wife's Jamaican, so I've had quite the Jamaican experience as a English white boy.
That'll do it.
Yeah, I can And I can try to help you, Nadia, but you probably overrule me. But I'll always jump in with you. If you need a hand, I'll jump in.
Patois?
In South Florida, that is. You know, if you need
yeah.
help, I'll jump in with you.
Yeah, I think Nadia's made friends all over the place.
Just bad. I'd love to party with her in South Florida, but it's neither here nor there.
Everywhere except where I am.
I went to Germany one time, Nadia, when I was in the Navy, and I forget what port it was, just because I was drunk the whole time I was there. But Germans are very hospitable people. They like to have a good time, and like I said, it was a blur for the most part. Lots of beer, big cups.
No kidding.
Well, Germans are big on beer.
Yes, they are. Yeah, when you're out in the middle of the ocean for 3 weeks, I can tell you pulling in and having a cold beer is about the best thing there is.
So, did we ever decide whether existence preceded essence or free will existed or anything?
I go with the EXO, not the ESS. I don't know why, Nadia. When you mentioned that a couple hours ago, something stands out in my mind. I'm an EXO, not an ESS. I'm not an essence guy. I'm an EXO guy, I think. I don't know why. I'm more of an EXO. Isn't it EXO? It's I can't pronounce I can pronounce essence, but I'm not that type of person. I think I'm an exosense. I can't pronounce it. Doesn't exo have something to do with skeletal?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's strange, isn't it? It's a bit of a, you can seemingly end up in some kind of weird recursion with these sorts of arguments, can't you?
This is the other side. Even though I was sort of probably brought up like an essence type of person, but I don't know. I think I'm more of the exo person.
Yeah, I have to say, I suppose that I'm an essence person, but then, you could say, I don't know, you could probably say that, well, there's even in my view, there would be the existence of the sort of primal mind, which precedes everything, so in that way, I'd be an existence person as well. So I suppose it depends, where what perspective you're looking at it from, and this kind of thing.
I can't pronounce it. It's exosense. I can't.
Existence and essence.
It wasn't existence, was it? It was exos and then essence.
No, existence.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Whoops. Ma'am, I stand corrected then. I'm sorry. I thought it was exoscience. I'm sorry. I thought it was the EXO. I'm sorry. Good morning, Nadia.
Good morning.
Anyone?
Very good, Nadia.
Oh, hello.
Hi.
What do you think of
the other night if I had an opinion, like, what's my view on what's going on? What's reality all about? What's consciousness all about? So I've been listening to you guys for a while. Do you have any, conclusions? Where are you guys at right now in terms of your perspective?
Existence does precede essence.
If you're talking about the primal mind, I'd say existence precedes essence, but then in the reality that we have, then there is a kind of an essence which precedes all contingent beings. So that would be where I stand. What about you?
So, Rodney, would you say that that's consciousness, and consciousness is primary and it exists in a non-temporal way, a transcendent way?
Yeah, exactly. That's right. Yeah.
Yep. I lock in with that too. I'm not the exo type of person, but I understand the essence. So, damn it if it ain't confusing for Ron Brown. So I'll sit still for a second because but I'm more land-based now than I am transcendental, so I'll have to go with the exo.
Existence, or?
Ma'am, yes, ma'am. I'll go existence.
Okay.
Yep, I got to. I'm land-based now. I can't be all transcendent.
So we're all basically saying existence. And what about you, Hazy? Are you gonna buck the trend there, or?
Of course. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, my current perspective is a physicalist, one. But that doesn't mean, the idea we still are faced with the question of where did everything come from? Can something come from nothing? Can nothingness exist? And what exists outside of, what we see as our universe? There's other dimensions. There's, the idea of quantum foam, and there's certainly the idea of non-temporal realms of existence. But I don't see a clear indication to suggest that phenomenal reality is primarily consciousness, but I know that's a fundamental belief of many belief systems on the planet, and there are a lot of physicists that suppose that that's possible. I just don't have any personal experience or evidence to suggest that that's true.
Yeah, well, and that's so really then I'd have to say that you should believe that, because I wouldn't want anybody to believe something without warrant.
I would offer that we're.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I would offer that we are a spiritual being working through the mechanics of a fleshly biosuit of sorts.
In what way? So how do you justify that opinion? And I'm not being overly critical.
Right,
right. I understand a lot of people and most of the world traditions believe that.
Right. I think we were talking at another time on what is intuition? How do we intuit things? There's been profound moments in my life where I feel as though I've received information. And for the life of me couldn't with any measure of logic determine how I came to that conclusion and it ultimately be so correct. There's just been times that I've just felt external forces working through my thought process that I can't reconcile. I don't know. It's the subject of intuition is a difficult one for me to try to comprehend from. I'm a Christian now, so I have a very different understanding of what intuition is, but then I just knew that there was something different. There's something fundamentally about our nature, not just the human aspect of our nature. We interpret things with our senses, and we process the world through the peripheral senses that we're given, and we interpret things on that level. But then there's things like morality and things like that I've had to really question a lot. And it's not so much that I'm perfectly fine with the existential. Yes, we're just here. We're just we're flesh bots running around, bouncing around this physical world. But the deeper questions that really got to me were why when someone else is hurting, why does that bother me? Why does it bother me when someone else, if it's just, if this is all just what it is, not good or bad or any of that stuff, it's just, the way that we would view when a lion kills a zebra, we don't look at that as an immoral thing. We just look at that as, hey, that's how the lion eats. That's what happens.
I don't think that's necessarily true. A lot of people do view that as an immoral situation.
Okay. I personally don't hold to that view, but as far as I guess I'm working more from the idea of people. People really amaze me. The things that they're capable of, the things that they do. But some of the things that I've never really been able to identify with or understand is the things that are counter to our life in general. I don't like it. For example, it bothers me fundamentally and hurts me when I see someone being mistreated. For example, That's something I just can't reconcile. If we're just numbers, if we're just mechanical flesh bots running around trying to survive until we die, hoping to procreate or something, and whatever. There's just something deeper in me that I couldn't reconcile as far as why I felt that way. So when I say I'm a spiritual being having a kind of a human experience of sorts, I think that there's just more to it than just this experience that we're having in the flesh, which is this is stuff that I was thinking before I came to Christ, but since coming to Christ, I've kind of developed a deeper understanding of what I believe intuition is and all that stuff. And I probably shouldn't go into that right now, but for the sake of the conversation, that's just my take.
It's okay, man. And I just wanted to clarify. So, obviously, we don't view animals as having a moral sphere in general.
Right.
Maybe higher primates, but so I was speaking in terms of an intelligent, reasoning, sentient being that is capable of understanding suffering, and that we would say that undue or unjust suffering does seem like a bad thing. And so when we see carnage, so for example, somebody like Schopenhauer would say, by any human moral standard, life feeding on life seems like a bad idea. It just seems immoral on its face.
Yeah, I would agree. Obviously, I don't want to watch a lion eat a zebra. It's I can sympathize with the physical aspect of that zebra's nature, pain, stress. So I can.
It's a horror show.
Right. In reality, if a person was to do that to another person, that would be very difficult for a human to stomach. It would be terrible. But so I have to look at the lion and the zebra and say, okay, well, did the lion do it because the zebra was encroaching on his territory and he had his gang colors and the lion has his gang colors and they just fundamentally disagree on No, it wasn't like that. Okay, so they don't have that ability to rationally.
Right. So we can suppose that if lions all of a sudden became like self-aware
right.
beings, right? They would go, "What am I doing? Wait, there's something wrong with this. Maybe I should reconsider.
Right.
I'm going vegan."
Yeah. So but what I have come to understand with animals, for example, is they make their decisions primarily on the instincts that their bodies react with. For example, if they're hungry, that's when it's time to go kill. They don't go kill because it's advantageous to depopulate the zebras in order for them to have a bigger territory like humans. Humans will go wipe out an entire nation just because, But
what's the difference, really, right? I mean,
we have the intelligence to not go out and wipe out a nation. Maybe go in and actually educate them and have them help to work with us. There's the community aspect that of course, we're talking two very different intellects here. Humans are obviously set apart from every other animal on the earth. As far as our intellect's concerned, we have the ability to not kill each other and thrive at the same time.
That war is not endemic to human beings?
What's endemic as far as intrinsic or?
Yeah.
Well, you know what, man? It's a product of if I was to, I could give you my reasoning, and that I don't think a lot of people would agree with, but it's a product of evil. We're too intelligent to be warring against each other when we could thrive better if we worked with each other. That's the way that I view things. I just oppression, things like that. I don't identify with those things. I would rather see a problem in a community, or say if my food supply is running short in my territory. I would go to another territory, and instead of invading that territory, I'd say, hey, listen, I have a skill set in my territory that I think may be beneficial to yours. Would you like to work together for the greater good of both? And that's the way that I would approach that.
Yeah.
Conflict
is endemic over resources, right? And then it's all a question of economics. So
yeah,
you have economic disparity that leads to conflict.
Right. But I don't think we have to. That's the thing. What's interesting, guys, is that I can come in here and speak with atheists and theists and Gnostics, and right here is a good example of how we can all calm down, get along, and just talk about the various views that we have without without resorting to our primal nature, which wants to be our flesh wants to be exalted. It wants to be right all the time, and sometimes I'll fall victim to that, and you'll hear me get a little heated over my beliefs. That's me giving into myself and what my body wants. My body just wants everyone to say, hey, look at this guy, how awesome he is, and stuff like that. And and then that's when you start talking over people. Your ego gets involved. But in reality, if we could all look at our views objectively and say, okay, that person holds that view, but why do I want to condemn that person? Why do I want to feel the need to overpower that person or shut that person up or persecute that person? It just doesn't, to me, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So, I choose to look at everybody regardless of their beliefs. I choose to love everybody regardless of their beliefs. I've come to have a very profound understanding of that we're all in this race, man. We were all born. We didn't know when we were going to be born. We were just born one day, and we were raised, and we're all kind of fighting our way through life like anybody else is. And I think we should all be more sympathetic to that. It's easy to jump on somebody, and that person may be going through something. For example, something profound in their life that's really causing them stress or anxiety. And here I come, and I might want to, my body wants to recognize its superiority over that person. That's a never-ending struggle. But I need to stop and take a look at that person and say, you know what if they're going through something, even if they're yelling or fighting with me, or they want to yell and fight with me, that could be a result of stress in their life from something completely unrelated. So I got to be sympathetic to whatever's going on in that person's life. And I'm not perfect, man. Nobody's perfect. So you'll hear me at times get a little heated, especially if I've been, accosted by somebody over and over again. That's where I kind of draw the line. It's like if somebody's just going to come to talk to me and try to get me fired up, that's another story. But I really do enjoy polite and intellectual discourse. I really do, and being able for all of us to just take a step outside of what we believe and contrast these ideas together. And if we're going to arrive at truth, you're not going to bring someone to truth by beating them over the head with it. That's not possible. You're going to put them on defense, and you're automatically going to build a wall between the two of you. So instead of berating that person or jumping on top of them, why not have a civil discussion and be polite and respectful of how that person wants to communicate, and let's talk about things, and that's just kind of where I'm at with that.
Yeah. Do you think that that's what God does?
God, obviously I believe God works in a different way. I believe that if you communicate with God, I used to scream at God. I used to shake my fist in the air at God sometimes. And but incidentally, those are the times He never responded to me. So it was when I brought myself to a humbled place is when I personally began receiving revelation from God directly, when He actually started communicating to me. That only came after I was willing to not approach Him with my fist. I've only recently come to Christ. That was only 2 years ago. I spent my whole life railing against Christianity and railing against God, and I attribute His absence in my life to me doing just that. I believe I was the barrier between the proof of God that I wanted. I was the barrier.
Did you look to other religions and other belief systems?
Oh, absolutely. I'll give you some examples. And looking at the religions, I kind of weeded out the little small religions that pop up around certain little places that are based on someone basing it on a tree god or a rock god or something like that. But I looked at the bigger religions first, and I guess really the only big religions that were worth looking at, in my opinion, were Hinduism, Islam, and Judeo-Christianity. Judaism, if you have an understanding of Judaism and Christianity, they're tied together. So I would say that I had to start a process of elimination. I said, okay, well, if I believe in that there is a God, which one of these ones has a more consistent theology? Islam literally was never heard of until 1,400 years ago. So 600 years after Christ's death is when Islam pops up by one person. There were no witnesses. There was one person who literally wrote the entirety of Islam, the entire doctrine of Islam. So I kind of ruled that out from a chronological perspective. If it's going to challenge Christianity, I would hope that it at least arose at the same time or prior to Christianity in order to challenge it chronologically. And I've also read in the Quran several inconsistencies within the writings. It reads, if you've ever read the Quran or parts of the Quran, it's very repetitive. Like some of the false books of the Bible that have been attributed to being scripture that no Christian or Jew would ever accept. You could tell they're written by man. They've written it to try to make it sound like the Bible. Well, that's kind of how the Quran for me reads. It reads very repetitively, and you'll hear the same thing said over and over again throughout it. It's not really a very diverse theology, in my opinion. There's things that also in Islam that contradict what I believe, as far as killing your enemies versus loving your enemies. I identify with Christ's when Christ says to love your enemies, pray for your enemies. That to me represents the ultimate in humility, to humble yourself even before your enemies and look at your enemies in a loving way and realize that they may just be deceived or something like that. So Islam, I started saying, well, wait a minute, if it came 600 years after Christ, Muslims believe in Jesus. What makes this made-up religion by one person correct? And then I look at the adherence to Islam and the levels of just the levels of barbarity that can be extrapolated from I'll give you an example. Extremist Muslims, they're taking their own teachings out of context and using it for personal gain, whereas the average Muslim is not a psychopath. They're not someone who wants to strap on a bomb and come blow you up. I know Muslims, okay? But extremist Muslims are taking certain aspects of their scripture and trying to justify what they're doing with it, and that's not even what Islam's about. So when it comes to Hinduism, I ruled that out pretty quickly, simply because they literally worship carved statues that they make themselves. And I said, well, if God's a carved statue made by human hands, he's definitely not the creator of the universe, if that's the case.
Well, I have a question for you. You said that the radical Muslims, the Muslims that are strapping bombs to themselves, you're saying that they're taking the Quran out of context?
Well, Veckel, you and I both understand that there's more than just them taking it out of context. There are aspects of the Quran that do promote. Ultimately, there can be no Christians and there can be no Jews. Me and you both understand that. Everybody has to bend to the will of Islam. So, what I'm saying is that there are people in Islam who are just like anybody else. They get up, they go to work, they have their prayer,
right.
But they don't use their scripture or they don't use their writings for any kind of personal gain or evil intent or to overpower people or to make a point. But you do obviously have the religious extremists in Islam. I would now. What's interesting is that like you guys probably heard on the news the other day, Obama said to look at the Crusades and slavery and stuff like that, and said that that people did that stuff in the name of Christ, and obviously me and Veckel understand that that's not possible, because you can't murder in the name of Christ. And this is not a no true Scotsman fallacy. This is a fact. If I claim to be like I've said this before, if I claim to be a Socratarian, but I'm out preaching Nietzsche's philosophy, then I'm not demonstrating that I'm a Socratarian very well if I'm claiming to be a Socratarian, but I'm teaching Nietzsche's philosophy. So I would challenge any Christian, and we do. The Bible warns us to do just that. We test the spirits to see whether they're from God. So a Christian, check this out. This is cool. If someone claims to be a Christian and all they've ever heard was the gospel, or they didn't even read the Bible, but somebody came and witnessed to them the gospel, and they never read the Bible, they just knew the gospel, and they received the Spirit, I would be able to tell very quickly if that person was a genuine Christian based on what they've learned through the Spirit, through their walk. A true Christian doesn't necessarily need a Bible. The Bible is a valuable tool, in my opinion, but a true Christian just needs to have a relationship with Christ. And their nature will exhibit that. The Bible says that they have to have fruit. Christ said, a branch in me that doesn't bear fruit is cast into the fire. What he was saying is that if you are in fact in Christ Jesus, you will exhibit the characteristics of a Christian. You will exhibit the fruit of a Christian. And so when I hear a Christian saying things that are contrary or doing things that are contrary to Christianity, I really would question their relationship with Christ and say, okay, wait a minute. you're claiming it's okay to kill in the name of Christ, or you're claiming that slavery, you're justifying slavery with Christ or something like that. And that's asinine. That is absolute nonsense to me. We're called to love, not oppress. We're called to love, not condemn. We're called to love, not persecute. And it breaks my heart, man, when I see Christians out there railing against homosexuals. This is one of my big pet peeves as a Christian is, if I'm trying to attract flies, why would I use acid? Why not use honey? You know what I'm saying? Why show up at a gay rally with signs saying you're all going to hell? It makes no sense. You're out there accosting these people. You're not loving them. You're not doing what Jesus did. You're out there to accost. You're out there to make yourself feel superior to these people. Okay, that's all you're doing. You're a hypocrite. Yeah. So, I do not support, I do not promote the condemnation of anybody. Go out there and, how about you go out there and ask them, hey, is there some, if you want to, the best way to get to these people is say, hey, listen, I like you, I love you as a person. Is there anything that I can do to help you? And I'm not saying to bring you out of your homosexuality. How about this? Do you have a need, maybe around the house, maybe you might just need help with anything. Do you have something that I can help you with? How about that? How about show them who I really am as a Christian and let them make the decision? Because ultimately it's their choice. So I love everybody. I have to approach everybody saying no matter what they believe, I love that person. Okay? And I can love you. You can't take that. You can get mad if I love you. You can get mad at me for it. But you cannot take away the fact that I love you and I care about you. I don't care what you're into. Hey, man, I was into some crazy stuff myself, man. I'm just as guilty as anybody else. I'm a thief. I'm a murderer. I'm all of these things too. Okay, so I'm not. Who am I to come in on my high horse and start yelling at you for something that I feel you're doing that might go against what my beliefs are in the Bible? It just doesn't make any sense to me. I prefer to approach a person from a loving aspect, and let them make the decision whether or not they're gonna, okay, this Christian, he's a psychopath. Or, yeah, I met this really cool Christian who, he did not persecute me. He didn't come at me and just start screaming hellfire and brimstone, That's never going to work. And any Christian anybody calls themselves a Christian and all they do is go around condemning and preaching hellfire and brimstone, I would question their relationship with Christ. Because that's not what Christ came to do.
Right.
Yeah, I'd say the way I interpret it, external influences on me was a bit different.
I mean, Nadia, I look at you. I don't know you like in person, like we don't live next to each other or anything like that. But you better believe, I would love to hang out with you and just talk with you in person, hang out with you, just drink a beer with you or something. I don't drink a lot, but I would enjoy hanging out and just talking to you. I don't care. I've gotten to, haha. I don't see anything about you that's scary to me or anything like that. You seem like an amazing person, and why do we just go after and attack people sometimes? I don't get it, man. I think Veckel could probably relate to what I'm saying too. He has a very I believe that he has a very similar understanding as I do. I mean, I see a lot of cool people here talking about a lot of cool ideas. We don't have to sit and talk about Jesus. We can talk about the universe. We can talk about physics. We can talk about biology, and that stuff's cool to me. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I have friends who are non-believers and stuff, and more. I think I hang out with more non-believers than I do with believers. To be honest with you.
Well, that's what Christ called us to do. He didn't say go sit in the churches and put your hand, sit on your hands and only hang out with people that hold. Where did he say to go? Go out into the world. Go out to where these people are at. But use your character through Christ to show them who Christ is. Don't go out there and try to beat them over the head with a Bible. It's gonna have the exact opposite effect. I know this now.
That's why every time once in a while I get like a non-believer who would try to criticize Christianity by talking about the actions and behaviors of another group of people or a person who calls themselves a Christian.
Right.
The thing that I often do is point them to who Christ is and what He commanded us to do as Christians. I would say, don't look at the man, look at Christ. because man is always going to fail you. He's always going to fail Christ. So whenever, you know, if you see somebody doing something stupid and they're doing it in the name of Jesus Christ, chances are they're not doing it in the name of Christ, and chances are they might not even be really saved. They might not even.
Yeah, that's why Jesus said, these people honor me with their lips, but their heart is far from me. You know, Christ, one of the big aspects of Christ's message was that you're going to have false Christians. Literally, the Bible really rails against this topic specifically. Christ warned about it. The apostles warned about it, you know. You're going to have people, Christ said, many will come in my name saying that I am Christ and will deceive many. And they're using the name of Jesus to get into these mega churches, and they're getting in these churches and they're preaching his name, but they're taking advantage of people's pocketbooks. Now, I'm not saying that's every single Christian preacher, and no Christian has any problem. I could take my entire bank account right now. I could give it away, however much is in there. I don't know. My wife keeps track of that stuff, but I could give all the money that I have right now away, and if tomorrow I had a need, I would simply go to God for that. You know, God has not let me down in 2 years of asking for things that I need, whether it be to promote the gospel or just to survive. God has fulfilled every one of my needs. I'll give you an example. I have another friend the other day, or not the other day, I'm sorry, this is a few months back. His car broke down. And the day that his car broke down, another Christian, a preacher from another church, called him and said, hey, listen, you have a good heart, and I know that you have a good walk with the Lord, and I trust you. If you know anybody who needs a car, can you let me know? You know, and he said, "Oh my God, you know, my engine blew out in my truck today, and I don't even have money to get that fixed, let alone buy a new car." So when I look at these examples of how God has things in place for those who rely on Him, it just blows my mind. It's just more testimony. So there's nothing in this world. There's no position now that I could ever be in where I couldn't say, "Hey God, this is what you want. That's fine." You know, and if I need something, I'll ask God. And he delivers every time. I've not been let down yet. But when prayers go unanswered, it's because the Bible also says, you
have not because you ask not, or you have not because you ask amiss.
Yeah. He says you have not because you ask not, and when you ask, you don't receive because you ask with the wrong intentions. You know, so I'm not asking for a mansion or a Ferrari or anything like that. That's my pride. The only reason a man would drive a Ferrari is for his ego. I mean, I would say, okay, if you like fast cars and that's your sport, that may be a different other aspect, but it's still something that you're heavily involved in. But and I'm not condemning anybody who has a Ferrari, by the way, because I love supercars. Supercars are my thing. But it's when you start placing value on those things outside of people. Again, I can't justify a $300,000 car when I know people are starving. I can't do it. I'm sorry. It's not right. There's people that are hungry, people that don't have a place to live, and there's people that are going through problems with drugs and stuff like that. These people just need help. Who am I to take valuable resources that can augment someone's life for the better? I mean, who am I to do that? That's selfish. So I was that selfish person, man. I really was. I was stacking up my money. I was trying to build my retirement, and now I'm retired. I've retired full time to study theology, but I don't have an income anymore, and God's taken care of me thus far for 2 years, no problem. So I'm very thankful for it, and I don't know. I'm sure I could go on for days, guys.
That's cool. I appreciate the honest information. It's always nice to hear other Christians that who've got that sort of perspective that we're not here. It's not our job to judge people, and the whole idea of Christianity. Anyway, it seems to me that you're right. We've got these sort of basic principles, haven't we? That the grace. We're all fallen. We're all in the sort of boat together, and we're just really trying to help each other, and we want the best for each other. So this whole idea, this whole sort of condemning each other and putting each other down and saying that you're wrong. I mean, I don't even like using the Bible to try and sort of debate with non-believers because I accept that they don't believe the Bible.
Yeah,
Well, there is a meritocracy of ideas in play, right? And so essentially, I would say that people who have a literal interpretation of the cosmology of the Bible, are dealing with a science that's 2,000 years old. So that creates a conflict. Just that statement, where I'm questioning, the fundamental ontological perspective of another person. That doesn't mean we can't get along, or we obviously can, but
yeah, I think where you see more clashes is between ideologies or certain religions. Whereas, say, an atheist, for example, they're not going to argue from atheists don't argue for the sake of Islam or for for the sake of Hinduism. They don't typically have they're not biased towards any one particular theology, so they don't sit there and But if I had a Muslim in here, which and he knew I was a Christian, he would start asking. The first thing he would do is start asking me questions, and then he would start challenging the godhood of Christ. I've been in that situation multiple times. So God created us to worship, and when we don't worship God, that need to worship does not disappear. We just worship other things, and we'll worship any wooden god. If it's a wooden idol, or if it's a car, or if it's ourselves. You're going to worship something. What is it going to be? If it's not God, it's going to be something. It could be food. Some people, they're foodies. Some people like to, It could be anything, in my opinion. So,
So, Peripheral, I wanted to ask you, did you study atheism at all? And thank you for your answer, Beckel. I was just curious.
Did I study atheism?
Yeah.
When I talk with atheists and I say, well, what is atheism? Do you believe God can't exist, or do you believe God doesn't exist based on the current theologies that we have on planet Earth? It's a profound question.
Well, both.
Sure. Go ahead, Nadia.
I'd say both for me.
Okay. Right on. I've actually never heard an atheist say both before. That's very clever. So you believe God can't exist? Is that a claim to knowledge that you have a knowledge objectively that proves God cannot exist? That's a bold statement, Nadia.
I would say very broad conceptions of a deity. There are well-justified beliefs. Extent beliefs are real things. One doesn't exist. The notion of creation.
Well, I would say
the universe is pretty much off the table, along with
So you believe God
can't?
You believe God can't exist, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Is that based on an extrapolation of what you believe is called evidence, or is there some way that you can prove to me that God doesn't exist? Because if you're telling me God can't exist and that's your belief, then I'm assuming you have evidence or proof. Well, I would say not evidence, but proof that God can't exist.
Well, it depends semantically on one's definition of God and what one views the qualities of God are. Right.
So. Evidential arguments. Yeah.
Okay.
Like logical impossibility, divine causation from Glenn Smith, argument from physical minds from many, both the ideological and moralistic variants.
Mm-hmm.
There's a ton of others like ontological, transcendental, and so on. There's in some ways mirroring the theological arguments.
I've always, what I've always found fascinating is atheists will ask me sometimes, will say, well, hey, can you give me proof for God? And I'll say, okay, you want proof of God, but what kind of proof am I supposed to give you to show the ontological nature of God's existence? I mean, if even Christians admit that God exists outside of our universe, outside of, not necessarily even outside of our universe, but outside our perception and outside of time, space, and matter, what is the ontological evidence that would convince you? Would he literally have to come out of heaven and stand in front of you? What proof do you want? I guess, because I'm not God's event coordinator, so I can't say, hey, meet me on Friday and I'll bring God with me and we'll meet up and I'm going to show him to you. He's an independent mind, unique from me. So he's not the same mind as I am, and therefore he has his own will and he has his own way of doing things. So to think that I could just call him or summon him to come and appear before you or something like that to give you proof, I think that would be disingenuous for the atheist to say something or ask for something like that, because I understand asking for mathematical or physical evidence. That's stuff that we can actually provide. If I ask Nadia some really complex mathematical question, I have no doubt in my mind she's gonna slam me with information. She's going to provide me with just mountains of irrefutable logic. And we could simplify that. I can't challenge the fact that 3 is a prime number. I can't do it. That's an objective truth that no one can challenge. At least, I don't want to get into mathematical theory and all that crap, but you guys get what I'm saying. So I guess I would ask, if you want proof of God, what would constitute proof to demonstrate God's ontological nature?
You would literally have to justify an epistemology that would admit metaphysical supernaturalism.
Okay, so like an actual manifestation.
Actually, it's worse than that. Like, very reasoning process doesn't really admit supernatural when carried out in a valid and faithful manner.
Yeah, you would have a lot of questions.
I'm not sure I'm following you. What? Can you explain that again? I'm not quite sure I'm following.
You need to justify an epistemology that would admit the conclusion that supernatural exists at all.
Okay, so in spite of the experiences and the testimonies of millions of people around the world, I mean, just because you haven't experienced it, I mean, that's I don't think that's grounds for anyone to say that God can't exist. I mean, if that's your basis, I mean, you have to take into account the testimonies of other people that have experienced, supernatural phenomena. I mean, not everything can be explained away naturalistically. You can't say, oh, there's a natural explanation for this. Maybe they didn't have enough sleep, or maybe they're messing around with drugs or drinking. I mean, that always seems to be one of the first things that atheists and skeptics want to jump to. Like, oh, well, obviously this person has some sort of mental disorder, or he didn't get enough sleep. So, of course, he would have seen things. He would have saw some phenomena.
Well, but the inconsistency of the accounts is a major line of argument against it.
Nadia, would it be fair to say that you, well, let me ask you a question. Were you raised as a child in any one denomination of Christianity or any sect in particular?
No.
So your parents didn't identify with any of that?
They identified as extremely vaguely and non-devoutly Christian.
Okay. Okay.
They didn't pay much attention to the denominations. They showed up for the weddings and the funerals.
Okay.
So they were Christers then.
They were Christians in name only.
Yeah,
Okay.
nominal Christians. Okay.
And Nadia, have you ever suffered persecution directly from people claiming to be Christians?
Oh yeah, they didn't really cite Christianity as a basis.
Okay. So you've suffered, being berated by Christians for maybe even for your own beliefs. Would that be fair to say?
Oh well, yeah, verbal type things, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Sorry about that. I can't speak for everybody, but I would have loved to have been there to defend you in that moment.
I raised my hand too.
I would have loved to have been there when a Christian ever said anything to you like that, to ever put you in any kind of damning position or try to condemn you for anything. I would have loved to have been there.
The guy's name was Brother Max. Is that?
He used to go out on campus, or actually against the wishes of the campus or university. Got arrested a few times for trespassing or whatever. And in the occasions where he saw me like going by, I was like, "Oh, that's pretty blatantly queer." Went at me and screamed, well, actually, pretty naive things, given New Covenant theology and such. Cite Leviticus and obviously Old Covenant, right?
Okay, so he was quoting. So he was cherry picking the Bible to accost you. That's
There you go.
That's probably someone who's never even had a relationship with Christ. God, I wish I could have been there. I wish I could have been there for you. I know that you're probably an emotionally tough person, and I understand that, but I still wish that I could have been there to been like, hey man, that's not what Christ came to say. Who are you? Who are you to say anything like that to anybody?
Yeah, I can imagine a person like that being existing around the time of Christ. They probably would have been right there spitting in Christ's face as well.
Exactly. Remember, there were
a compromiser and hypocrite and stuff like that, just like the Jews did when they caught him hanging out with the sinners and the tax collectors and stuff.
There were organized groups. And this guy was some kind of wildcat who had his own homebrew theology that was obviously not very defensible.
Max, you said?
Yeah, that's what people called him. I'm not sure if you can find him by Googling that, but in the meantime, there was actually the Campus Crusade for Christ. And
really?
They actually popped up, and they had a very different attitude. They had an organized group, sorted out theology, so on and so forth, and actually would try to make friends with me. I was like, oh well, it's great that you believe in your religion. Sorry, I'm not one of you. And that's kind of the big divide. The people that kind of go off and do it on their own are a lot of times coming to really wrong answers.
Yeah, but even that group you're talking about, Nadia, even that group of Christians who were they were nice to you, okay, but they were still trying to bring you over into their way of thinking. They didn't want to get to know you. They didn't want to hang out with you. They didn't want to kick back and chill with you. Like, hey, hey, what are you doing tonight? Let's chill. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not where they were going with that. They're like, oh, look at this broken person. We need to fix them, and let's do it with false piety and a humble, false humility, and try to win this person over. They didn't care about you. That's they I don't know, man. I'm sorry. I get off on tangents about Christians and the way
You're all right, man.
The way that they present themselves. But I mean, the reality is if you truly love that person, why not get to know that person first? Why not, find out what makes them tick as far as what their interests are? What are they studying? Do you guys have any? Can there be a relationship on commonality and things that you understand together? I mean, I don't know, man. I guess I knew the Bible said it was going to happen, but still, I didn't realize it was so profound until I became a Christian.
Have you ever heard of a guy named Reuben Israel?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Reuben.
Yeah,
Reuben Israel.
Or something like that. But you've probably seen him before. He's a fat, bald guy with the goatee, walks around preaching and stuff. He always wears shades, and he's always condemning gays and Muslims and stuff.
I don't know, but
I'm sure you've seen pictures of him before. He's a street preacher, and he's always out there, wearing these, Jesus is, turn and burn type of T-shirts and signs. Yeah, he's really bad. He had the nerve to post this video called "Christians Being Persecuted by Muslims in Dearborn, Michigan." So then, when you click on the video, you see first a whole bunch of Muslims, throwing stuff at these guys. Right, they're holding up signs.
Right.
Then, as you see why they're doing that. It's because this guy is walking in front of a group of Christians, and he has a stick with and at the end of the stick is a dead pig's head on it. So what is he doing there? He knows that Muslims don't like pork. They can't stand swine. They won't have anything to do with swine. So he out of to deliberately offend them, he takes the stick and put a pig's head on it, and he's like marching through the streets. And but then they catch footage of the Muslims getting mad, throwing bottles and stuff at him, and then they want to call that persecution. So it wasn't Christians. They weren't being persecuted. They were just being attacked for doing something that was unbiblical. So I mean, I'm not saying that what the Muslims were doing in that crowd were right, but I understand why they did that. And they actually egged it on. So
yeah, I found a eulogy for the guy that was involved. Yeah, and apparently died in 2000.
Which guy?
The guy who spearheaded the I don't know, campus proselytization efforts. They'd preach out in open areas and stuff, and if you'd be going by, they'd scream, "Oh, look at the faggot," or whatever it is, and gonna burn in hell. Leviticus chapter 20, verse 13.
And what did you say about him? You said that he died?
Yeah, in 2000.
Oh, okay. Which guy was it? Do you remember the name?
Well, Brother Max was what I knew him as. Apparently his last name was Lynch.
You said Lynch?
I put a link in the sidebar text chat.
That's convenient.
Clearly it's from a supporter. When those people did not have their... They were going on, wildcat interpretations of the Bible, not really learning it from, people who knew what they were doing, so how they got the New Covenant theology all wrong and stuff. So, or even dispensationalists, or don't hold Levitical law to be still enforced or whatever, or enforced for Christians.
That's one. Many crazy people in this world.
Yeah, it seems that when they had a denomination to bring them in line, or even if not a denomination, then at least some kind of bigger organization where you kind of had experts to talk to that knew what they were going on about. Yeah, you didn't have this problem. When the guy was just reading the Bible on its own, didn't have any guidance, then you had the problem.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, the Campus Crusade for Christ were like half or less age, and they were apparently far better tutored.
Yeah, we've got a
Nadia.
We've got a Campus Crusade here in Apopka, Florida. The city starts with an A as in apple, but it's probably a mile from my house right here, or cabin, squat, call it what you want, but it's been there a long time. It's actually, I think it's a school for people to study. But I got to give props to the two gentlemen that have been speaking so far, and it's Beck, and I don't know the other gentleman's name, but it's a breath of fresh air to see, younger guys like yourselves. I'm just going to say young because I'm an old man, but no matter where your beliefs are, I get a gist of where you stand on your belief systems, man. But it's good to have a fresh view, like where you guys sit, hearing you guys talk, because those that haven't heard the word need guys like you out there on the scene, because you're not you know, it's a different generation than that type of thing nowadays, man, and they need that out there. If it's got to be spread, it's guys like you that is going to spread it. So power to you, man. But we got a campus crusade right next door to my house here, Nadia, and I haven't never been there, but you say Max is dead, right?
Yeah.
All right.
He's been dead for 15 years.
Good deal. But props to the gentlemen that have been talking. So it's a breath. It's a it's a nice fresh view. It's a good deal.
Yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate that.
No, they need that out there. You know, it's ironic that they want to push. They want to make everybody have a phone in their hands. I heard a quote. What was it last summer? 5 trillion. They want to have 5 trillion devices in people's hands. They want to make sure that everybody has a device in their hand. And I think out of the book, the last time, I don't know where I heard it from. Wherever I heard it from, isn't everybody on earth supposed to hear the word before it goes down? I don't know.
Oh yeah, something like that. That's right.
Yeah, I'd rather go with, I'll skip the device for now. I mean, I'm glad I got one. But, I don't think guys in Cambodia or Ethiopia or whatever need a device right now, you know what I'm saying? But you got people pushing devices instead of the word. So, thanks a lot, gentlemen.
Well, praise the Lord. I mean, God got his people out there, so.
I'm sure they could use the devices. They probably need a bit more than just the devices. It might take a bit more than the devices to be able to use the devices.
Not quite sure how I feel about I don't know. One of the things I find the most annoying that people do these days is just walking down the street and always, looking at their phone. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that's just a pet peeve. It's not that anything's, absolutely wrong with it. It's just me. I'm just getting tired of looking at people look like that. They just looking down at their phone all the time for hours and hours and hours, and it looks like it's just annoying to me.
I know it was for me. Google Maps was telling me where to go.
You know what's ironic, man? I agree totally with the gentleman, Vic. I drive for a living when I do, and when I'm able to make a living, a couple days a week or whatever. But besides that, like the mass transit, when I get on mass transit, what's weird is they'll come off of they've been waiting for the bus, like me. Now I've got a smart device, neither here nor there. I had to get on the internet. But anyways, and I found myself buried lately in it. But when they get on the bus, man, as soon as they leave the bus stop, they're in life when they're standing out there on the bus stop. They're in life. It's realistic. You're there. They're not on the device at the bus stop. As soon as they get on the bus, their face is implanted. And for me, I'm kicking it. When I'm around the public, typically I'm shy. If it wasn't for Miss Nadia bringing around or camming me up or whatever, typically I'm shy. But when I get on the bus, I kick it. It could be 6 o'clock in the morning going to work. I kick it. But they don't have time for it. I totally agree with you, man. They got their face implanted. I saw 2 youngins. There was a guy and a girl at a restaurant. We'll just say, could be anything, whatever you want to call it out. We'll leave it safe. And they were actually showing each other. They were like dating off their devices. They were showing each other themselves on the device. It's like, damn, for real, man. They're dating off the device. They were like doing that, that little scribbly looking square thing, I don't know what you call it. I'm not with it. I don't know. But they were kissing on the device. They were young, like 16-year-olds, Nadia. They ain't holding hands no more. They're looking at the damn stuff. They're looking at the thing. Kissing with the damn
Because the real thing is too messy and it's too much responsibility, I guess. I don't know.
They just bury themselves. They're not social with it. As soon as they get on the bus back, well, the girls, the guys, and the adults too. Yeah, that's just what I'm saying. Adults. It's
Sounds like safe sex to me.
Right, safe for sure, but it's like, what? You're not allowed to use it at home. Why do you wait till you get on? Why do you wait till you get in the public to use it? Why not kick it when you're in public? You know what I mean? Bust out, run your mouth, get around folk, do things. You know, stroke a dude, say, hey, what's up? You know, tap a boy. You know what I'm saying? Feel people. Don't be stuck on that stuff. I totally agree with you, man. I've noticed it too. I really have.
Yeah, that's just my personal thing. I mean, I don't know. And I just recently bought my wife one of those phones, because she's always whenever she's away and I'm doing some work on the computer, she's always calling me up. Oh, can you look this up for me? And I just got tired of doing that for about like 3 years. So finally, we just got her a phone.
You finally allowed her to have a cell phone?
Allowed her? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I allowed her. I said, yes, you may have a phone now. Yes.
That was I'm just playing.
Yeah, no. No, but yeah, I just she knows because we actually have two computers here, and another thing my wife does that kind of annoys me is she'll just hijack my computer even while I'm in the middle of using it. She's like, wait a minute, let me just check out something real quick. It's only going to take 5 seconds. She literally says 5 seconds. But then she'll be on there for like 15 minutes. And I'm like pacing forth, like, come on, I just want to hurry up and finish this one part so I won't forget what I have to do later. And she's like, all right, 5 seconds. Next thing you know, she's still on there. And then when I remind her, she's like, just give me a few more minutes. I'm like,
says Veckel, who spends hours in Google Hangouts.
Yes. Well, whenever I'm in Hangouts, I'm always doing something else at the same time. So.
Oh, you can move around. You're not stuck to the computer while you're doing it.
No, I'm doing that, but also working on my cartoon.
Oh.
Yeah, so I'm never just in a Hangout, just chilling. I'm kind of doing other stuff as well.
Gotcha.
So I'm working on my cartoon right now, actually. So.
At home, I can understand, but when you get out, man, when you go out, man, throw it around a little bit.
Hey, Ronnie, I can barely hear you.
I know it's a bluey, man. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I totally agree. But as a driver, man, it scares me a lot. I'm not just a small driver. I carry a lot of weight, man. And when I look down, I see people. I don't have to look down. I can just look adjacent to parallel, eye to eye, or down. But when I look down, I got a lot of weight, man. It just, it scares me on that factor. But I find myself when I'm out in public anymore, man. I'm still not stuck to. I've just had this thing since December, so it don't matter. I'm not stuck to my face in the plant on that deal, but I am, I still kick it. And people think it's strange when you get out there and you go to touching on folks anymore, Beck. You go to touching folks, saying, hey, give me some dabs or whatever, man. You go to being realistic with people. They think you're strange, Nadia. You do.
You gotta be careful touching people nowadays, man. All these anti-vaxxers out there. You don't know who's carrying measles or smallpox or all that kind of. Hey, I'm a bouncer in a bar, and I don't shake nobody's hand in that bar because those are some dirty people. Now I'll do a fist bump with them, whatever. But shaking hands, don't come at me with your hand open like that. I will not shake it.
Is that right?
That's. I've been sick. I've caught the flu at least 6 times this year, and I know it's from shaking hands with dirty people, and I'm tired of it. And I keep my fist closed now. I was like, you want to shake my hand? No, you give me a fist bump. That's all you're gonna get from me.
Simple solution.
People don't know how to wash their hands.
Yeah, simple solution. Blue nitrile gloves and a face mask.
I think we should all just wear spacesuits.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, go with a full-blown level 5 hazmat suit with its own oxygen supply. And if people ask you why you're doing that, just tell them you've got Ebola Zaire.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a germaphobe or anything, but I just noticed that since working in this bar, I've been getting sick a lot more, and I know it's because I got to shake everybody's hand, because every time somebody comes into the bar, because I'm the bouncer, I'm the doorman, they want to shake my hand. Hey, how you doing? And I'm polite. I'll shake their hand back, but now lately I've been like, yeah, no, that's okay, and they, some people get offended by it, some people don't. I don't really care. I'd rather not be sick. So take it as you will.
Yeah, well, 5-6 years and 50 pounds ago, I could actually hug and kiss people. Hello. Yeah, well, I guess back then my knee was still in one piece, so I could actually walk in heels and such.
Right. I worked at a TV hospital and never got sick. I wasn't shaking hands. I'm just saying, absolute. I don't know. I agree with you, but Nadia, I worked on a 4-story TV hospital, and that's what scares me the most anymore about public transit. I still have to ride it because I don't have a vehicle. I got a motorcycle. Sometimes I can't ride it to work, but you get people coming on there coughing and sneezing and all this. And when Nadia was in the hospital last month, whatever, I had a friend of mine. He went to the emergency room too. I didn't notice Nadia when you were there. I hung out with you while you were at the hospital in the hangout, but I went down and saw him, and everybody in the ER had masks when I walked in. Everybody that was waiting to go into the ER, like the triage or whatever, the patients that were waiting, they all had masks on. They're giving them out at the front door now. They want you to wear them going into the ER. So I don't know. It's crazy. I am scared about getting sick.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's just crazy. They're giving out. It looked like Japan down here in Florida. They're putting masks on everybody at the ER. They're giving them away. Everybody's walking around coughing. I thought I was in Japan or something. Everybody had masks on. The weekend that you were in the hospital.
Yeah, I don't generally get to see people in the ER.
Right.
Tend to be carted in and in an ambulance and not very conscious.
10-4. I understood what you just said. When I say 10-4, I understand what you just said. We were here, worried people. But my buddy went to the ER, and I had to go down there to see him too. And I left here after watching. When I came back, you were in your room and stuff, but not where you're sitting now, but your hospital thing. But that weekend, I went down there to see my buddy, and it just blew me away seeing people in the hospital waiting to go get checked in, and the hospital's giving them masks. That just blew my mind. I was like, damn, That's the scary thing about the public transportation for me nowadays. People get on board, and they're coughing and close quarters and all that shit. So I do what I can to stay clean and all that, but I still like to kick it. Like I said, I get out in public and flex yourself a little bit, get a little verbal, and say hi to people, and be cool. And they think you're weird, You're not normal if you're being straight anymore, or being cool with people, I should say. And then nowadays they expect you to be shelled up. I'll shut my mouth.
Well, it's I don't know. It's generally been a socioeconomic thing. Yes. Yeah. I always have friends when when you're throwing money around, and wow, they sure dry up when you're not. And it's not like you're giving it to them. Yeah, it's not like you're paying them a salary to go be your friend, but. Yeah. Every time I found out who my real friends are, I always found out I never had any.
Yeah, sorry guys. Internet connection magically shut off after no flaws for 6 months straight.
Right.
Zoina made room for you.
I'm sorry.
Zoina made room for you.
Thank you.
I noticed tonight, I know that Miss Nadia really doesn't ever have any issues with audio. Actually, I cheers to that. I've never been in a podcast of hers where she does. But on the backside, there was audio issues earlier on the G thing, and people were freaking out about it. It probably settled itself down, but about a half hour ago, it actually got dropped out on me too on the network connection. But good morning to the man there. How are you today, Absolute?
Just fine, thank you.
All right, my man. I was glad to room up with you here on the YouTube side when I was viewing out there with the live viewers a couple nights ago. It could have been last night. I can't remember, but your logo is much more visible when you're in the hangout than on the outside. I don't have a large screen. That's probably my worst demon here. I'm on a little 3-incher, and it's real small, but so I can make it out now.
You talking about me?
Yeah, it's a good looking thumbnail, man.
Oh.
good looking icon, my man.
It's the you ever see the intros to Warner Brother movies?
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was Warner Brother. Like I said a couple nights ago, I thought it was Warner Brother. Like holler out Warner Brother. You see that?
Yeah. What I did was I changed the WB to a AA.
Mhm.
Here, I'll.
Yeah, like I said, a couple nights ago, I didn't want to mention the copyright, but fortunately you just did, because looking at it from the exterior on a small screen, I thought that's what it was, but I knew that you wouldn't be using it out of respect or whatever. Everybody,
Yeah.
we all have respect, right? Yeah, but it looks damn good, man. That's.
Yeah, if you ever go to my YouTube channel and watch any of my videos, it'll have this is the intro that I use. I just took like a screenshot of my intro.
Right.
To all my
put
videos.
A watermark. You put a little watermark on your stuff then?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that looks great, man. But I'm on a small.
Yeah, I had someone create this for me.
Right on. Yeah, that's nice, man, for sure. I thought that's what it was when I first saw it, but I figured, well, out of respect, I knew that players like us hangers or whatever, we don't do this stuff, on the copyright deal, but damn sure it's spot on, man. It's good quality.
Thank you.
Yeah. Where are you at? What side of the continent? You in the Eastern, or where are you at? USA?
Tucson, Arizona.
No kidding. We lost somebody out there by you. What was it, last week? We lost a broadcaster out there by you, man. So shouts out to you in Arizona, man. Good health to you.
Thank you.
Yep. We lost a radio DJ out there last week. I think he was in Phoenix. He was on the internet, man. He was a long-time social broadcaster. He came everywhere. He went everywhere but here. It's Nadia's chat, so I won't get off. I'm sorry, but yeah, good hollering at you, man. It's good to meet somebody out there from Arizona, out west.
Where are you at, Florida?
Yeah, I'm down here on the East Coast. I'm next door to Disney World, Orlando they call it, but
Heck, we're neighbors, bro.
Where are you Are you on the coast? Are you near Melbourne?
No, I'm dead in the center. I'm just north of Orlando. I'm not
okay.
far.
I used to live in Tampa.
10-4. I got the benefit of seeing the SpaceX rocket go off tonight, though. Last night at 6 p.m.
Oh, that's cool.
My time. Yeah, so it went off. But I don't mean to get off top now. Nadia. You know, I'm sorry about that, but yeah, if we're neighbors, man, just make sure you holler again there, Christian. I'd love to meet you sometime, my man. You hear me now?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You getting out of here, you said?
No, I said if we're that close, I'd love to meet you. It'd be cool to shake hands with you
Oh,
sometime.
absolutely, brother. I'm in Ocala, man.
All right, I ride my bikes up there all the time, so it'd be good to meet you.
Okay, well let me add you to. I'm gonna add you to my circles, brother. We can hook up sometime.
Yeah. What are you running on? Double P?
I'm sorry.
You running on a profit?
I guess I'm not understanding your question.
Peripheral profit?
Oh yeah.
All right, because I can't add you from like a drop down here, so I'll make sure to do it before I hang up tonight.
Okay.
I won't hang up until Nadia throws me out this afternoon or something. But
All right. Well, I'm gonna add you to my circles, so you can follow that link whenever you get it. Right on.
I just left town this afternoon from your area, man. I just got back in from the road yesterday afternoon from your area. Yeah. It'd be good to meet you, man. It really would. It'd be a pleasure.
Hey, I'd love my mother actually rides a Harley. And she hangs out with all the bikers around here and stuff like that. It's never was really my scene, but I know a lot of bikers. So.
Yeah, I ride in the woods up there at you. I ride what they call a dual sport. It's a street, dirt.
Okay.
But I go to a few places up there by quite often, much as I can.
Yeah.
Yep. I was actually a juvenile delinquent in Ocala when I was young. And
who wasn't?
Right? No, they had a juvenile camp there, man.
Oh yeah. My brother went there, bro. This town's a dirty little town. This is one of them little. This is kind of town they make movies about, man. Just nobody ever knows about it, I guess. I don't know.
Right on. What's you got? You got 360 up there, right? Or 316, excuse me.
316.
10-4. I got you then. Yep. It'd be a pleasure, Double P. It really would. All right.
Anytime, man.
Yep. Damn though. Got a couple people from out west. Where's Beck? Where are you from, Beckel? Beckel's cooking or something. Or multitasking. He's probably from out west. I know Nadia's out in Cali. Aren't you out in Cali, Nadia?
Yeah, I'm in Oakland.
Are you really? I never knew the city. Yeah. All right.
Well, I'd be better off in San Francisco, but
okay.
If I'm not going to get to San Francisco, barring being better off. I think Beckles in New York.
Oh, okay.
Upstate.
Okay. So you got you in Arizona. You guys are on the same time link, sort of, ain't you? On the west side.
I think you're an hour ahead, aren't you?
Yeah, he's probably. Yeah, he might be. What do you call that? Mountain. That's mountain time, ain't it? There. Absolute. I think it might be mountain. It's just that, this time of morning we don't, I don't really shop around, but there's really, in the USA, there's really no broadcasters that kick it off live, to be honest with you. Because you being on the West, besides your solid stream all the time, being live all the time like you are, but this time of day, man, there's nobody live, for the USA. If it is, it might be like a news stream or something, but for a hangout or a YouTube live view, there's nobody. If it is, it's it's just from another country. It's all foreign. You can't get it.
All right. Cheers, Rodney.
Now Rodney, it's probably mid-afternoon for him. He's gone, but
no. It's about 10 minutes till 11 a.m. in the UK.
Oh, is it that early still? how are you coming along with the? I'll tell you my situation, Nadia, before you know. You don't have to answer that, but I'm in the same boat, sort of, on the squat. I'm just waiting for a knock on the door, basically. And I've tried to offer. I've tried to offer I've tried to offer the people that own it now a resolve, and they're just real nasty with me. So I'm expecting a knock, and I don't like living on the edge like that. I don't like living on the presumption that any day I come home that I've got to worry about, hauling ass. But I'm in the same boat. I'm not, too well off either. But do you have an escape route, like a plan B yet?
No.
Me neither. And it's scary for me, to be honest with you. I've always been that way, but it's a little touch and go. I started feeling weird about it today. I was riding with somebody, and she came in with me the other night. I don't think she came in here and hung out, but it's a new friendie that I made. But it's a little touch and go, man. It's got me feeling weird, knowing that I ain't got an escape route. There's nothing I can do about it either. So we're in the same boots, sort of, I think. You and I. And the thing is, Nadia, is I've tried to offer people money to let me live on their property. Like, just let me pitch a tent. The live chatters that are out there viewing from Miss Nadia's channel and the Hangout panel, it's amazing that you can offer people $500 a month and they refuse it, just to put a tent on their property. Yet they cry the blues about not having no frickin' money. I know I got $500 in my pocket. I can offer them a month's worth of rent, and they'll turn me down, but yet they stand in line at the bread basket crying about money. I just don't understand it. It's not that I can't think that I'm offensive. Either they're scared or they're just faking or something. I don't know. I don't get it, Nadia. I really don't. I've tried for the past 3 months to find a place to camp, and nobody will, come up with nothing. I just don't understand it.
I know I'm dead, so.
Yeah. Well. That's scary for me. I'm dead too if I hit the bricks. So, I'm in the same boat. I'd be better off if I was squatting and never lived here. If I came in squatting as a new resident, I'd be good. I have a couple of years to go. But me living here and then squatting, they'll arrest me. They'll take me out in cuffs.
They don't take you out in cuffs. They just tell you to leave.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought. But they're saying that if you were a resident before, and it's on record, then they'll go ahead and arrest you. You can't just squat. It's not like that, I guess. When they evict you, and you were a resident prior to the eviction. If I came in after the eviction and squatted, then it would take a couple of years or something. But I just don't want to go to jail because of the sickness. I don't want to catch nothing, man. To be honest with you.
They don't arrest you. They just order you to leave.
Really? Yeah.
Really?
I understand. Put everything to the curb, right?
No, just you.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, if you don't cooperate, they actually will arrest you. You have to refuse to cooperate. You have to refuse to cooperate.
Yeah. No. I'd go, but Do you think that they would go ahead and toss everything to the curb, though, after, just like the belongings? They'd put everything out, wouldn't they?
They eventually get rid of it, but
Okay.
it's not quite like that.
All right. That's cool. I got a better feeling. I appreciate the insight there. I'm not worried about a lot of belongings. I'd hate to see some freeloader come and get it, but neither here nor there. Yeah. They hire
companies to clean your place out.
Yeah.
They take everything you have.
Motherfucker.
Doesn't go to the curb. Doesn't get to. It's taken by freeloaders.
Gotcha. I know what you're saying now. I've seen it happen now that you say that. Damn it. I needed the insight. I appreciate the relief on that. It made me feel a little better, but damn.
I guess
They also generally give you 72 hours notice.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah, I heard that's what the realtor told me, and also the attorney type deal. I lost it. I was here 17 years and lost it due to the corporate deal.
I guess if they were to put you in prison, they'd have to take care of your medical needs and feed you and stuff.
I can't stand it, bud. I really can't, man. I can't go down that road, man. I'm too afraid of getting sick. That's where you're gonna get sick at, is in the joint.
Yeah, that reminds me of when I was in the Navy, man. I was sick for almost 5 years straight, being confined with 300 people to a tin box. I mean, you can't. You're completely surrounded by it, and it's a breeding ground.
And they keep it real cold, and stuff does definitely breed. I can keep myself clean and healthy, so to speak. Not like absolute saying he doesn't shake hands, and I agree with him, but I practice safe things, and it's just when you go to those type of places and you're confined and everything is going through the air-conditioned apparatuses, this, that, and the other. It's just that's probably my biggest fear right now. Besides losing, my property, my physical property, not the establishment, but my belongings. But going to jail, man, that scares the shit out of me, to be honest with you. I don't want to get sick. I'll die on my own, but I don't want to get sick.
I go to jail, I go out with HIV.
Do you?
Well,
Alright. Okay.
yeah, trans are targets. Think protective custody helps? No.
Do you? You go PC too? I don't know.
PC is just set up.
I don't know. I just don't want to be there. That's all I know. I'd much rather be sitting here alive with everybody. So cheers to thanks for the insight, Nat. I appreciate all the the information. Just whatever. I appreciate that. You made me feel a little comfortable with it. I'm not so scared. I thought they were going to be dragging me out, but I had to get some feedback, so I'm glad I asked. Thank you very much.
I'm pretty scared, Ronnie. I choose doctors that believe in evolution. I'm very scared. I'm kind of dumb.
Oh, here we go.
I haven't been evicted in Florida, but I was, I don't know, I suppose asked to leave my husband's house before he died.
I've got a few friends here who've been living in their houses without paying their mortgage for like 3 years, just because I guess there was the banks can't get a hold of the record to prove the loan or something like that. So they've just been living mortgage free, high on the hog, just.
I'm past that point, though. They went ahead and sold it for $1, man. That's a whole other story. It's something for the corporate type of theme chat, and we've never, we don't do that at the Brady's house. But I'm beyond that. I'm just hoping that it goes that long for me after the sale, you know. Yeah. You know, the ironic thing is I know how to live where you live at, you know, free on the cuff, because I can go up there and squat where
Yeah,
you're
there's
at.
lots of places up here. I had a guy living with me for a while, and now he lives on a campground. I mean, he just stayed with me temporarily, but he lives on a campground somewhere. I think more by Bellevue, somewhere. But then there's the forest and stuff, and a lot of different places out there.
Wait,
I mean,
you live in Washington State and you believe in creation?
There's
Say what?
You live in Washington State and believe in creationism.
I live in Washington State?
That's what you just said.
No, I don't. I live in Florida.
Well, you can't grow weed in Florida, so I'm not really buying that.
Not legally.
Well, you know, hey,
There's no money where it's legal, bro. You know, you know, if I was out back in Cali, you know, you're talking like $1,800 a pound. Where here in Florida, and with my connections up in Atlanta, I was getting $5,000 a pound. So, you know, growers, if you can grow on a mass scale, then yeah, $1,800 a pound is not.
Why would you do something illegal though? I thought you're a good Christian. Why would you break the law?
That was 2 years ago, but when I quit doing that.
Hey, Down. Good morning to you, man. And I hope the little one's healthy, brother.
Yeah, I wouldn't be on here talking about growing pot if I was still growing.
No. Listen to this, man. We got a lawyer here. He's a Christian, and this is this year. It's the second year that he put a bill on the floor to have medicinal put out there.
Yeah, I think it's gonna go legal.
Yeah,
here in Florida soon.
He just started proposing that he's a Christian. Neither here nor there. I'm not citing him on that. Whatever. But,
yeah, I don't have anything against. People smoking pot, or you know, that's. I think it's actually a gift for some people who if they use it for medicinal purposes. Hey, man, more power to them. I was abusing it. I was high probably for 7 years straight, and I mean that literally. Like I would wake up in the middle of the night and spark up, and I had unlimited. You know, there was no lack there. I'd just go in my room and I'd have bins filled of it, and I just.
Well, that explains why you can't really understand evolution, I guess.
But this is the biggest lawyer in Florida, and now he just come out of the closet saying he's a Christian. We've never heard this.
A lot of people say they're Christians.
Out of 30 years, he's been on a billboard, and just now we start getting this gist. He starts saying, you know, blessed. And I'm not going to go down this tunnel with anybody right now, but the good thing about it is he put it on the floor of the Senate. You know,
well, I believe in separation of church and state, so I mean, I hope he doesn't try to give any Christian influence while he's in office on any issues. But anyways, peripheral. What's interesting to me is that Christians claim that they know true Christians, and this interpretation is correct and that one's not, and there's lots of debate among you folks. Among us atheists, somebody says they're an atheist, I'm like, okay, I don't have to sit there and debate them about a book on atheism or anything. We just go about our daily lives, and we live like normal people, like good human beings.
Down, you're not a true atheist, man. Come on.
Who said that?
Yeah.
You're not a true atheist. Don't come in here and bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, you've defended Roman Catholicism more than atheism since I've known you, and I mean, you know them by their fruits, bro. You know what I'm saying? No offense.
I do not defend Roman Catholicism by giving you the history of the Catholic Church.
Hey, bro. We can take up more time in this channel.
This is like being gay. This is like being gay.
You're obviously back. You're obviously back here for a reason to kind of continue where I thought we left off.
Hey, look at Down's avatar.
Like seriously, are you being serious?
He's got all the prosperity preachers on his he's got all the Christians every Christian rejects.
I know, right? Insult. Yeah, Joel Osteen on there.
Yeah. Yeah,
Wait,
great men of God.
Joel
Hey, Nadia, have your hand up. You want to speak, please? You know,
Yeah,
I know
you
you and your
say-
butt buddy Veckel want to hijack the convo again, but let Nadia speak.
Oh. Well, I should break out the no true atheist line of argument more often. I mean, for instance, I said, the God delusion had really bad, arguments against the existence of God, so Richard Dawkins is no true atheist.
Every time somebody mentions that guy's name, I just laugh.
That's right, Nadia. Richard Dawkins ain't an atheist, right? I like your logic on that.
Not a true atheist.
He's not a true
No,
atheist.
thank you for pointing that out.
I
I
don't
like
think any atheist is a true atheist.
Yeah.
Well, you like to debate things, though. You like to say, well, he's not a true Christian. He's not a true atheist.
Hey, Christian.
But you don't have but atheists don't have a dog in that fight, though. They don't have a dog in that fight.
Down. If you've read the New Testament, one of the prevailing themes is how to identify a false Christian, and so yeah, we actually
all your Christians are calling each other false Christians. Catholics are false Christians. Methodists are false Christians. Lutherans are false Christians.
No. There's hold on. There's false Christians. There's false Christians in every sect. There's false Christians in every sect.
The witnesses are false Christians.
They're not even Christian.
Cult. Yeah, they don't believe that Jesus.
Jehovah's Witnesses are not Christian.
That is though.
Seriously, they don't believe in the deity of Christ.
Claim that you are the real Christian.
Whoa. I don't have to say I'm a real Christian. I say I have a relationship with Jesus Christ. I believe in what Christ taught. And when I see a contrast in what Christ, for example, you I don't know if you were listening earlier where me and Nadia were discussing her experiences with Christians berating her, for example, and she gave two good examples of Christians who lack a real knowledge of Christ because they were actually using the Bible to accost her, and I disagree with that fundamentally. I think that if we're going to
disagree, they're true Christians though. You're
actually,
not.
The Campus Crusade for Christ were actually pretty decent. I think they were okay. It was the Brother Max guy who was bad.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is that when people try to use the name of Christ and in any way, shape, or form to go after and persecute other people, that's exactly the opposite of Christ. And down, I'll give you an example. If I was on here claiming to be like I said, a Socratarian, but I was preaching or teaching, all I talk about was Nietzschean philosophy, then you would say, well, wait a minute, I thought you were a Socratarian. Why are you on here? Seems like you adopt a Nietzschean theology or philosophy.
Funny is that Absolute Atheist knows me pretty well, and he threw that out there just to prove a point. He proved the point that you theists will jump on me, will jump on anything you can to try to fulfill your own little agenda. That I'm not an atheist, that I'm not this.
I believe you're an atheist. I believe you're an atheist.
Not Christian, but I am, and I have a personal relationship with Christ, and they don't, and blah blah blah.
Listen, you're angry.
You hate God so much.
I have a personal relationship with reality.
Who said that?
I have a personal relationship with reality.
Okay, that's awesome.
I do.
I would recommend everybody do the same.
With somebody who didn't, so.
Yeah, I would say that's a bad thing if you don't.
Here's the thing, though. As an atheist, we're really not trying to prove you wrong. That's not our job. We're going to embrace science. We're going to embrace science and reality and be rational human beings.
I don't worship science. I employ it. So there's a difference.
You shouldn't speak for all atheists either. So.
Yeah, please don't speak for all. Yeah, like I said, the last conversation we had, the other atheists in the room were telling you to be quiet.
One atheist that doesn't believe that science is correct.
No. Talking about that.
Yeah, that's a
no, I'm responding to the comment that you made earlier, a few seconds ago, about that is, you don't. It's not your intention to try to disprove or whatever. I don't think you can say that for.
We don't have to disprove you because you provided no evidence. So anything that has no evidence can be dismissed.
No, it doesn't work that way, son.
It does work that way. Sorry.
No. It's not that we didn't provide any evidence for you.
The scientific community dismisses a lot of things. Okay?
There's a major difference between us absolutely having no evidence for you and not being convinced of the evidence. There's a major difference with that. So you don't have any means to prove that the evidence that is provided for you is not.
You're wrong. You provided no evidence. You've never provided evidence.
Hey, Down, can I ask you just one question?
He's angry.
One question. I just want to ask one question. Why are you so angry, bro? Like, why did you come on here to? I mean, I understand if you want to have a polite discourse where you ask us questions, we'll ask you questions. Neither one of us are going to convince each other of anything ultimately.
Why are you trying to do a straw man on how I'm presenting information? I'm being very polite. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but you're being you know, if you notice.
Should I say yes? I'll kiss the ring on your finger.
No. But you know, you came into this room. You came into the room with a little bit of anger as far as being provocative. I mean, let's be honest here. Everyone in here was having a polite discussion. No one was berating each other.
He's got an avatar with 6 pictures of the most.
Like he made sure to try to piss us off with his avatar before he came in here. It was premeditated. Come on, listen, man. You know, if you want to have
guys like me, we can guys like Joel Osteen, Pueblo Dollar, and Ben.
Yeah, he picked all the people that most, you know.
we don't support any of these guys here.
I don't support any of them.
It's obvious that you're on here just trying to trying to start something.
Are you telling me that Benny Hinn doesn't have healing powers? Come on.
Benny Hinn has. Have you guys seen the video where they basically take all of Benny Hinn's healing episodes and they give him a lightsaber and like special force powers and stuff. It's the funniest thing I've ever seen.
He's swinging his jacket and then he's
Holy Ghost. It was hilarious, bro. That was so funny.
You know, it's funny. It's funny, but at the same time, it's sad because of all the people that he's convincing that are giving away all their money to him.
It is. And unfortunately, my mother was one of those people, man. She followed Crevlo Dollar and Joel Osteen.
Yep.
And,
okay.
You know, it's really sad.
Can I let me? And I'm going to be serious about this. Okay, somebody like Benny Hinn, who's got millions upon millions upon millions of followers, right? They're following a false prophet.
Absolutely.
Now, they're absolutely convinced that he's the right thing. I mean, there's no doubt in their minds. Like if you try to convince them otherwise, they're going to tell you you're wrong and you're going to go to hell because you don't believe in Benny Hinn.
Well, that's nothing new.
How does anyone get past Creflo Dollar's name?
Yeah, I mean, the name Dollar. Hello, that doesn't tell you right there.
You know,
I know, but okay.
But the good thing is that belief in Benny Hinn is, you know, hell and belief in Benny Hinn is not contingent. We don't. If you don't believe in Benny Hinn, there's nothing in the Bible that says if you do not worship or believe or attend Benny Hinn, you know, you're not going to go to hell. It's nothing to do with that. What's happening is, and while I do feel bad for the Christians that are being taken advantage of under his ministry, I would say that while they are giving their money, they're still blessed.
Actually,
you know, God's gonna take care of Benny Hinn. He's not.
I would have a but actually, peripheral. I would have a slight disagreement with you on that.
And I already know where you're going, and I think I know exactly.
And you probably do know, but I'll say it anyways, just for the people who may not know. I would say, as a Christian, from a Christian standpoint, that a lot of these people that are under these ministries, some of them are under these ministries as an act of judgment, because this is the type of ministry that they want. They don't want to be preached to the truth about sin, about what Christ did on the cross,
exactly.
About, you know, the sovereignty of God, you know, the obligation for striving for holiness. No, all of these pastors here preach about a prosperity gospel.
And here's let me back you up real quick. Hey, Veckel, let me back you up. 2 Timothy 4:3 says, "For the time will come when they will not endure sound doctrine, but after their own lust they shall heap to themselves teachers having itching ears." Amen. These people, they go to Benny Hinn, they go to Joel Osteen because they want to feel good, they want to hear prosperity, they want to believe in the law of attraction and all this nonsense. That's fine.
Yeah, let me throw in something real quick. My brother, he is not a believer. Okay, he's not an atheist either, but he wants nothing to do with Christ. But even he himself, when my mom was alive and he would go to her house and watch the Joel Osteen show, he will always get disgusted by watching Joel Osteen. And I say, why you say that? He said, because this man calls himself a pastor, yet he doesn't preach anything from the Bible. I said, wow, and this is coming from a person who is not a believer. You know what I mean? And I'm like, wow. You know, I didn't influence that on him. This is something he said on his own accord.
I think I want to recognize Absolute real quick for being able to see what a
There's a
lot of
spot
Christians.
open. Get in here right away.
Sorry.
I did. I posted it in your chat or in your messenger, or whatever. Spot open.
Hey, I want to say I think it's cool that
Do you see it right now? Are you signed in?
Is somebody else?
Hey, down. Mute yourself, buddy. There we go.
You know, Absolute's an atheist, but he's able to see the hypocrisy in the church, and I think that and the fact that there are false prophets misleading Christians, that to me is profound.
He's making the point that if millions can falsely believe in Benny Hinn, who's to say millions aren't falsely believing that a Bible presumed to be written by God wasn't actually written by any God at all, but written by people that wanted to control other people?
No, we don't say it was written by God. We say it was inspired by God, but handwritten.
You keep on changing the criterion here.
Well, that's what the Bible doesn't say. God wrote
there are Christians out there that will directly tell you
God wrote the
Bible is the Word of God. They'll tell you that you're directly wrong.
Well, God
you
wrote
have a lot of infighting here. You have a lot of disagreements among these Christians because I've talked to them before.
So that's not contingent upon whether the Bible is true.
The Bible said that Christians were going to fall away from the faith and disagree in the latter times. This is prophecy being fulfilled. Thank you for confirming it. Down. Thank you for confirming it. Thank you for confirming it. I mean, thank you.
That First Timothy 4:1.
Must have got it out of a cartoon.
Is that First Timothy 4:1?
The one that I just read. No, that's 2 Timothy 4:3.
Oh, okay.
Do you have eSword or something?
First Timothy 4:1 is a good verse to look at.
There's so much infighting now. You know, he's not a real Christian. That version of the Bible's not correct. My version.
He's still writing this, man.
Yeah, he spent a lot of time on the Christian faith for
you have a lot of infighting. You can't even decide.
At least I give time and mind share to Hinduism and Islam.
Wait, what about Hinduism and Islam?
Well, as far as like the hashtags in my event description go and YouTube video, I have like Hinduism and Islam there, so I'm taking them on too.
Yeah, you're not going to see too many of them in here.
Jesus flagged your channel last night. I saw Jesus flag your channel. What are you going to say about that, Nadia?
They don't have 1 Peter 3:15, do they?
I didn't understand a word this guy just said.
Hey, Veckel, did you end up blocking Jesus or whatever his name was?
No, I hope I didn't. Why, is he wants to come in?
No. I was just wondering if after the last, I was watching because I couldn't get into that hangout. Just the enormous disrespect that guy was showing the entire room, and then threatening to shut everybody down, and he was,
and then he sent one of his friends in,
computers, and he was going to shut down Nadia's channel and everybody in here, and and then he started talking over people just so that they couldn't talk, and then he wouldn't leave even when Nadia stopped broadcasting him, so it got down to there was only 8 people. But he was still technically in the room, and I couldn't get in. I gave up after, I think it was like an hour and a half of trying to get in. I gave up, but yeah, he was such a jerk.
He ended up sending one of his friends in here to try to sell us weed. He was shaking, holding a bag. He had a bag. I've got it on my.
Are you serious?
Yeah, he had a guy come in here with a bag of weed saying, "Who wants to buy some weed?" And I think it was.
Buy? That's what I want to know. How many kilos did you buy?
Soccer count.
Say what?
That was a soccer count.
Yeah. Obviously, trying to bring discredit to Nadia's channel by I don't know, proposing some notion that people could buy weed through here or something like that. But she handled it. So.
Is this like a drug like a organization that you running here, Nadia? Drug lab.
Preaching the gospel, Nadia. Philosophical, whatever.
That's all I'll have all the answers.
I think that's a bit stupid, right, Nadia?
Wait, he down. What does it say for under TD Jakes? How much money? 150 million? Am I reading that right?
Let me look here.
I know Kenneth Copeland's the first billionaire preacher.
Yeah, it's kind of blurry from here. I mean, I could see, and then I got the avatars covering up Joyce Meyer and Kenneth Copeland.
Oops.
Yeah, it does say 150 million for.
Wow, TD Jakes, really?
Yeah.
No
well,
kidding.
you know why? Because he not only writes books but he's producing movies too now. Get that?
Yeah.
Hey, Michael, we're in the wrong business, bro.
I know, right?
We could be making millions.
Christianity makes a lot of money.
Apparently.
Hey, can you clarify something? Do you think I'm Catholic because I believe in evolution?
Well, no, I think most Catholics believe in evolution. I think you're Catholic because you enjoy arguing for the Catholic. You make a lot of claims. Like, see, I did a little homework on your claim that the word Catholic was never used before the 2nd century, and you're claiming that all Christians before that point actually identified as Catholic, when in fact they were never called Catholic.
You're wrong. That term was used. Nadia already told you it was, and she gave examples.
No, it wasn't used with respect to the church.
I tell you what. I have the UBS4. I have the UBS4 and the Nestle Allen 27 in front of me. If you can quote me in that Greek text, and I have it. If you can show me in that Greek text where it says what you're saying is corroborated, I will retract my statement. How's that?
The statement I actually made was that the word existed in the Greek language.
It existed in the Greek language, but it's not in the Greek. I have the UBS4 and the NA27. That's the text.
My claim, which was false, was that it was not used to describe or in the title of the church's names until the Great Schism of 1054.
Right.
And beyond that, it was generally used to describe apostolic churches, but not as parts of their names.
Right, and what I was saying is that I would like to see in the Greek, because I have it somewhere where the word universal is used. Not only that, but we don't have a translation that demonstrates that, but we do have every translation that uses the word Christian and Christians in the 1st century. So for him to say that there were no Christians and they were Catholics, there's no historical precedence there, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
It's absolute nonsense to say to make that claim. The history actually refutes it. So, like I said, if he can show me,
this is what Wikipedia says right here.
Christians before the
Catholic. The term Catholic was used to describe the Christian church in the early 2nd century. Second century means 100s, early 100s.
Okay, and guess what? And how far after the gospel went out and the apostles went out? How far after that point? You were saying that the first pope after Peter was Catholic, but the word Catholic was not even used in the first century.
The history. Well, that's the history. The Catholics trace themselves back to those original Christians.
Listen. I understand that. The Catholics write a lot of things. They believe in a lot of things that aren't consistent with what Christ taught. So,
I know.
Okay. So you understand that. Okay. You understand that.
Hang on.
I'll talk about Martin Luther if you want to. I'm fine with that.
Hey, we can talk about Martin Luther, and I'll tell you why his theology is also flawed.
When we say when we say Catholic, we're actually referring to sort of by just grabbing onto one of the words inside the name, title, whatever. Of the Roman Catholic Church.
Right. Not Eastern Orthodoxy.
Prior to the schism, it was simply called the Orthodox Church. Yeah.
Nadia, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't the divide between the Roman and the Eastern Orthodoxy, wasn't that in 385?
No, it's in 1054. 385, I think, would have been Nestorian and Syrian.
Oh, never mind. I'm thinking of okay, I know. Never mind.
Oh my gosh, Peripheral is wrong. He's not perfect. Oh goodness.
Hold on, Kate. I want to ask a serious question because I really don't know, and I've been wondering this, and now that this topic has come up, I'd like to ask it now. I thought, now this is just what I've either read myself or interpreted myself, but I thought that all Christianity was covered under the Catholic Church in the beginning,
What?
Hold on. Let me get through it, and then. Okay.
Absolutely.
What I thought was Christianity. It was that's just a term for the religion, but it was covered by the Catholic Church all throughout most of the beginning of time.
From the time of Christ, right?
And then it was Martin Luther who started Protestantism with the Lutheran Church, and Protestantism didn't really split from the Catholic Church until around the 1400s. Am I completely crazy on that?
Hold on. I want to address that specifically.
Sure.
Okay, first of all, during the time of the Roman Empire in the 1st century, 2nd century, 3rd century, paganism was the officiated religion of Rome. Paul talks about it. They had many different gods. Now, Christianity initially began with Christ and the apostles. When Christ and take this as a fable if you wish, but when Christ was resurrected, sent the apostles out to do their ministry. They went to Asia, they went to Rome, they went to Greece, they went everywhere to spread the gospel. Okay, now Rome was the ruling authority at the time. They were the empire that had control over Judea. Remember, it was under Emperor Tiberius when the time when Christ was alive. Pontius Pilate was the prefect. He was a Roman prefect over Israel. Okay, so Rome was involved heavily in paganism. Now, over the next 300 years, Rome actually persecuted Christians because of the lack of continuity in their own pagan beliefs. So they were killing Christians for 300 years. Constantine realizing that you can keep killing the Christians, but it doesn't work because they keep coming and they're singing while they're being slaughtered.
Yeah, but I think it's ludicrous for you to claim that you just
hold on. Let me finish talking. Okay.
Christians, and not from any Catholics. If you look at your own history, I guarantee you that you have Catholic people in your family.
I'm not saying. Hold on. Whoa. First of all, my family comes from Protestant origins. I'm English. Okay. I'm American by blood or by birth, but English by lineage. So. My grandfather's English.
The Catholic Church was also in England.
Hold on, I didn't say that, but my family comes from a Protestant line. Okay, now what I'm telling you is this: I reject Protestantism based on their doctrinal beliefs.
What do you think your family was before they were Protestants?
What does it matter what my family was and what I am? I'm not talking about my family.
They were Catholic.
Hold on. You can call them Catholic, but they don't identify as Catholic. They don't
Catholic, but they
identify with the Roman Church, bro.
They're like special Christians.
Listen, wow, bro. I've met a million Catholics in debate just like you. But let me finish what I was saying. So before Constantine officiated in Constantinople, which is Turkey, not Rome, when Constantine officiated Christianity and adopted it as the religion of the Roman Empire, that resulted in Rome's adoption of Christianity. It wasn't until that point. There were Christians in Rome. Paul took his ministry to Rome. Peter took his ministry to Rome. Paul wrote from Rome. Okay, so there was Christian influence in Rome, but there wasn't a Roman Catholic Church that the apostles, they were still getting it off the ground, the Christian faith. So
obviously there was the Roman Catholic Church with the power that it had in the Middle Ages. Nobody ever stated that the Roman Catholic Church was this great ornate thing and had so much power back then. It took a while.
Let me ask you a question. If the Roman Catholic Church, a house divided can't stand, if the Roman Catholic Church is truly a Christian organization, why did the Pope apologize for Rome slaughtering 115 million
this is ridiculous. Again,
this is not ridiculous. The Pope admitted it.
You want to pick and choose and say that you're the real Christian.
Keep deferring. You keep deflecting to saying I want to pick and choose. When I tell you
you can't answer the question. That's
you can't answer the question. You're giving atheists a bad name, bro. If I was your atheist friends, I would boot you out of here because you're giving them a bad name.
Yeah, but why are you talking over him? You just spoke for 10 minutes. Fuck's sake.
Actually, you know what? You can make a good point there.
You can't just. Can't just throw in these questions and then when you get an answer, it's like halfway through the question being answered, you Okay, he's gone.
Well, I want to continue with Absolute. So Absolute, where we left off was in 325 AD. Constantine, realizing that killing Christians is pointless because they willingly go to their death singing. Okay, that didn't work for him, and it was starting to give him a bad name because people were starting to sympathize with Christianity. They were also joining. They were also being converted into Christianity. So they started seeing the hypocrisy within the Roman government. Constantine was faced with a choice, and I encourage you to do this research to verify what I'm saying. Don't take what I'm saying as fact, just verify it. But once that happened, that's when that's when basically theocracy started. You could say. Remember that the original church fathers were the apostles, not the people that the Catholic Church says are the church fathers. The doctrine of the Trinity came up out of that nonsense. A lot of Catholic theology. But when the popes of Rome started having the ability to rewrite what the Bible says, it's called papal infallibility. I don't think that the Pope right now has done a whole lot of editing of the Bible, but essentially that they believe that whatever the Pope wants to say or decree is doctrinally valid and it should be accepted as canon. Now, the Bible says that we're not allowed to add to the Word, that what the apostles were given inspired by God cannot be altered. Okay, so if any man comes preaching another gospel, see, Christ says, "Call no man your father, but he which is in heaven." So why are Roman priests being addressed as father? They directly contradict what Jesus taught, and I can give you hundreds of contradictions that the Roman Catholic Church teaches for doctrine that's nowhere supported or found in Scripture. So
hey, you don't have to convince me that Catholics aren't Christian.
Okay.
Don't worry about that. I don't have any.
But on the same token, I would say that if I embrace Christianity, where does my faith come from? The Bible says faith comes by hearing, and hearing the word of Christ. So if I'm going to have my faith in Christ and what He says, then I'm going to use the Bible for my understanding. Which is why I reject a lot of Protestant theology, because of now I understand why Protestant theology or why the Protestants rose up out of the church. They weren't allowed to have the Bible in a language they could read, and the Roman Catholic Church had their thumb on them. That's the Dark Ages. That's when they basically controlled everything through the church and through their monopoly on religion. Well, when Erasmus, for example, he was a Roman Catholic priest. He was, if it wasn't for Erasmus and the Textus Receptus, I mean, dude, there was people trying to separate from the Roman Catholic Church because people just wanted to read the Bible, and now the same thing happened to the Protestants. Okay, just like the Catholic Church's origins were based in true Christianity. When it started, it had good Christian backing. So did the Protestant Church. And then guess what happened to the Protestant Church? The same thing. Men creating doctrine and trying to replace the doctrines of the Bible with their own personal theology. And so you'll have a lot of Calvinism. If you look at Calvinism, a lot of Christians don't agree with Calvinism because we can refute it with Scripture. But it still arose. Now, we have over 52,000 denominations in the Christian faith. What's that?
Actually, I disagree with you on that one.
Okay. Well,
Calvinist.
Huh?
Yeah, I am a Calvinist. Actually.
You're a Calvinist, no.
Yeah.
I
don't like to call it, but.
Well, there.
I guess, and I've heard
nobody's said you're not a real Christian, Beckel.
Yeah.
And that doesn't.
One of you two is not a real Christian.
You're not a real Christian.
Me and Beckel could probably hash that out pretty quick as far as our beliefs with Scripture and come to an understanding.
Yeah,
I'm not worried about Beckel. Beckel is what I like about Beckel is he has a relationship with Christ and he demonstrates that in his character. Okay. I don't agree with a lot of. And hold on. When I say there's no,
he might be a heretic, but he's all right.
No. He's not a heretic. Listen, there's Christians in every sect. There's some people who actually have read their Bible, who study what the Bible says from the Catholic perspective, from a Protestant perspective. If they, the true Christian church is not a visible church. You can't see it. You can't go to a particular building and say, "Oh, that's the true Christian church." You can't do that. The true Christian church is comprised of people from all denominations, but those who have the truth in Christ, those who adhere to the teachings of Christ. Right. So whether Veckel's eschatology is wrong, that doesn't have any relevance to his salvation. I would never question his salvation.
You have the true word, though. Okay, here's a double standard.
The true word is the Bible, and me and Beckel both agree on that.
Me consistently yesterday and today, and you both ganged up on me, and I get removed from the hangout because I'm questioning the fundies.
No, you're not
Did
getting
you
removed
this
because
guy's
you're questioning.
avatar? What does it say?
Let me clear this up. You're not getting removed because you're questioning funny. You're getting removed because you're talking over people,
Nadia,
interrupting.
stop moving
Excuse me.
people with your Nadia
You're getting
blocking
removed because you're interrupting, derailing, and everything else.
Oh, I love this avatars. These avatars, man. This is so funny.
Nadia, stop booting people, please.
Well, I mean, listen, guys, we were having a productive discussion between Christians and atheists prior to that. I mean,
I'm sorry, we gotta stop that. We gotta stop talking and laugh about that. That's the funniest boot I'm feeling yet. Nadia, you are the queen.
I love it. I love it.
It's a good way to
he's
spend
got to be
Thursday
talking,
morning. It's part of this nutritious breakfast.
Wow. Nadia, I've not seen this side of you before.
I know, right? Oh, by the way, somebody was asking me about Jesus. I don't have Jesus blocked. I checked my account. I checked both Google Plus and YouTube, and he's not blocked.
Veckel, man, I don't know how you do it with that guy, bro. He's dangerous, bro. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah.
You know what? I am not a proponent of blocking people. I'm really not. I tell everybody, don't block people. It's kind of a coward kind of a thing to do. But with Jesus, I'm going to block him if he ever comes in here. He's the only person I have ever seen. I mean, I will sit there and let Rancan Gamble beat the crap out of me, but I will not listen to Jesus. That guy is insane.
Well, see, and that was the thing I was trying to say to him yesterday. I personally, and I'm speaking personally here, some of the stuff he says on a historical level, it seems very plausible, and I agree with. However, my challenge to him is that he claims to be a man of God, yet his focus is mostly on the skin color and the identity of the Israelites and the skin color of Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and the Bible said not to do that.
Yeah, and every time I point that out to Hebrew Israelites, they always deny it. They always say, no, that's not the case. I said, then why do you always, every time you're into these hangouts, you always bring the conversation back to that? You know? And you know what he's going to do. Once he comes in here, he's going to want to talk about it. He's going to talk about, the
Egyptology and all that.
Yeah,
Veckel, somebody was telling me the other day that Jesus was black. And I said, no, there's absolutely no way. And he says, how do you know? And I said, because he would have been arrested way before he turned 30. He wouldn't have made it to his ministry, man. Come on.
Yeah.
Oh my God. That's the best.
Come on.
Better be careful. Better be careful, Double A. Somebody gonna quote mine you.
Uh-oh.
It won't be me though, because I thought it was funny.
That is hilarious. I'm sorry.
It
Good
wasn't
stuff.
America, but yeah.
I'm officially adding absolute to my circles. I don't care if he adds me back or not.
But there's people out there who are interested in talking about this kind of stuff. But I was saying to him, I go into hangouts, and when I come to a hangout, they're talking about something I'm not interested in. I'll stick around for a little bit, see if they do end up segueing into another conversation, and if not, I'll just say, hey, I'll come back later. Simple as that. But he didn't want to do that. He wanted to, black man Israel, and
Beckel, you actually, you tried so hard to say, hey, this is not the topic. Nobody wants to talk about it. Even Rand Cam was saying it, and I threw up a little bit in my mouth when I was agreeing with Rand Campbell yesterday, but he was like, bro, nobody cares. Nobody wants to talk about that right now. And you were telling him, dude, if you want to talk about this, we'll set up a hangout later. But he would not let it go.
Did he block everyone in the room last night? Because I know he blocked me.
He's been sending me messages. So.
Yeah, he's the only person I've ever met that I would seriously consider blocking. Seriously, I won't block anybody, but Jesus, I won't listen to him.
This is kind of weird because there is a bit of factual stuff about that, and that's what I don't understand about it. To claim, you can claim descent through the black tribe, the black Israelite tribe, But to claim that the Israelites were black is just another thing altogether.
Yeah, there's black Ethiopians. I mean, you know, that
Well,
are
there's
Jews.
more than that. I mean, there's
Well,
an
yeah,
actual
I'm just
tribe.
saying there are Jews that are dark complected peoples that look like black people. I really don't see an
No,
issue with
it's
that.
more than that. It's more than that.
But see, even that though, see, my thing is that I don't think anybody on this planet can prove biologically that they're related to Jacob.
Right.
The best that they can do is to prove that
they have
were
the gene there.
that the
They have
best
the,
that
they
they
have
can
the
do.
gene.
The best that they can do is to get to that region. But even then, because they intermingled with people of different nations, and other people of different nations became Jews or Israelite through proselytization, you still can't prove whether or not they were biologically related.
No. I don't think the Jews have ever expanded through proselytizing their religion.
I would also say
you have to be born through the line. But the other
I
point
would also
is
say the Jews are a pretty
they're
close
not
society.
Ethiopian. They're not Ethiopian. The black Jews. They're a distinct tribe amongst themselves.
You're talking about the Phalasha, the Phalasha. I think it's Phalasha Jews. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, they're fully black. I mean, they're fully African. They're fully African descended, etc. They just happen to have the Jewish gene, which clearly means that at some point
that may be true, but I don't
related.
know how that can be scientifically verified. But I mean, I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, no, I mean it is.
Somebody has to be.
Somebody told me. I've heard that you know, is it true that when the Jews when they migrate back to Israel that they're actually genetically tested to make sure that their claims are true, or do they
No.
just have to demonstrate a knowledge of Judaism and speak?
No, they just have to be related through a Jewish mother.
Okay.
Yeah,
I heard something like that too. That they're very close-minded with Messianic Jews over there.
Yeah.
That's what I heard.
I can imagine.
Forget about it. You can come back, but they're going to give you a hard time with getting back.
They give you a hard time.
If you think about it, the Jews, you know, modern day, you're seeing, like, especially in the United States, you're seeing a lot more inter-Jewish marriages between Gentiles and Jews, and I would say that for the most part throughout history, the Jews were always kind of a closed society where breeding outside of the Jewish community was forbidden. And even here, I mean, I have friends who are Jewish that still, you know, their parents would, like, you know, they say their parents would murder them if they were you know, caught marrying somebody who was not Jewish, but you know, just
a woman. I mean, that's the point. It's descended through the women's line.
Okay.
So
And that's another question. I don't understand where did that come from, because I always thought it was from the male.
Right. Yeah, that's what I always thought.
Well, you
I'm
can't,
just now
you can't
recently
ensure,
hearing
you can't ensure your children are Jewish unless they're born of a Jewish mother. If they're born of any other mother, they're not.
heard
I wonder,
this year.
I wonder if that's like a de facto assumption that the father is going to be Jewish, but the mother must also be Jewish. You know what I'm saying? I wonder if that's
changed.
Now, I think
When did it change, Nadia?
Jesus would be able to explain.
I am not sure, but I think it was after, essentially after the time of Christ sometime.
Yeah, I don't think it was always like that. It was always dependent on the mother. I really don't.
Well, it's dependent on the father.
Oh, sorry.
It's dependent on the father until the changeover, whatever that was.
It's back when they found out about mitochondrial DNA.
Yeah, basically.
No.
Isn't it also that it has to be through the mother because that's the only one that you can prove that you came from?
Yeah.
Because
interesting.
You could a woman could be with a man, but then have another man you think that he's your father, but he's not really your father. But you can't deny that you came from your mother's womb. So maybe that's why because it has to be verified, like physically. I guess I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, I thought it had to do with. I thought it had to do with some kind of like mass castration during the Babylonian captivity, but it seems that it was later than that. So.
I'm trying to figure out why Gentiles are still getting circumcised. It's almost like become a medical practice, not a religious practice.
Yeah, it's a cultural thing, really, isn't it?
Okay.
I've already been circumcised twice, and I'm thinking of going in for the cut. You remember that? The mitzvah train? The mitzvah train.
Oh,
yeah.
No.
Oh, yeah, that was no, it was a skit on
Okay. See, me and TV don't really get along so well, so I'm kind of an idiot when it comes to like, quoting stuff from certain TV shows and stuff. I mean,
it might have been before you were born.
Might have been. What? I'm not going to ask you how old you are, but you can't be that much older than me. Come on.
Nadia and I are the same age.
So by proxy, how old are you? I don't have to ask her.
now I can't say my age now because
39.
Okay, right on. So you've already had your midlife crisis or no? I'm still waiting for mine.
I'm not sure trans women get midlife crises.
Okay, right on. Anybody else here had one?
Yeah, I had one. Done mine. Started about 33, ended about 38.
Oh, crap.
I've just been homeless for a lot of my life.
It wasn't that bad. It was only the first few months that I really freaked out in. After that, it was just a slow, gradual realization that you're over the halfway point.
Yeah. 10 years, it's a long time to be homeless, and I've got a lot more coming. Well, actually, maybe not that much more, because I'm not likely to live through it long.
Absolute. You there? Whereabouts are you in UK? Absolute?
Oh, I'm sorry, what?
Are you in UK or are you in America?
I'm in America.
Okay, cool. I was trying to catch your accent, and I wasn't really sure to start with. I thought, is that southern UK maybe, but no, America. Okay.
Yeah,
Fair
I'm just a normal American, no accent. You know what they say? Americans don't have accents.
Really? Jesus was a Buddhist. Yeah,
America.
America.
I love Simon. I love Simon's redneck interpretation. It's hilarious.
You know, world police. That's us, America.
Yeah. And yeah, I watched it again the other day. It's just so funny. I love the bit at the beginning when they're in Paris, and they just destroy the whole place.
I like the marionettes playing with marionettes in the beginning of the movie.
Yeah, at the beginning. Yeah, that's really clever, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I like those guys. They do some good work. I wasn't so keen on the Mormon thing, though. I didn't get it.
Oh, there's Art.
Hi, Art.
Hello, Art.
Hey, guys. So, what's up? Morning.
Coffee's up. I'll be right back, guys.
What time is it where you're at, Art?
Say again?
What time is it there?
Oh, it's what is it called? Holy shit! I just woke up.
It's 12 here, so I guess it's about 10, 11 where you are.
It's 12:48.
12:48. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, we're in the same zone.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Yeah,
Where are you at, Art? Are you in the Czech Republic?
Yeah, Czech Republic. Although I'm Russian myself, proudly so.
Cool.
So what's been happening while I was sleeping?
Bunch of people got kicked out. Nadia went on a crazy rampage. And we're just throwing people out left and right.
Oh, awesome, Nadia.
Я иду в Москву.
Say again?
Я иду в Москву.
Did you say you go for Moscow in Russian?
I'm going to Moscow, or yeah.
Oh, okay. It was hard. Sorry, I'm sleepy still. Just drinking my coffee. But it wasn't bad. It wasn't that bad. Okay.
Yep. I need to get a red iron uniform. I'm not a militant enough atheist, so I need a uniform.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would suit you, for sure.
Yeah, maybe.
Art, did you lived in Russia for a while?
Well, actually, I was living in Ukraine. I was born in USSR in Crimea, which was where now Ukraine is. Well, actually, no, it's actually where now Russia is because it's been retaken back finally. So, yeah, but I'm Russian.
Okay, I need to ask you about a Russian dish. When I was in high school, we had a foreign exchange student from Ukraine, and she stayed with us, and she made this dish for us. It was made with potatoes, pickled herring, and kind of like a red or purple cabbage, kind of like almost like a potato salad with pickled herring in it. You know what I'm talking about?
I think I know. Did it have mustard? Not a mustard. Mayo? Mayonnaise
Yes.
on it?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yes. And did it have fish in it?
Yes, pickled herring. Yeah.
Right, right. Yeah, it's called patshuba.
Could you write that in the description for me? Because I want to make that. Because it was so good, and I've been thinking about it.
Oh yeah, it's an awesome dish. Yeah, I'll find you the recipe here. My mom makes it all the time. Well, not all the time, but
Yeah,
for every
so
celebration. Yeah, we have a lot of those. We have the potato salad, but it's kind of different than the other potato salads. It's based on a French recipe. It's called Olivier. Olivier. Okay, I'm gonna okay. I'll be right back with you with the recipe.
Okay. What do you mean you lost 300K in 2008? Oh, real estate. Ouch. That's painful.
You know what's interesting is I had a heads up too. I had the heads up that it was going to happen, and I blew it off and said, yeah, right, whatever. Things are going great for me right now. What are you talking about? And yeah, I knew 6 months before it actually happened that it was going to happen, or I was told at least. So, and I should have paid attention to the guy telling me because he started liquidating his assets, and he was able to get out while the market was still hot. So, yeah, you live and you learn, man.
That's funny because I know a guy in real estate who actually he saw it coming. He sold all of his properties when it was still high. It crashed, and then he bought the same properties back.
Oh my
when
gosh.
it crashed. So and then he sat on them for 6 or 7 years when it came back up, and he sold them again, and he made so much money off the same properties.
That's crazy. I mean that's wise investing, I suppose. Buy it up cheap. Right now's a good time to buy, I suppose. But then again, I'm not really confident in the future of this stock market. And I mean, I think we're going to see a market correction this year that's going to be devastating, personally. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. I posted you 2 links to the recipe.
Yeah, it's called Shuba.
Yeah, Shuba, which is a Russian for a coat. It's basically
that's exactly what it looked like when she made it. Yeah.
Yeah, but there are different recipes. So my mom makes it a different way than these recipes do it. I don't know which one you had. You have to experiment a little bit, I guess.
Okay. But I know the pickled herring was the key because
You realize
flavor.
The stock market's almost irrelevant to the real economy.
Oh, I know.
Thank you, Art.
You're welcome, dude. You're welcome.
I'm watching like the forex markets, and it's the panic. It's what happens when the market corrections happen. It's how the people react to it that ultimately is what you need to watch out for. We all know the money's not real anyway. It's one big Ponzi scheme here in the United States. It's funny. It's funny if I go out and I take money from you guys, and I promise you a dividend or a return, and then you guys all come back to me, and I don't, there's absolutely no way I can give you the money I've promised you. You guys would report me, and I would go to prison. But the United States, the banking system can generate cash, and get away with it just fine. If everybody came to get their money, it wouldn't be there. It's like it's such a it's kind of hypocritical. But when you look at it in its simplest form, the United States is running the world's largest Ponzi scheme. It's the world's. I'm sorry?
Sounds like you're a goddamn communist.
Yeah.
No, that's art.
Not quite.
And funny enough, I was a communist actually.
I don't think any human can come up with a system of government that would ever work for everybody.
Yeah.
Hey Art, did you
As
ever?
history shows.
Hey Art, when you were growing up in Russia and USSR, did you ever watch American movies?
Oh yeah, I love. We all love them. Yeah. But it's so weird. I mean, it's so kind of biased. You don't know this. When I was a little kid, I thought this is the reality, right? I thought Russians are kind of evilish. Americans are these awesome heroes. But then I kind of watched the other side, and I realized, holy shit, it's kind of biased, isn't it? A little bit biased, perhaps.
Little biased, just a little bit.
Yeah, but this happens on all sides, of course. I watch the Russian movies, and they have the exact opposite. The Americans are these evil monsters, the bad guys, and the Russians, calm down and save the day.
That's so cool.
Art, I remember
Russian movies.
My
I need
father
more Russian movies.
My father took me to see Red Dawn when it first came out, back in the 80s, and I remember being so terrified of Russians. I wanted a gun because I thought Russians were going to come and invade our country.
I think that was the point.
Yeah.
I think that was the whole point of that movie.
The NRA had a share in the and all that. Yes.
It's something. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I need to get some of those Russian movies you're talking about, Art. I think they would be very apropos at the moment.
Give us a list.
Indeed, there are awesome Russian movies, and actually I didn't know, but there are some famous comedies that even the Western people like. It's one of them is about a time traveling Tsar who traveled in the future, and he's faced with a new society, and he's completely baffled. And it's actually kind of interesting. It's a comedy, sci-fi, but we don't have many of those. Most of Russian movies are really dull, actually, just boring to me. But I remember this kind of. It's now kind of ironic in a way. I remember this American movie about Russian war in Afghanistan, and they portrayed the Russians in the exact same way like they portrayed Germans in all the World War II movies, right? It's this evil occupation force that wants to murder all the peaceful Muslims, Talibans who are fighting to save their country, and now it's the exact opposite. Every American movie about the war, it's the exact opposite. It's the Taliban who are evil. It's gonna come on, guys. It's biased. Just realize.
You guys want to hear something funny? My wife is Jamaican, and her view of every American was kind of based on like Boy Meets World and Full House, and like everybody lives in a suburban neighborhood, and it's funny because like she's interested in like having our house look similar to like the TV shows that I grew up watching when I was a kid. She's got my house completely looks like it's like on the set of Full House or Boy Meets World or some crap like that. I give her hell for it, but I just thought it was funny. It's funny how people's perception of America is in some countries. Countries that are not very wealthy or independent or strong or have a military, they almost view the United States as this giant, like land of the free. This is the promised land where you go and when everything gets bad, if you can just make it to the United States, everything will be okay. And then you get here and it's like, wait a minute, somebody lied to me. You know, they don't like me because of my skin color. I can't get a job because I could barely speak English. You know, and it's like then reality hits. The United States is actually, you know, one of the most corrupt places you could possibly come. I have a friend of mine who comes to my Bible study. I said, why did you come to the United States? You know, because he was looking for a career and all this stuff from coming out of Jamaica. I was like, man, you really picked a really interesting place to come to do all this stuff, you know. And he's flat broke, of course, and he's struggling. So I say
Yeah,
move to
but
England.
there's something romantic about the you know, the pursuit of or the reliance on the self and with the promise of freedom. There's something really catchy about that.
Yeah, really catchy. Like, you know, the decade
Obviously,
I've
the
spent
reality.
homeless, and you know, the millions living on $2 a day. In fact,
Yeah.
5% of all families with children in the U.S. are living under $2 a day per person.
Yeah, but then if you're living in a country where, you know.
That's America. That is the U.S.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying, but if you're, you know, I mean, it's fair enough for Western countries which have got like a good social system to sort of say, yeah, this is a great country, I'm going to stay here, etc. But if you're in one of the countries which doesn't have a social system, and there's, you know, there's less people, there isn't such a big market, there isn't such a drive for capitalism, then I guess it's tempting. You know, the promise of freedom at the end of it, even though it may be illusionary, that just that promise is enough to inspire.
It's a false promise. It's a lie.
I agree, but
It's like winning the lottery. In fact, the casino economy, you know, the nice little con job that you might actually win something from gambling.
Yeah. But this is
the
only
entire basis of the U.S. quote-unquote promise.
I mean, this is only recent. This is only in like the last 30 years, isn't it? Really, it's not like it's not irreversible.
You think the right wing can ever be defeated?
Good point. Only if the masses rise up and decide otherwise. I guess you're right. I mean, you know, the problem with capitalism is it gives you a vested interest in however small your stake is, you have a vested interest in keeping your stake.
Mm. You know. Also, the era of democratic weapons is over. You know, drone strikes will drop cluster bombs on food riots and homeless encampments.
Yeah, isn't that?
There's no way to fight. There's no way to even fight back.
Well, I mean, I can't see. I find it difficult because, you know, if you have the right to bear arms, so surely that means the government, although they will push civil unrest, there's a certain limit over which they won't go.
You take a city, they'll nuke it.
Well, they're not going to. Then.
If you take a city, they'll nuke it.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know. I see it happening in the neighborhoods in terms of, you know, the social deprivation pushes people together. All, you know, and
yeah,
the very wealthy end.
Yeah,
so
they starve together.
To control people. Yes, but you know, some of the middle class are going to be in those neighborhoods still.
And they'll be even more helpless than the people who know how to survive that way.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I see.
Yeah, there are plenty of stories of the homeless LGBT youth who are cast out of, you know, suburban, you know, posh middle-class families and dumped out onto the streets and have no survival skills to survive on the street. Yeah. And they don't make it. They do die en masse.
So do the Christians help those people?
No.
Do they make a concerted effort to say we are going to solve the social issues of poverty?
No. They say the poor will always be with us.
Okay, so we're back to there's no true Christians.
No, that's true Christianity. Just the doctrine of Christianity is not that good.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm trying to play devil's advocate here, obviously, Nadia. You know, you and I agree on just about everything. Okay, so can the Christians be shamed into realizing that their charity has to be more?
No. They'll never budge an inch. I mean, they've got their doctrine written in stone.
Okay, so how about supporting the Christian sects that do have a strong charity ethic and a social duty to a social duty? Yeah.
Episcopalians are going extinct. And similar for the other liberal wings.
So would you say that then, I don't know if Peripheral's trying to talk, but I can't hear him.
I was just coughing, but I'm listening to you talk, Simon.
Okay. I'm trying to ask questions that might provoke you to give some.
Right. Oh yeah, absolutely. I'd love to comment. I'd love to comment. You know, there's well, I mean, what can I say? You know, if the Bible says to go out and feed the poor, and only one Christian out of the entire church did that, or 99% of the Christians did that, you know, it doesn't really have an effect on what the Bible teaches. It has more of an effect on, do you adhere to what it tells you to do? You know, and also here's another thing that Christians who do, like I'm sure Veckel can understand what I'm saying. I'm not going to get on here and sound a trumpet like the Bible says to. You know, when we give, we do it as like, you know, giving for us should be as natural as wiping our butt or eating food or breathing air. You know, we don't like to bring it up to glorify ourselves, because it can kind of be perceived as a false piety of sorts. Hey, look at me! Look how great I am for giving all of these things. You know, typically when I give, I don't. First of all, when I give, I acknowledge that it's not me doing the giving; it's Christ. Second of all, I don't ever bring it up again. Typically, you know, we give, yeah, like he says, we give in secret, so that we can't take any credit for it. We can't be, you know, if we give to somebody and we receive credit for that publicly, or we're glorified because of that, then it kind of defeats the purpose of what we're doing. We're doing it for self-glorification instead of for what Christ said. Christ says, if you feed these people, if you help these people, you're helping me directly. So. Yeah, you know, you're not going to see a whole lot of Christians that actually do give. Yeah. You know, like for example, I don't even like giving money to the church. I don't even like, you know, they want you to fill out their name sometimes and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I don't do any of that. I don't, you know, because I've had preachers come up to me and tell me thank you for my contribution. It's like, whoa, how do you even know that I gave in the first place? And that bothers me. You know, we're not, you know, again. I see the church, the modern church, as asleep. I don't think that they really truly understand. So what I believe is right.
This is my question.
Right.
This is my question, really. That, you know, I agree that it's not beholden on individual Christians and necessarily to go out and solve all the world's problems, but I do see it beholden upon the church to organise the Christians to alleviate the problems in their local societies.
Well, yeah, and let me give you an example. In the first century under the apostles, the first Christians, they threw everything they owned at the apostles' feet to support the apostles' ministry. And the Bible says none of them lacked for anything. No Christian was lacking at that time, because there was a unified understanding of the Christian faith at that point. Now, you know, if you look at Christianity and apply the principle of entropy, I guess that's exactly what you could the way that you could view the Christian faith. The Christian faith started out as a solid understanding between the Christians. It was very simple. It's the same reason I could go to Ethiopia and take the gospel to Ethiopia, and I'll have a crowd of hundreds of people just they won't go to work. They'll stop whatever they're doing to come hear the word of Christ, and they'll actually listen. You know, nowadays I can barely get the church to pay attention to half the stuff I'm saying, and it really shows that, you know. Anyways, where I'm going with that is entropy happened to the church. The church started out fundamentally where it needed to be, same, you know, the way that I believe the church should be, and then as doctrines of men crept into the church and slowly started replacing the scriptures, that's where you saw the divides and the denominations. And it started with the Trinity. Then it started, you know, then the Pope started saying, well, I can write whatever I want, and you're just going to have to accept it and make that part of our foundational beliefs. And now you have 50,000 denominations who, you know, entropy has happened to the church.
I'm still at the same point, which is if charity is a Christian duty,
absolutely.
If that's the case, then, you know, is it not beholden upon the church and the organisation of the church to give charity to not just the poor, but to help society alleviate society's issues?
Well, you're talking about this is multifaceted. Now think about this. There's people who reject us right off the bat, that they would not take my money because I'm a Christian.
That's fair enough. I mean,
you know,
whatever
you know,
I'm just saying there seems to be a big problem at the moment.
Well, what is the church? The question is, what is the church?
With poverty in the States. There's a big problem with poverty in the States.
Right, but the question is, what is the church?
Well, no, I'm just saying clearly the social system is not set up to be like headed towards communism. It's headed towards capitalism. So I feel it's beholden upon the church as Christians and fascism. But I feel it's beholden upon the church and Christians that represent that church to show to alleviate the problems of that system.
I agree.
If they're participating in that system, then
I
they
agree
should
with you so much.
It's unfair to some people, and the charity.
Let me raise a serious issue with Christian-run homeless shelters. And given that there are no government homeless shelters outside of New York City, National Coalition for the Homeless says 40% of homeless youth served by agencies identify as LGBT. 43% of clients served by drop-in centers identify as LGBT. 30% of street outreach clients identify as LGBT. 30% of clients utilizing housing programs identified as LGBT. Well, that gets really interesting, you know, with the Christian sex-segregated emergency shelters and such.
It doesn't matter, Nadia, whether they're a Christian organization or not. It has been historically proven that the private sector has always been far more generous than the government. That has always been the case.
Bullshit.
No, it's true. It's always been the case, man. The private sector has always been more generous than the government.
And where the fuck is my job?
Well, I don't know about jobs, but I mean as far as homeless shelters, helping the needy, passing out food.
Nadia,
I volunteered many times in soup kitchens all across this country. You know, I know I've soup kitchens. I've been on the streets. I've helped people. I know for a fact that the private sector is far better at helping the needy and the poor than the government ever was, man. I've been on the streets.
Never been homeless.
I've never technically been homeless, but I have lived on the streets, if that makes sense.
No.
From house to house. No permanent place to stay.
Well, I lived in an abandoned house, so you know I still had a roof over my head. But was it my house? No. Was it an apartment? No. Was it a homeless shelter? No. It was an abandoned house, but I lived in it for a short period of time. Okay, so I have been on the streets. Well, I've been on the streets more than that, but I don't. How many years? I don't remember, Nadia. I don't remember. That was in the past.
It wasn't even 1 year.
Huh?
It wasn't even 1 year, was it?
I don't know, Nadia. I don't remember. No, let me see. It was at least a few months. I don't know if it was a year, but it was definitely a few months. But my point is this, Nadia. My point is that I've been all over. I have been all over.
You're talking to someone who's been almost 10 years.
Nadia, I do not understand why you do not qualify for HUD. Why do you not qualify for HUD? Why? Why?
Obvious disability affairs.
The 10 years that you're talking about right now is the 10-year waiting list to get on HUD. You would have had you a HUD house right now. A house, not an apartment, not a flop. You would have had an
10 years.
actual house.
It wasn't 10 years in a row.
Oh, it wasn't 10 years in a row. Oh, all right.
In fact, I am not homeless again yet.
But just,
Has
I
no
mean,
one else in place to live.
again, you know, you qualify. You have to qualify. You got no income. You're on disability.
I'm
You've
not on
got medical bills.
I'm not on disability.
You're not on. Oh, okay, my bad then. I thought you was on disability or applying for it or something. Okay, whatever. Anyway, the point is,
I'm applying for it. I'll be refused.
well, they're going to refuse you the first 2 or 3 times. That's how they work. You just got to keep going back to them.
I will be refused until I'm terminally ill.
No, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
In fact, it's more likely I'll die than ever receive any.
I don't believe that. You just they're going. The nature of the beast is for them to refuse you about 2 or 3 times, but if you keep going back, they'll eventually cave and give you what you need.
No.
No. Why not?
No.
They do everybody else. Why not you? Why is your situation any different than anybody else that's ever applied?
It's not any different. You're mischaracterizing the general case.
Well, maybe. Anyway, we're straying off the subject. Point is that, you know, shit. Now I lost my train of thought.
Hey, Nadia, I guess I'm having a hard time understanding. No one's ever tried to help you or offer you to come stay at their house or anything like that? Even a Christian?
Occasionally some people have offered places in rather hostile circumstances like the Midwest or the South.
What about like a no strings attached situation where like you come live with me, I won't if you don't want me to talk about my faith with you, that's fine. I just want to provide you with a place to live and temporary relief. Have you ever been presented with that by chance?
2010.
Okay.
Yeah, I lasted about 9 days. But the main thing is doing it in bad regions of the country.
Mm-hmm.
It is a very bad idea, especially for the medical care. I mean, at least I'm getting on Medicaid in California.
Yeah. What about Canada? Is Canada? I'm not familiar with entirely with Canada's healthcare system, but I understand it is I don't know. I guess they do have like long waits and stuff like that, if my memory serves me correctly.
Yeah, Canada, you need residency to qualify for the healthcare.
Right. I looked into it at one point.
You got to be a citizen of Canada, and that's really hard to.
Not even citizen.
Yeah.
Permanent resident.
Yeah, they wanted like
work visa.
They wanted like 6 months of employment funding right off the bat. Like you had to have a 6 months worth of employment in your bank account to move there. What's interesting is my wife though and her family, they're Jamaican. They actually can go to Canada between Jamaica and Canada and get health care, and there's actually a lot of Jamaicans in Canada that go there strictly for the health care, which is interesting. I guess that has something to do with England, more or less with England and Canada and Jamaica.
Commonwealth, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been trying to emigrate to better countries for 20 years. Ever since the onset of this horseshit. Well,
is that what brought you to Germany, or are you there for work?
I've never been to Germany.
Oh, okay. I thought you were in Germany for some reason.
Well, I studied German language. Minored in it in college.
Right on.
Yeah, I haven't been able to land a job in Germany for 20 years.
Wow.
Or get into a university there. Yeah. Veckel, we talked about this. We talked about what? The LGBT homeless shelter affairs.
Oh my gosh. Ugh. Nothing better than a pit bull fart in the morning.
Oh, jeez.
It is rancid. Ugh.
It's one of the reasons why I don't like dealing with pets. You have to deal with their shit.
Quite literally.
Well, yeah, I meant to literal. In total, it's like 4 lines. It's like a web page with 4 lines in it. Well, 2 paragraphs, 4 lines.
What website? What's depressing? What website's depressing? What are you talking
about? The nationalhomeless.org/LGBT or /issues/LGBT.
Well, like I said, man, I know of a building that we could clean out and use for people that are on the streets right now, and I'd make it happen too. I swear to God, I would.
Given that the church is not a building and it's made up of people, I say we take all the church buildings and turn them into homeless shelters.
Well,
that's not necessary.
Shelters are actually.
That's not necessary.
Shelters not actually a very effective strategy for
helping. In the Book of Revelations, it clearly delineates that there are certain specific churches.
Well, not in the physical sense of the building. We don't believe the building is there's no building that's a church. We call it a gathering place for the church, and then they always put church over the door. But the church is the body of Christ made of people, not physical wooden and building material.
It says to the church at Antioch, Right.
That's to the people in that region there. The church, yeah, the body of Christ. The body of Christ is made of people. It's a You know, that's why it says that God dwells in the temple, and you are the temple. The flesh is the temple. So
right, I'm not disputing that, but I mean, like I said, the wording of it would
an
actual physical place. You know.
Okay, yeah, I understand that. It's just that's it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
We don't, because even in Antioch there would have been more than one meeting place for Christians. So that would be a broad term to say that the church in Antioch or the church in Thyatira, or there would be more than one meeting place for the Christians. As you can see, I mean, just in one. I mean, I live in a small city, and we've probably got 150, 200 churches here, places where Christians could meet. But I look at the body of Christ or the church as people and nothing more. I don't see buildings.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just
okay.
I read of Revelations makes it seem like it's an actual physical place.
Okay, yeah. Well, I'd say the physical place was the church was at the physical place, but the actual church being people. Let me see if I can find something else that might put a different spin on that and clear that up a little bit for you, just so we're on the same page.
Yeah.
Well, just as a buy then, I believe in early Christianity in Rome, the Christians used to meet in crypts, and that was their church meeting place.
Yeah, the first churches.
Yeah, some of the terminology comes from that.
Yeah, the first Christians met behind closed doors in houses and stuff like that, and then whatever took place. What does that mean?
Crypts.
What does that mean?
Well, it's a place where you bury the dead.
Oh, okay, like a cemetery, what we would call a cemetery,
It's not a cemetery because the pagans used to just, have a room under the ground where they just stored the bodies rather than buried them.
Right on.
And the point about it is that the Romans had a law that you couldn't enter crypts. So the Christians used to choose that to meet, so they wouldn't be persecuted. So there's a kind of a tradition of that underground, you know, holy place, sacred place, that matches, kind of feeds into the idea of crypts.
5 minutes.
I think the reason you feel they're, or the reason you see them, you know, people get buried inside churches, like in the UK.
It's interesting.
St. Paul's, etc., comes from this kind of Roman idea.
And what's interesting is, you know, tradition tells us to take our dead and bury them and have this great ceremony and stuff. But, you know, to me as a Christian, when a person dies, their flesh becomes as relevant to me as, you know, I don't know, as my Coke can when I'm done with it. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's dead matter at that point. It no longer can serve any purpose other than you know, worm food.
Yeah, I think the Anglicans believe that as well.
I hope they throw me in an oven or something, just turn me into powder and just toss me out back in the yard somewhere or something. Don't waste your money.
No.
I won't be upset, I promise.
People should be buried so their energy can go back into the earth.
I mean, that's fine. Hey, you know, and I'm not bashing anybody if they want to have a ceremony and remember that person. That's fine. You know, nothing wrong with that, guys.
Yeah, no, that's.
Well, the main thing is try to avoid my parents desecrating my body. Yeah, we have 5 minutes. 5 minutes until we go off air. So I'm gonna start the hangout switch over.
Okay.
Good deal.
Hey guys, I'm gonna go ahead and go to bed then. If you guys are gonna switch over, I won't be following over. We'll see you guys later.
Hey, absolutely. It was really nice to meet you, bro.
Yeah, you too, man. You added me to your circles, Perfield?
Yeah, just add me back if you would. That'd be cool, man. I'd love to talk to you some more.
Yeah, no problem. All right.
Bye, brother.
See you guys later.
See you later, absolutely.
How about you on an audio check? Hey, JVH. Good morning, JV.
What's up, Brian? How you doing, man?
I had to do an audio check, and you know, of course, I got Studio Flight of Icarus in the background, but neither here nor there. My device was getting goofy a little earlier, JVH. I had to check my audio with you, and good morning to you. I appreciate that check, man. And I had to leave because it was getting goofy. It wasn't doing a screen rotate. And supposedly, JV, you know, respectfully, James, I'm calling you JV nowadays. This is Ace Van Ron. You got me?
Yeah.
JV, respectfully, supposedly this is supposed to be the newest device, the newest tier, and we have lost gentlemen installing software at the tower level. You know, there was a rush to install the 4G above 3G a half a year ago, well, 2 years ago, whatever it was, James. But
right.
anyways, we lost some people's lives. There's a documentary out about it called Fall from the Tower. It's on PBS, Cell Phone Tower Deaths. And it's due to the corporate rush of installing 4G. And those corporate guys will wash their hands and nobody pays the families off about those guys. And they're only paying $9 an hour to climb 400 feet on the cell phone tower. Now, I'm guilty. I own the newest device. I bought it 2 days before Christmas. Supposedly, Jay, this is called a 4G Lite.
Right.
Right? And I have to admit, I feel weird talking to everybody. And there's guys that are getting paid less than minimum wage. Well, no, $7.96 is minimum wage. Never mind. But dudes are climbing this thing. They got in the interview, Jay. The dude drove from Houston back to Texas. He left Kentucky. He went to Houston, picked up his gear, and came back, didn't rest, and then they climbed the tower. because the pressure was to get it done.
Right.
Everybody knows we all use these devices, man. Let's not forget about the guys who are out there on the pit and the crews today to keep us up and alive.
Yeah. Oh, well, absolutely. Yeah.
You know,
I didn't realize there was a lot